Chapter 1869. While Yang Kai was massacring Purple Star's vault, a good show was also playing out in Purple Star Palace's ancestral hall. Since Zi Wuji decided to lay his cards on the table with Gong Sun Liang today, he naturally would not restrain himself like before. Today, he appeared aggressive and high-spirited. Gong Sun Liang undoubtedly noticed this, but he didn't take it to heart and simply watched on coldly. Many of Purple Star's leaders also faintly felt that the atmosphere today was slightly different and were secretly on edge. Fortunately, everything was calm as usual and the sacrificial ceremony proceeded smoothly. Half a day later, everyone poured into the ancestral hall to prepare for the final ancestral ceremony. The offerings had already been prepared, and the high-level members of Purple Star were divided into 4 rows according to their status and strength. Gong Sun Liang then began to recount the great achievements of Purple Star's ancestors. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was solemn and dignified as a sense of pride and identity rose in everyone's hearts. They were proud to be part of Purple Star. After a long silence, Gong Sun Liang's expression became solemn as he shouted, "Ancestors, today Wu Wei disciple Gong Sun Liang will offer this sacrifice on behalf of Purple Star. May the spirits of our ancestors bless Purple Star's martial prowess for eternity. Light the incense." Immediately, someone presented the 3 ambergris incense sticks they had prepared. Gong Sun Liang was about to accept them when a low shout called out, "Great Elder, please wait." Gong Sun Liang frowned, turned his head in the direction of the source of the voice, and said with narrowed eyes, "If second young master has something to say, please wait until this old master finishes offering these 3 incense sticks. No one is allowed to interfere with the ancestral worship ceremony." Zi Wuji smiled slightly. What Great Elder said is correct, but this Wuji thinks it is inappropriate for Great Elder to offer these 3 incense sticks. This old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. What is wrong with offering these 3 incense sticks to our ancestors? Gong Sun Liang said lightly, his half-narrowed eyes exuding an almost tangible pressure as he stared at Zi Wuji. The latter, however, did not show any fear and said with a straight face, "In the past, this ceremony was presided over by Father, Master, and Big Brother. Now that Father, Master, and Big Brother are not in Purple Star, this Wuji should take over. Second young master wants to offer these 3 incense sticks? Indeed. Haha, second young master must be joking. Master and young master are not in Purple Star, so this old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. Master and young master's responsibilities. Naturally, second young master's matters, so you may withdraw. Great Elder, the blood of the Z family flows in Wuji's veins, and Purple Star is the foundation of our Z family. This Wuji's duty. Do you insist?" Gong Sun Liang stared at Zi Wuji indifferently. Sun Wu Yang, Sun Liang's son S, Isa's Wu Wu S. To Sun Master. Yang Qi Sun Qi Qi. In order to test Zi Wuji's strength, burning incense was just a part of the ancestral worship process, but it had extraordinary significance. If he were to compromise today, it would mean that he recognized Zi Wuji's status, something Gong Sun Liang would naturally not allow to happen. But what Gong Sun Liang didn't expect, though, was that as soon as he began circulating his Saint Qi, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out around him. The next moment, countless exclamations could be heard. "To be? Feeling Sun God. The spirit tablets are broken. What? Heavens, the ancestral tablets of our ancestors are actually broken." Many of Purple Star's elders suddenly shouted from all around. Sun Liang turned his head to look, and his old face instantly went pale. Most of the tablets enshrined on the platform were broken at this moment, and even if a few of them did not break, they had countless cracks on them, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. These tablets represented the ancestors of Purple Star, the masters and masters who had made great contributions to Purple Star. The owner of each tablet was a famous master in their lifetime, an existence respected by hundreds of millions of cultivators in Purple Star. After they died, their descendants enshrined their tablets here and worshipped them for generations to come. These tablets represented a kind of spirit, a kind of faith. No one dared to disrespect them. Even the current master of Purple Star, Zi Long, had to be respectful when entering this place. But now these symbols, these beliefs, were all about to turn to dust. Sun Liang's heart shook violently as he turned his face and glared at Zi Wuji. After all, there were also the tablets of his Sun family's ancestors. Before he could speak, though, Ziwuji coughed up a mouthful of blood, a sorrowful expression filling his face as he pointed his finger at Sun Liang and said, "Great Elder, your methods are truly vicious. Even if you are dissatisfied with this Wu Ji's insubordination, a small punishment would have been fine. But now you want to shatter the tablets of our ancestors? Do you still have my purple star in your eyes?" Sun Liang was startled but immediately shouted angrily, "Ziwuji, don't talk nonsense." "I'm talking nonsense?" Ziwuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Many masters in the ancestral hall saw this clearly. So how could they allow this Wu Ji to speak nonsense? "Yes, this Wu Ji did offend you just now, but you don't have to do this, do you? Great Elder, you have gone too far. Every ancestor's tablet here has a soul sense stored inside it. Destroying these tablets is equivalent to destroying the soul senses of all the ancestors, truly turning them to ashes. How can you face them?" Someone immediately followed Ziwuji's lead and shouted, "Deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? Great Elder, what are you trying to do? Great Elder, please give us an explanation." Behind Ziwuji, a group of cultivators stood up and accused Sun Liang. Ziwuji's face was filled with grief and indignation as he clutched his chest, but a triumphant light flashed across his eyes. Sun Liang's face sank. At this time, how could he not know that he had fallen into the other party's trap? He did push his Saint Chi just now, but he just wanted to teach Ziwuji a little lesson, so he wouldn't act so presumptuously. But how could he have known that the fluctuations of his Saint Chi would shatter these tablets? It was impossible for Saint Chi fluctuations of that level to have such an effect. The only explanation was that these tablets had been tampered with long ago, and his Saint Chi was just a catalyst. "Ziwuji, this old man has underestimated you. You actually have such guts." Gong Sun Liang did not try to explain anything, and instead looked at Ziwuji with admiration. Daring to tamper with the ancestral tablets was something Gong Sun Liang had never even dreamed of doing, but Ziwuji had done it. For this alone, Gong Sun Liang could not help admiring Ziwuji's decisiveness and ruthlessness. What does Great Elder mean by this? This Wu Ji does not understand. This Wu Ji asks Great Elder to give a reasonable explanation for these tablets. Ziwuji bit down on the tablets and vowed to tear off all pretense of cordiality with Gong Sun Liang today. Explanation? Gong Sun Liang sneered as his eyes swept over the masters behind Ziwuji one by one. Everyone who was swept by his gaze changed drastically and averted their eyes in horror. Although these people had followed Ziwuji and were convinced by his breadth of mind and means, Great Elder was still Great Elder in the end, a dignified and respected figure. So blatantly opposing Gong Sun Liang was something they couldn't help feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Ziwuji noticed this and cursed in his heart, calling them all trash. Twisting his body, he blocked Gong Sun Liang's line of sight and shouted, "Great Elder, do you really not put the ancestors of my purple star in your eyes? With such arrogance, what qualifications do you have to occupy the position of Great Elder? Is that what you want to say?" Gong Sun Liang laughed angrily. "Boy, you are indeed very good. If not for Dong Lai, Purple Star may have been able to rise to the next level under your leadership in the future. Unfortunately, you are destined to be nothing more than a clown. Boy, if you want an explanation, this old master will give it to you." As soon as his voice fell, Gong Sun Liang stepped forward directly and reached out to grab Ziwuji. He knew that today's matter was simply a trap set for him. Regardless of whether those memorial tablets had been tampered with before or not, it was a fact that he had shattered them. There was no way he could justify this. Since he couldn't justify himself, there was no point in trying. The only way to reason was not with one's mouth, but also with one's fists. Seeing that Gong Sun Liang was about to attack him, Ziwuji was not shocked but instead rejoiced, a panicked expression appearing on his face as he retreated and shouted, "Gong Sun Liang, do you really want to fight in the ancestral hall? This is a great disrespect to the ancestors, tantamount to betraying Purple Star. Although you have made a big mistake today, you are still Great Elder. If you can sit in the ancestral hall for 10 years and repent, you may be forgiven. Why do you insist on being so obstinate?" In any case, this big accusation had to be placed on Gong Sun Liang first, so Gong Sun Liang could only walk down this dark path. "Impudence. This old master doesn't need you to tell him what to do." Gong Sun Liang shouted coldly, not putting Ziwuji in his eyes at all. Just as he was about to grab Ziwuji, a ghostly figure suddenly rushed in from the outside and stood directly between him and Ziwuji. Gong Sun Liang's face changed drastically as he pushed his palm forward. The newcomer also met his attack with a palm. The two palms collided silently, but the two figures were pushed back at the same time. It was not until this moment that a burst of energy suddenly rang out from the space where the two palms had collided. The entire ancestral hall collapsed in an instant, and Purple Star Palace shook violently. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk Purple Star's masters flew out of the ruins one after another, each of them looking down as if their parents had died. This ancestral hall that had stood in Purple Star for tens of thousands of years and was regarded as a sacred place by all Purple Star cultivator had been destroyed today. Everyone felt an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts as their expressions turned ugly. Up in the void, Ziwuji's face was pale as fear filled his heart. Although everything was going according to his plan, the moment Gong Sun Liang attacked him just now, he still felt like the end of the world had come. In front of a second-order origin king, he had no power to resist. Strength, only strength was true strength. Ziwuji secretly clenched his fists as he cursed in his heart. On the other side, Gong Sun Liang narrowed his eyes and looked forward at the figure who was standing in front of Ziwuji. This was a man who looked about 30 years old. This man had a gentle and dignified appearance, and the corners of his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, giving him a mature and steady appearance. Chapter 1870. At this moment, this man was holding a wine bottle in his hand that was filled to the brim with a fragrant aroma. After exchanging a single blow with Gong Sun Liang, not a single drop of the wine in the bottle spilled out. He looked at Gong Sun Liang with a smile and said, "Great Elder, I trust you have been well since we last met." A dignified look flashed across Gong Sun Liang's face as he stared at the man and said, "Li Mao Ming, you really are in Purple Star City. It seems that the one standing behind Second Young Lord and supporting him is you, yes?" The man named Li Mao Ming smiled when he heard this. Great Elder is too serious. As Purple Star's second venerable, this Li naturally cannot stand idly by when Purple Star faces such a big event. As for supporting Second Young Lord, that's not quite right. I was just asked to do so by someone else. Gong Sun Liang sneered. I'm afraid only that person can ask you to help. Li Mao Ming, after so many years, you still haven't been able to come out of your shell. This old master really doesn't understand. A sad look flashed across Li Mao Ming's eyes as he shook his head and smiled. This Li doesn't understand either. Let's not talk about this today. How about Great Elder accompany this Li for a few cups of wine, and we can sit down and have a good chat. We're all family, so why do we have to make things so awkward? As he spoke, he actually gestured to Gong Sun Liang with his wine bottle, as if he really was inviting him to drink. Some of Purple Star's leaders frowned as they stared at Li Mao Ming in confusion. Although Purple Star had two venerables before, who were these two venerables? No one knew. At this moment, it seemed that this Li Mao Ming was obviously one of them. So it's him. I remember now. Someone suddenly revealed a look of realization and exclaimed in a low voice. Someone next to him immediately asked, Brother Zhang, do you know this venerable? I've only heard of him, but never seen him before. This is the first time I've seen him, the cultivator surnamed Zhang replied in a low voice. Brother Zhang, tell me, what is the background of this venerable Li? Why did Great Elder just say that after so many years, he still hasn't come out of his shell? Hearing this question, the cultivator surnamed Zhang suddenly became spirited and whispered with delight. This is a secret that very few people know. Let me ask you, have you heard of Second Young Master's mother? She was the #1 beauty of Purple Star back then. Her reputation resounded like thunder in my ears. How could I not have heard of her? That's easy to explain. I heard that the woman that Venerable Li admires is the Second Young Master's mother. That's right. Back then, this Venerable Li was also a good brother who fought alongside the Lord, but because of Second Young Master's mother. Sai, you also know that love between a man and a woman is a matter of fate. Back then, the #1 beauty of Purple Star chose Sir Master, and this Venerable Li disappeared. Even His Majesty doesn't know where he is. So, if there's anyone in this world who can invite him, it's only Second Young Master's mother. So that's how it is. With this Venerable in charge, doesn't that mean that the First Elder can't do anything to the Second Young Master? The person who spoke was extremely excited. After all, he was also standing on Ziwuji's side, so the stronger Ziwuji was, the safer he would be. Perhaps, Although this cultivator surnamed Zhang knew some secrets, he did not have much confidence in his heart. Li Mao Ming, if you can withdraw now, this old master will accompany you for a drink some other day. Gong Sun Liang stared at Li Mao Ming and quickly said, "What do you think of this old master's proposal? Accepting someone else's request, it's not appropriate to do so." Li Mao Ming slowly shook his head, raised his wine bottle, and drained it in one gulp before tossing it aside and saying with waning interest, "Wine is like a drunkard." Gong Sun Liang frowned slightly and pondered for a long time before asking, "What if this old master wants you to repay the favor from back then?" As soon as this statement came out, Ziwuji, who had been complacent all this time, changed his expression as he stared at Li Mao Ming in amazement. "Venerable Li, you owe this old thing a favor?" Li Mao Ming blinked and thought about it seriously for a while before chuckling. "Oh, I really do owe him a favor. If Great Elder hadn't mentioned it, this Li would have forgotten." The corners of Gong Sun Liang's mouth rose slightly. "Brother Li may have forgotten, but this old master has not. This favor is not small. This old master paid a heavy price back then." Li Mao Ming's expression became serious as he cupped his fists and said, "This Li will remember Great Elder's kindness back then." "That's good. This old master wants you to withdraw now. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything." Before Li Mao Ming could say anything, Ziwuji anxiously said, "No, Venerable Li, don't forget what you promised that person." Li Mao Ming frowned and nodded. "Naturally, I remember. You can rest assured that with me here, no one can hurt you." Ziwuji was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Senior Li." Gong Sun Liang shouted angrily, "Brother Li, you are going back on your word." Li Mao Ming felt a headache coming on. "Great Elder, everything is first come, first served. This Li promised to protect second young master's safety. But now you are making things difficult for this Li." Gong Sun Liang was very annoyed at first, but after carefully pondering Li Mao Ming's words, his eyes lit up and he asked, "So, you are determined to protect second young master's safety?" "Exactly." Li Mao Ming nodded solemnly. "Second young master has the Z family's bloodline flowing in his veins after all. There can be no harm done to him." "Good." Gong Sun Liang laughed. "In that case, you protect him. This old master won't touch him." Saying so, Gong Sun Liang waved his hand and sneered, "Take down the people around second young master. Be careful not to hurt second young master." "Yes." Hearing this, everyone responded and immediately rushed towards Ziwuji, but none of them attacked Ziwuji. Instead, they each chose to follow Ziwuji's cultivator. Before Ziwuji's people could react, they were drawn into the battle and began shouting. In an instant, above Purple Star Palace, a great battle broke out. The colorful light of Saint Qi and the power of countless artifacts dazzled the eyes of everyone present, causing the surrounding Yuan Qi to become turbulent. Ziwuji's eyes widened as he looked at Li Mao Ming in a panic and asked, "Venerable Li, how can you do this?" Li Mao Ming glanced at him with a smile and said, "Second young master, I promised that person to protect your safety, so I will naturally keep my word, but the life or death of others is none of this Li's business." Ziwuji was furious, but he had nothing to say. Turning his head, he found that all the masters he had roped in had fallen into a bitter battle, causing him to become as anxious as ants on a hot walk. Li Mao Ming said again, "Good, the overall situation here has been settled. Second young master, how about I take you to drink a few glasses of wine to calm your nerves?" "If you want a drink, go drink by yourself." Ziwuji was annoyed. So how could he agree to such a ridiculous request? Up in the sky, the battle suddenly fell into a stalemate. Since Ziwuji had chosen to have a showdown with Gong Sun Liang today, the strength at his disposal was naturally not bad. Basically, he could compete with Gong Sun Liang. So when the two sides began fighting, they were evenly matched and it was impossible to tell who was stronger or weaker. However, Gong Sun Liang had yet to take action. As a second-order origin king, once he joined the battle, he would inevitably tip the scales of victory. What Ziwuji feared had come true. Before Ziwuji could finish his thoughts, though, Gong Sun Liang's figure flickered and rushed to Third Elder's side. Third Elder was a first-order origin king and was one of the first people to join Ziwuji. He was regarded as Ziwuji's right-hand man, but after being targeted by Gong Sun Liang, such a master was actually struggling and on the verge of defeat. Ziwuji's face sank as he shouted, "Venerable Yang, please take action." As soon as his voice fell, a figure flashed mid-air and Yang Kai appeared leisurely. directly beside Gong Sun Liang, sighed slightly, and sent out a palm strike towards Gong Sun Liang. Yang Kai was also extremely depressed. He had gained a lot in Purple Star's vault, and had planned to leave directly after washing the place with blood. After all, his purpose had been achieved, and there was no need for him to get involved in Zi Wuji's affairs. The people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and Li Nua of Clear Sky Auction House had already made preparations under his secret orders and were waiting for him to escape from Purple Star. But how could he have known that Shun Tu and the others would be transferred away by Zi Wuji? Yang Kai was unable to find any trace of Shun Tu and the others for a while, so he could only quietly release the stone mongoose and let it search for them. Now that he heard Zi Wuji's call, he could only feign civility. As soon as Kai Yang appeared, a light flashed across Li Mao Ming's eyes as he stared straight at him, his heart trembling. Although he had long noticed that there was a second-order origin king in Purple Star Palace, he had not been able to figure out how Yang Kai appeared here. It seemed that this venerable Yang was able to cross the barrier of space. This thought made Li Mao Ming's expression turn solemn. His previous relaxed demeanor disappeared as he said in a low voice, "Second young master, is this the third venerable master that everyone is talking about today?" Indeed. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Zi Wuji's expression finally calmed down. What does Venerable Li think of this Venerable Yang's strength? Very strong, Li Mao Ming quickly said. His Saint Qi is vigorous, even stronger than that of Great Elder and I. Zi Wuji smiled and said. So, Great Elder should not be his opponent. Li Mao Ming slowly shook his head and said, the strength of a cultivator cannot be judged by Saint Qi alone. There are many other factors involved, but if this person is able to pin down Great Elder will not have an easy time. If Venerable Li can help again, today's matter will definitely succeed. Zi Wuji's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Li Mao Ming. The latter laughed and shook his head. I only promise to ensure your safety. These people here are all brothers of Purple Star. How could I, Li Mao Ming, lay hands on them? Zi Wuji frowned as a look of struggle and hesitation flashed across his eyes before he finally said in a deep voice, if I help you pursue my mother and allow you to marry her, would that be enough for you to take action? What did you say? Li Mao Ming's face sank as he glared at Zi Wuji. Do you know what you just said is tarnishing your mother's reputation? If I hear anything like that again, I'll break your hands and feet. Chapter 1871. Li Mao Ming had been laughing and joking since he appeared, but after hearing Zi Wuji's words at this moment, his expression became extremely serious and his eyes became cold. Zi Wuji couldn't help shivering. He did not doubt the authenticity of the other party's words at all, and knew that if he continued to blabber like this, the other party might really break his hands and feet. However, from the other party's reaction, Zi Wuji also learned that his mother's position in the other party's mind was sacred and inviolable, causing him to feel overjoyed. After pondering for a moment, Zi Wuji said, this Wuji did not speak clearly. Please calm your anger, Venerable Li, it's like this. Zi Wuji did not say the rest of his words but instead stared at Li Mao Ming, his mouth moving slightly, apparently sending him a secret message. Li Mao Ming's face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, suddenly changed as he exclaimed, what did you say? Zilong, he. It's true, Zi Wuji nodded seriously. Zi Wuji nodded solemnly. My mother has been unable to eat or sleep these days. Since Venerable Li is a former friend of my father and mother, can you find an opportunity to persuade my mother? This Wuji is afraid that if she is too sad, something bad might happen to her. Li Mao Ming's heroic body staggered slightly as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, as if he was recalling something, his expression sorrowful as he remained silent for a long time. After a long time, Li Mao Ming let out a dry laugh as he muttered, Zilong, you little brat, you actually. He couldn't say the rest of his sentence, his voice choking with sobs. Venerable Li, you might as well consider what this Wuji just said. This Wuji is very worried about my mother's condition, Zi Wuji said softly. Li Mao Ming took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and glanced over at Zi Wuji. He said coldly, I will go see her, but it has nothing to do with what happened today. This king will not treat this matter as a transaction. If you really have filial piety, you should be filial to your mother and stop using her as a bargaining chip. If I find something like this again, I will not let you off lightly. Zi Wuji's complexion changed slightly as he felt annoyed in his heart, But on the surface, he had no choice but to nod obediently. Venerable Li's words are correct. This Wu Ji was wrong. Idiot. No wonder you lost to my father in the competition back then. Wu Ji's a loser. You deserve to die alone. Wu Ji cursed in his heart. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang had already exchanged several hundred moves. The energy fluctuations in the air were so intense that no one dared to come within 100 zhong of the two of them. After several hundred moves, there was still no clear victor. Yang Kai replied seriously, I am the Purple Star Venerable. Defending the peace of Purple Star is a matter of course, so why would I need any benefits? Gong Sun Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even though he knew that Kai Yang was lying through his teeth, there was nothing he could do. His face turned ruthless as he growled, Since that's the case, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. As he spoke, he formed a series of seals with his hands, causing the Saint Qi in his body to surge. Yang Kai frowned, mistakenly thinking that this old man was about to use some profound secret technique. He didn't dare to let his guard down and hurriedly retreated. Although with his strength, he wouldn't put Gong Sun Liang in his eyes. However, the other party was a second-order origin king after all, so if they really went all out, Yang Kai would not be able to escape. Even Yang Kai had to be wary of this old man. However, Gong Sun Liang showed a fierce grin as his figure flickered and split into 2, then 4, then 8 in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with Gong Sun Liang's figures, each of them lifelike. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was undoubtedly a very powerful secret technique, one that was incredibly effective both against enemies and for escaping. Moreover, under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't tell which Gong Sun Liang was the real one and which was an illusion. As soon as this move was used, not only did Yang Kai's expression become dignified, but even Li Mao Ming, who had been standing in the distance and watching the battle, wore a solemn look, his eyes flashing a lavender light as he scanned the countless illusions one by one, seemingly trying to find the real one. Gong Sun Liang's laughter rang out. Second young master, you forced this old master's hand. I hope you can bear the consequences. After saying so, all the illusions no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and instead shot towards the battlefield. Ah! A scream rang out as a cultivator who was fighting with a cultivator on Great Elder's side was suddenly sent flying backwards, a clear palm print appearing on his chest. This palm print was so clear that the cultivator's chest had caved in. Mid-air, this cultivator coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs and died before he even hit the ground. Screams rang out one after another, each of them belonging to a cultivator on Wu Ji's side, all of them origin returning realm masters. On the battlefield, Gong Sun Liang's figure was everywhere, and it was impossible to tell which of these illusions was real or fake. It was as if every one of them was real, and as soon as they took action, they were able to quickly kill Wu Ji's people. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of danger, and any cultivator who was approached by Gong Sun Liang showed a look of panic as they tried to escape. But in front of a second-order origin king, how could any of them escape? In the blink of an eye, several more people were killed, each of them a core force under Wu Ji's command. Blue veins bulged on Wu Ji's forehead as he clenched his fists and turned to look in the direction of Yang Kai, shouting, Venerable Yang, stop him quickly. Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he stood mid-air and shook his head. Second young master, this king can't see any flaws in Great Elder's move, so how can I stop him? These words were just empty words. He had been forced into this battle and did not want to contribute anything. The life or death of these people from Purple Star had nothing to do with him, so even if they all died, he would not care. He just wanted to stall for time. Once the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao rescued Shin Tu and the others, he could immediately leave this place. However, after standing in place and watching for a while, he had already seen some clues and understood the mysteries of Gong Sun Liang's move. If he used his demon eye of annihilation to see through illusions, it would not be difficult to find his real body. Hearing Yang Kai's irresponsible answer, Wu Ji's heart sank. Wu Ji's chest tightened, and he almost coughed up blood. If all the people on his side were really killed, there was no need for him to continue fighting. If they were all dead, what was there to fight for? Wu Ji's expression became ferocious for a moment. Wu Ji roared, In that case, I ask Venerable Yang to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. That's easy to handle. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and released several dozen golden blood threads, which transformed into several dozen sharp blades that shot out in all directions like arrows. Asterisk show show show. Asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Soon, several screams rang out. 7 or 8 Origin returning realm cultivator were caught off guard and struck by the golden blood threads. Their protective St. Chi and artifacts were instantly broken, and the golden blood threads pierced through their vital points, directly taking away their vitality. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, how could these Origin returning realm cultivator, who was in the middle of a bitter struggle, resist? The golden blood threads shuttled back and forth again, taking the lives of another group of cultivator. In just a dozen breaths of time, the number of people Yang Kai had killed was equal to Gong Sun Liang's. Gong Sun Liang roared in anger. An Origin returning realm cultivator was an indispensable backbone of any great force. After all, it was not easy to break through to the Origin King realm. Often, the strength of a great force depended not only on the number of Origin Kings it had. It also depended on the number of Origin returning realm cultivators it had. After today's battle, no matter who won or lost, Purple Star's Yuan Qi would definitely suffer heavy losses. This was a result neither Gong Sun Liang nor Zi Wuji wanted to see, but it was also an inevitable result. The end of one era ushered in the arrival of another, and it was always accompanied by the price of blood and lives. Up in the sky, all the Origin returning realm masters, and even the First Order Origin Kings were terrified. The situation at this moment was simply like Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang were engaged in a slaughter competition. They were competing to see who could kill faster and who could kill more people. Whoever couldn't bear it would be the first to admit defeat in front of these 2 second-order Origin King realm masters. No one could resist their tyrannical power. Li Mao Ming, who had been standing beside Zi Wuji as if he was not interested in anything in the world, also wore a heavy expression as he realized that if he did not take action now, Purple Star would really be finished. He never expected that things would develop to this point. He wanted to intervene, but because of what he had just said, he could not bring himself to drop a stone on his own feet. Just as he was having a headache, though, Gong Sun Liang suddenly roared, "Li Mao Ming, if you still remember the favor from back then, follow this old master and kill this little brat first. You don't want Purple Star to suffer heavy losses, do you?" Li Mao Ming frowned and hesitated. This Li does not want to see brothers kill each other, but second young master's safety. This old master will not make things difficult for you. This old master will not act against second young master. Even if this old master controls Purple Star, he will ensure his safety and prosperity for the rest of his life. Li Mao Ming's expression struggled. Zi Wuji looked at Li Mao Ming in amazement. "Venerable Li, you wouldn't. Now that things have developed to this point, I have no choice but to take action," Li Mao Ming sighed. "You can rest assured, as long as I am here, no one in this world can hurt you and your mother. I will protect you even if I have to die." After saying so, his figure flickered and he disappeared directly from where he stood. Zi Wuji was stunned in place for a while before he began cursing in exasperation, cursing Gong Sun Liang for being sinister and despicable, while cursing Li Mao Ming for going back on his word. He cursed Gong Sun Liang for being untrustworthy and cursed Li Mao Ming for not having any scruples whatsoever. Zi Wuji was also furious. Li Mao Ming was bound by Gong Sun Liang's favor back then and had agreed to help him deal with Yang Kai. As a result, Zi Wuji was completely defeated in today's battle. Although Li Mao Ming had said that he would protect him and Gong Sun Liang had guaranteed him a lifetime of glory, the throne that stood above hundreds of millions of Purple Star's people was not something he could hope to obtain. Unless Yang Kai could defeat both of them at the same time. But was that even possible? All 3 of them were second-order Origin Kings, and their strength should be about the same. It was impossible for one person to defeat 2. Zi Wuji's eyes filled with despair. Chapter 1872. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk with a burst of whistling sounds, the countless phantoms of Gong Sun Liang shot back in the same direction, revealing his true body as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, not saying a word. Not far from him, Li Mao Ming's figure also appeared. The 2 of them formed a triangle and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. Yang Kai showed a playful smile on his face as he stretched out his hand and recalled the golden blood threads flying around him back into his body. Only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief. In the short 20 to 30 breaths just now, the total number of cultivator who had died at the hands of the two second-order origin kings had exceeded 60. These 60 cultivators were all second- or third-order origin returning realm masters, the mainstays of Purple Star. Fortunately, the crisis had passed at this moment, leaving them with some lingering fear and sadness. As if they had reached an agreement, everyone stopped fighting and turned to look at the three second-order origin kings in the sky. Everyone knew that the key to victory or defeat today lay with these three. There was no point in them continuing to fight, and since there was no point, they naturally couldn't be bothered to see blood. In an instant, the originally noisy battlefield calmed down as countless pairs of eyes turned back and forth between Yang Kai, Gong Sun Liang, and Li Mao Ming, their expressions solemn. "What's wrong? You want to bully me with numbers?" Yang Kai looked around with a smile, not showing any signs of panic. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted but did not speak, as if he was extremely angry with Yang Kai. Li Mao Ming pondered for a moment before saying politely, "Since your excellency's surname is Yang, this Li will call you Brother Yang. Brother Yang, since you have accepted the venerable token, you are a venerable of my Purple Star, a member of my Purple Star. I'm afraid you don't want to see today's situation." Yang Kai chuckled and said perfunctorily, "Naturally." Li Mao Ming forced a smile. "It's good that Brother Yang thinks so. Since Brother Yang has Purple Star in your heart, then why don't you give it a try? How about listening to this Li's words?" "Brother Li, please speak." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Today's matter ends here. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, the one who will suffer will be Purple Star as a whole, which will not benefit anyone. It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. So how about the two of you stop here and make peace?" Li Mao Ming looked at Yang Kai sincerely. He couldn't help but pray in his heart that Yang Kai would finish what he started. If that was the case, then he still had a chance. But what he didn't expect was that after listening to Li Mao Ming, Yang Kai nodded without hesitation and said, "Brother Li is right. That's exactly what I was thinking. I originally wanted to admit defeat. After all, there are two of you. I can't beat him, can I?" Ziwuji's face stiffened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. At this moment, he understood that he really had no chance of winning. He had never expected that a second-order origin king like Yang Kai would be so spineless. Compared to him, Li Mao Ming was much more reliable. Seeing Kai Yang agree so readily, Li Mao Ming couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The earnest and sincere words he had prepared were completely useless, so he simply smiled and said, "Brother Yang really understands the importance of righteousness. This Li admires you. Great elder. What do you think?" He turned his head to look at Gong Sun Liang again. Gong Sun Liang narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and quickly said, "Stopping here and making peace is not an issue." Li Mao Ming was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Gong Sun Liang cut in. "But this venerable Yang has killed so many of this old master's people. We cannot just let him go like this." Li Mao Ming frowned as a look of displeasure appeared on his face, wondering why Gong Sun Liang was so stubborn. "Then what do you propose?" Yang Kai raised his brow as his eyes met Gong Sun Liang's. "As a venerable, you don't put the lives of my Purple Star's disciples in your eyes at all. What qualifications do you have to sit on the position of venerable and be worshipped by billions of Purple Star's people?" Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted, "Your Excellency, please return the venerable token to Purple Star. My Purple Star does not need a venerable like you." As soon as this statement came out, Li Mao Ming's face could not help changing slightly as he shot a complicated look towards Gong Sun Liang, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he just sighed and remained silent. With his shrewdness, he naturally saw through Gong Sun Liang's true intentions. Today, even if these two had stopped fighting and made peace with him, there was definitely still a knot in each other's hearts. What's more, Yang Kai was still on Ziwuji's side, so if Gong Sun Liang wanted to completely control Purple Star, Yang Kai would have to be removed. Otherwise, Gong Sun Liang would not be able to live peacefully in the future. It was for this reason that Gong Sun Liang made such a proposal. However, this proposal was obviously very insulting, so he did not know if this venerable Yang would be able to accept it. If he became enraged and took action, things would become even more difficult. Li Mao Ming was worried as he carefully observed the changes in Yang Kai's demeanor, preparing to jump out and mediate the situation as soon as something went wrong so everyone could discuss it. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, "So it's just this. Good, this king didn't want to be a venerable anyway. Since Great Elder wants the venerable token, just take it. Saying so, he casually tossed a token towards Gong Sun Liang. Gong Sun Liang reacted quickly and caught it. After taking a closer look, he found that it was indeed the venerable token, causing him to freeze in place. He had not expected that the other party really did not put the venerable token in his eyes and would simply hand it over, causing him to feel a little disbelief. He did not really want to deprive Yang Kai of his status as venerable. He just wanted to take a step back in order to make it easier for him to make another request. Yang Kai's cooperation had disrupted his plan. Gong Sun Liang did not know what to say. Huh. Brother Yang is really a free and easy person. This Li admires him greatly. Li Maoming looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a monster before turning to Gong Sun Liang and saying, Great Elder, Brother Yang has returned the venerable token, today's matter. It's not over yet. Gong Sun Liang waved his hand, interrupting Li Maoming's words as he stared at Yang Kai aggressively. Although the venerable token has been returned, Your Excellency has killed so many people. This matter cannot be forgotten. You're not done yet? Yang Kai could not help sneering. He really did not care about the Purple Star venerable token at all. This time, he had come to Purple Star only for the Star Emperor token, and now that he had obtained it, he would never come here again. The venerable token was useless to him, so if Gong Sun Liang wanted it, he would give it up. Unexpectedly, the other party still continued to harp on, making Yang Kai extremely annoyed. Gong Sun Liang said, A life for a life, it is only right and proper. However, Your Excellency's strength is profound, so this elder is not confident he can take your life. How about this? Your Excellency should compensate me with some property, so that this elder can answer to my subordinates. Haha. Yang Kai could not help grinning as he stared at Gong Sun Liang with interest. Compensation? What do you want me to compensate you with? Gong Sun Liang's expression was solemn as he stared at Yang Kai, his lips squirming. Li Maoming's face was gloomy as he tried to eavesdrop but failed. He did not know what Gong Sun Liang had proposed, but he suddenly felt very powerless. In his opinion, today's matter could not be better. He had repaid Gong Sun Liang's favor, and there was no need for him to fight with Yang Kai. Only the heavens knew what kind of medicine Gong Sun Liang had taken to become so greedy. He believed that the property Gong Sun Liang wanted from Yang Kai as compensation would be extremely valuable, and once they failed to reach an agreement, it was bound to cause more trouble. While feeling irritable, Li Maoming was also secretly vigilant. Sure enough, after Gong Sun Liang sent him a secret divine sense, Yang Kai said, So you want that thing, I understand. What Gong Sun Liang wanted was the origin essence crystal he obtained at the auction half a month ago. This old man must have also seen the extraordinary nature of that mysterious auction item at that time, and had probably spent a lot of time thinking about it these past few days, so he should know what was inside, which was why he had asked for it at this time. Hand over that thing, and this old master will let you go, Gong Sun Liang quickly said. And if I don't? Yang Kai squinted at him. Gong Sun Liang said unhurriedly, Your Excellency had best think carefully before speaking. Although your strength is extraordinary, if I join forces with Brother Li, we may be able to capture you. Do you really want to oppose this old master? Nonsense. Yang Kai laughed. You're the one who wants a yard after taking an inch. You want that thing of mine? Good, take it yourself, but I don't know if you have the ability. When Li Maoming saw this scene, he knew that the negotiations between the two had broken down and could not help feeling a headache coming on as he stood to the side with a bitter expression. If that's the case, it's useless to say more. Brother Li, follow this old master. Gong Sun Liang roared as his Saint Qi burst out from his body. Stretching out his hand, Gong Sun Liang summoned a short sword-like artifact. Grabbing the hilt, Gong Sun Liang charged forward. He was a second-order origin king who had stagnated in this realm for many years, so his strength was extremely high. While summoning his artifact, Gong Sun Liang also released his territory domain to suppress Yang Kai. In an instant, the space around Yang Kai became extremely viscous, and even the flow of world energy seemed to stop. Stepping forward, Gong Sun Liang suddenly appeared above Yang Kai's head and slashed down with his sword. A dazzling brilliance and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from the short sword, as if it was capable of cutting the world in half. Yang Kai stood in place, staring at Gong Sun Liang coldly, and when the attack was about to reach him, he suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned the edgeless dragon bone sword to block it. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering force spread out from where the two sword-shaped artifacts collided, creating a huge halo of light visible to the naked eye. Gong Sun Liang, who launched the attack, paled as his eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. Chapter 1873. Although he had fought with Yang Kai just now, it was just a fight and he had not used his full strength. But now, in order to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal and break through to the Third Order Origin King Realm, Gong Sun Liang did not hold back at all. This blow was definitely 100% of his strength, but it was easily blocked by the other party. Not only that, but there was also a power that he could not resist coming from the other side. Under this power, he seemed to have become a small boat floating alone in the sea in the storm. In the storm, the waves hit, and he was in danger of being overturned at any time. Gong Sun Liang was shocked, and while struggling to resist the impact of the energy coming from Yang Kai, he shouted, "Brotherly, why haven't you acted yet?" He had no choice but to ask Li Mao Ming for help. Li Mao Ming frowned and said, "Why bother? Why bother?" Complaining, he had no choice but to release his own territory field to pressure Yang Kai. After all, he still owed Gong Sun Liang a favor, and now that Yang Kai had returned the Venerable token and was no longer a Purple Star Venerable, Gong Sun Liang did not have any moral scruples about attacking Yang Kai. However, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to fight with a cultivator in the same realm as himself, so he only released his domain to test the pressure on Yang Kai and didn't use his full strength. The center of this pressure was where Yang Kai was. This increased the pressure on Yang Kai greatly, and he, who had the upper hand, had to divert some of his strength to resist Li Mao Ming's territory field. Gong Sun Liang saw this. Immediately regaining the initiative, he suppressed Kai Yang, forcing him to lower his body. While putting pressure on Yang Kai, he gritted his teeth and said kindly to Yang Kai, "Young man, there is a saying that a wise man submits to circumstances. Hand over that thing, and this old master will no longer embarrass you and will even treat you as an honored guest of Purple Star. What do you think? Why do you sound like you're certain of victory?" Although Yang Kai had a difficult expression on his face, his demeanor was extremely leisurely as he looked at Gong Sun Liang calmly. Gong Sun Liang laughed, "Because this old master is confident of victory." "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white fangs. The moment the second word left his mouth, his territory field expanded outwards. Asterisk Wang, asterisk with a throbbing sensation. The surrounding space seemed to become unstable, as if it was on the verge of collapse. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. The power of Yang Kai's domain formed visible ripples. Sun Liang. A fine sound could be heard. Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming's faces changed. The former exclaimed, "How is that possible?" He was shocked to discover that even under the combined pressure of his and Li Mao Ming's domains, not only was Yang Kai not suppressed, but he was also able to completely suppress him. Instead, it exploded and disintegrated their domains piece by piece. Gong Sun Liang's heart shook. He had broken through to the Origin King realm 1,000 years ago, and had broken through to the Second Order Origin King realm 300 years ago. He had been immersed in the Origin King realm for 1,000 years, which meant he had tempered his territory for 1,000 years. He had a unique understanding of his territory, and there were only a few people in the entire star territory who could surpass him. Li Mao Ming was the same. But now, both of their territory fields added together were no match for Yang Kai's. Even after joining forces, they had been defeated. What did this mean? This meant that Yang Kai's territory field was stronger than both of them. This discovery made Gong Sun Liang's heart go cold, and his eyes filled with horror as they trembled. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had not used his full strength. He had tried to overestimate Yang Kai's strength as much as possible, but in the end, he still found he had underestimated him. Not good. Li Mao Ming shouted as he quickly withdrew his territory field, his face going pale. When one's territory field was shattered, it damaged one's foundation. If it was shattered beyond repair, it was very likely that one's realm would fall. This was a consequence no Origin King could afford. Fortunately, Li Mao Ming had reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have really been in danger. As soon as he withdrew his territory field, Gong Sun Liang alone could not resist Yang Kai's power. A series of explosions rang out mid-air, and as these sounds rang out, Gong Sun Liang's body trembled slightly as blood oozed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. This was a sign that his territory field, which he had condensed for 1,000 years, was about to collapse. After this battle, even if Gong Sun Liang did not die, he would need to enter retreat for at least 100 years to repair his territory field. But that was not the end of it. Yang Kai looked at Gong Sun Liang, who was right in front of him, and slashed down with the dragon bone sword in his hand, sending Gong Sun Liang flying like a rag sack. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a dragon's roar resounded through the world as the dragon bone sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon. Its massive body swayed as it stared at Gong Sun Liang with its 2 eyes that were larger than houses. It opened its bloody maw, and from the looks of it, it seemed to want to swallow him whole. Dragon bone artifact. Gong Sun Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When Yang Kai took out the dragon bone sword just now, Gong Sun Liang felt that this artifact was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be an artifact made from dragon bones. This was the skeleton of an ancient divine spirit. An artifact made from it would be at least origin king grade. The thick dragon pressure impacted Gong Sun Liang's soul and body, causing him to feel an uncontrollable fear and horror in his heart. This was an instinctive fear, one that no one would not feel when facing an ancient divine spirit. This was an instinct that originated from his blood. Biting the tip of his tongue, Gong Sun Liang forced himself to dispel the discomfort in his heart before forming a series of seals with his hands and pushing his Saint Qi. In the next moment, his short sword artifact burst with light and, with a burst of distortion, transformed into a huge hairtail. This hairtail was a multicolored existence that dazzled the eyes of those who saw it, and the sharp teeth in its mouth were as dense as saws as it rushed towards the giant dark green dragon. The 2 Origin King grade artifacts collided mid-air, and a violent energy fluctuation spread out, shaking all of Purple Star City. The houses below seemed to have decayed like a flowing time great emperor, bursting apart one after another as huge gullies were plowed into the ground. The Origin returning realm cultivator, who had been standing nearby to watch the battle, all felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly pushed their defensive methods, but they were still impacted by the terrifying energy shockwaves. Only a few Purple Star elder-level existences, relying on their profound cultivations, remained standing in place, but from the looks on their faces, it was obvious that resisting the aftermath of this impact was not easy. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn, but none of them were willing to close their eyes, all of them carefully observing this great battle. A head-on confrontation between second-order Origin Kings was not something one could see often, and learning anything from it was enough to benefit them immensely. In the huge explosion of energy, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Gong Sun Liang. Gong Sun Liang's face changed drastically. At this moment, his momentum was extremely weak, and he had never imagined that Yang Kai would appear in front of him at this time. Yang Kai did not say a word, his expression cold and resolute as a 5-colored light flashed from his fist as he punched towards Gong Sun Liang. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. This was a peerless body tempering secret art that could be used both offensively and defensively. Yang Kai had covered his fist with 5 elements indestructible sword Qi, making it extremely sturdy, almost equivalent to wearing an Origin King grade glove. If this punch hit, Gong Sun Liang would definitely be severely injured. The fist was not swung very quickly, and its trajectory was extremely clear, but Gong Sun Liang was stunned to find that he could not block this punch at all. This was an absolute suppression of strength. It was an attack that he could not resolve no matter what method he used. If he was at his peak, he might have been able to retreat, but at this moment, his momentum was weakened and his territory was damaged, so how could he resist? He could only watch as the fist covered in 5-colored light grew larger and larger in front of him, his heart filled with fear. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Gong Sun Liang. Surprisingly, it was Li Mao Ming. Li Mao Ming's face was extremely dignified as he stretched out his hand, patted his chest, opened his mouth, and spat out a wine gourd. Without even thinking about it, he grabbed the gourd, poured it into his mouth, and then spat it towards Yang Kai. A blue flame appeared between Yang Kai and Li Mao Ming, cutting off Yang Kai's attack like a heavenly river. This flame was not hot, but instead extremely cold. As soon as this blue flame appeared, the entire world seemed to be frozen solid. The five-colored light on Yang Kai's fist flickered, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. At the same time, a chill ran up his fist, straight to his heart. Yang Kai could not help shivering. Looking at the wine gourd and the blue flame in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, realizing that this was definitely an incredible treasure. "Brother Yang, stop." Seeing Yang Kai's actions slightly hindered, Li Mao Ming hurriedly spoke. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, ignored Li Mao Ming, and shouted, "Dragon transformation." Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk his arms suddenly expanded, and under the incredulous gazes of Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang, dragon scales condensed from Saint Qi appeared all over his arm. His outstretched hand also transformed into a terrifying dragon claw, and the golden divine dragon aura radiating from it caused the hearts of the two men to tremble. The blue flame barrier between them was easily broken through and attached to the dragon scales on Yang Kai's arm, burning fiercely, but unable to cause any harm to him. Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang's eyes trembled violently, and without hesitation, they attacked together, combining their strength to form a fierce attack that was not weaker than a third-order origin king's, and sending it towards Yang Kai to meet his terrifying dragon claw. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk in the void, light flickered and the sound of explosions rang out one after another as a huge halo of light spread out, creating a scene of doomsday for everyone. The three figures were sent flying backwards at the same time. Chapter 1874. All of Purple Star City was shaken as countless cultivators raised their heads and stared towards the place where the battle had broken out. Everyone was filled with fear and trepidation. 90% of the people here did not know what was going on, but they knew that there were masters fighting a life or death battle. As the saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer, so naturally, they did not want to be implicated. In an instant, countless people rushed towards the city gate, trying to escape Purple Star City and avoid the limelight. There were also some courageous cultivator who rushed towards the battle, wanting to fish in troubled waters. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunities. This was an immutable truth. Somewhere below Purple Star Palace, Ziwu Ji grinned silently as a look of fanaticism appeared on his face. He had never expected Yang Kai to be so powerful. When Li Mao Ming agreed to help Gong Sun Liang deal with Yang Kai, Ziwu Ji thought his momentum was gone and had mentally prepared himself for failure, causing him to fall into despair. But now, he was reinvigorated because in the confrontation between the three second-order origin kings, Yang Kai had gained the upper hand while Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming were still at a disadvantage. This venerable Yang is actually so strong. Even my father, Zi Long, can't compare to him, right? Besides disbelief, Ziwu Ji was also excited. The beautiful picture of the future slowly unfolded in front of him, and Ziwu Ji was so excited that he could barely control himself. All he could do was urge Yang Kai to cut Gong Sun Liang down with his sword. Up in the air, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stretched his body. His eyes sparkled as he stared at a spot not far away. A few kilometers away, Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming both turned pale as they stared at this scene in horror. In that head-on confrontation just now, none of the three had gained any advantage. Yang Kai was injured, and Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming were both injured. However, Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang were not having a good time either. It could be said that all three of them had suffered heavy losses. This outcome was unacceptable to Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming. When the two of them joined forces, they could almost display the power of a third-order origin king. But Yang Kai was able to block them. Didn't this mean that the other party was qualified to compete with a third-order origin king? This kind of thing almost overturned Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang's understanding. The difference between the second order and third order was only a single minor realm, but it was like the difference between heaven and earth. With each breakthrough to the origin king realm, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, not only did those eyes not have the slightest intention of retreating, there was instead a kind of high fighting spirit, causing Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang's scalps to go numb. What kind of freak was this? The two of them found themselves unable to see through Yang Kai. Clang! A crisp sound came from the sky. It was the sound of the two Origin King-grade artifacts colliding. The giant dark green dragon transformed back into the dragon bone sword while the fish-shaped existence returned to its original form. The two sword-shaped artifacts flew back to their respective masters' hands. The dragon bone sword was safe and sound. Its entire body was jade green, and a halo of light was circulating about it. Gong Sun Liang's short sword, on the other hand, was dim. Clearly, it had lost a lot of its spiritual energy. Looking at this short sword, Gong Sun Liang's blood rushed to his head, causing his injuries to worsen and causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Brother Yang, stop!" Li Mao Ming's complexion changed slightly as he looked towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. He really didn't want to fight anymore. This time, he had only come out of seclusion because he had been entrusted by that person to protect Zi Wuji's safety. Later, he had been forced into a confrontation with a cultivator in the same realm, which was not what he wanted, not to mention that the one he had to fight was a monster like Yang Kai. "If I fight when you say so, won't I lose face?" Yang Kai grinned fiercely. "Then what do you want? We're not outsiders here, so everything can be discussed." Li Mao Ming still regarded Yang Kai as one of his own, so it seemed that the credibility of the venerable token was still very high. "Very simple." Yang Kai grinned and took a step forward. "Let's fight life or death. I'll leave after we're done, whether you fight me alone or together. I don't care." "You." Li Mao Ming became anxious and looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. "Why are you doing this?" He never thought that Yang Kai would make such a ridiculous request. When one reached the Origin King realm, one would generally avoid direct conflict because no Origin King was easy to provoke. Everyone had their own trump cards, and forcing them into a corner wouldn't do them any good. Li Mao Ming had never seen someone like Yang Kai actually forcing him to fight again. "I just broke through to the second-order Origin King realm not long ago, so it's rare for me to meet an opponent in the same realm as me. I want to test where my bottom line is." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "You're both good opponents." "Nonsense." Before Li Mao Ming could speak, Gong Sun Liang couldn't help cursing as he glared angrily at Yang Kai, a deep hatred flashing across his eyes. "An old monster still wants to pretend to be young? Do you have any shame?" At first, he also thought that Yang Kai wasn't very old. After all, he looked very young. But after fighting for a while, he immediately concluded that Yang Kai was definitely a cultivator who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to possess such great strength. If a newly promoted second-order Origin King could fight two people alone and suppress him and Li Mao Ming when they joined forces, Gong Sun Liang might as well just kill himself. "Believe it or not, this matter can't end here," Yang Kai coldly snorted. Seeing him being so aggressive, a trace of anger flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes, and he opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He was also filled with regret in his heart. If he had given up just now, there wouldn't have been so much trouble, but it was because he wanted to snatch the Origin Essence crystal from Yang Kai's hands that such a storm had arisen. As a result, his territory had been damaged, his artifacts had lost their spirituality, and his body had been severely injured. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need to enter secluded retreat for at least 100 years. But regretting it now was useless, as Gong Sun Liang's heart was filled with bitterness. "If the two of you don't want to fight, I'll make the first move." Yang Kai looked over and secretly circulated his Saint Chi. At that moment, he suddenly frowned and looked up in a certain direction. At the same time, Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and even the other Origin King realm elders of Purple Star all turned to look in the same direction. Over there, a figure walked over from the horizon unhurriedly. At first, he seemed to be far away, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the center of the battlefield. The newcomer was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a linen robe that was spotless and gave off no imposing aura, making him look no different from an ordinary old man. However, Yang Kai's expression was extremely dignified because he felt an unimaginable pressure from this old man. After arriving at the center of the battlefield, the old man turned his head and looked around, his face gloomy. Everyone who was caught by his gaze involuntarily turned their eyes away and lowered their heads. In this vast area, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone even suppressed their breathing for fear of upsetting this old man. "Humph." After a long time, the old man snorted softly. This voice sounded very ordinary, but it seemed to have triggered some kind of mysterious power. It was like the morning bell and evening drum that fiercely beat on everyone's hearts, causing everyone's body to tremble and their blood to flow faster. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his eyes flashed brilliantly. A third-order Origin King. When this old man appeared, Yang Kai had some speculations, but it was only now that he was certain the other party was a genuine third-order Origin King. Throughout the entire territory of Purple Star, The number of supreme existences could be counted on one hand. A name suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Kuang Shizong. Zidong had once told him about the strength and number of Purple Star's masters. So Yang Kai knew that Purple Star had always had a third-order origin king, and this person was Kuang Shizong. This old man's seniority was so high that even Zilong had to call him martial uncle when he saw him. However, no one knew where this person was because no one in Purple Star had seen him for 200 years. Some people said he had died long ago. Some said he had gone to the most dangerous place in Purple Star's territory to seek a higher martial Dao, while others said he had broken through the void and left Purple Star's territory long ago. But no one had expected that he had been in Purple Star City all this time and had appeared at this time. Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and the other Origin King realm elders finally recovered at this moment and bowed respectfully in the direction of Kuang Shizong. Greetings, martial ancestor. Many Origin returning realm cultivator knew who this old man was, so none of them dared to neglect and quickly bowed their heads. Do you still regard this martial ancestor as your martial ancestor? Kuang Shizong looked at everyone coldly as cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Even Gong Sun Liang and Li Mao Ming lowered their heads, like children who had made a mistake, not daring to say anything. After 200 years, all of you have grown, Kuang Shizong sneered. Kuang Shizong sneered. Purple Star City has been reduced to such a state by you. You must be worthy of the foundation Purple Star's ancestors established for you. Hearing this question, everyone trembled and sweated profusely. If this old master had not come out of seclusion, were you prepared to tear down this Purple Star Palace? We wouldn't dare. Gong Sun Liang replied in fear and trepidation. Why wouldn't we dare? Aren't all of you very courageous? How come you have the courage to do it, but not the courage to admit it? We are unfilial. Please forgive us, martial ancestor. Gong Sun Liang shouted. We are unfilial. Please forgive us, martial ancestor. Countless people shouted in unison. What is the meaning of today's situation? Kuang Shizong roared, his white hair fluttering in the wind as he shouted angrily. Quickly tell me. Gong Sun Liang trembled and did not dare to hide anything, quickly explaining the cause and effect. Chapter 1875. In front of an old monster like Kuang Shizong, Gong Sun Liang did not dare to play any tricks, so he did not embellish his words at all and simply recounted today's events. When he heard that the Ancestral Hall's memorial tablets were all broken, Kuang Shizong flew into a rage and a terrifying pressure swept across the audience. This pressure was so heavy that it felt like the sky was collapsing, pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble uneasily. His sharp eyes turned towards Ziwuji, and with a single glance, Ziwuji actually coughed up a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. With Kuang Shizong's shrewdness, how could he not know that the broken memorial tablets were secretly caused by Ziwuji? This was a great disrespect to his ancestors, so he naturally had to punish him. Hearing that Yang Kai had not only not fallen into a disadvantageous position, but had instead gained the upper hand, Kuang Shizong raised his brow and looked towards Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai showed no fear and simply grinned back at him. After a while, Gong Sun Liang finished speaking and stood quietly in place, waiting anxiously. The atmosphere was solemn and no one dared to speak. The place where Kuang Shizong stood had become the focus of everyone's eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. After a long time, Kuang Shizong said leisurely, Why hasn't this old master heard that my purple star has a third venerable? Little brat, where did you obtain that venerable token? Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, Old sir's question is strange. That venerable token was naturally given to me by Brother Zilong. He gave it to you? When and where? Kuang Shizong's majestic eyes stared at Yang Kai as he asked. Gong Sun Liang, Li Mao Ming, and the others all looked at Kuang Shizong suspiciously, not knowing why he would ask these irrelevant questions. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had a bad premonition, but he still calmly asked, What does old sir mean by asking these questions? You know what I mean? Kuang Shizong's face suddenly became solemn as he took a step in the direction of Yang Kai. It was only a single step, but the momentum it created was like a giant hammer smashing towards Yang Kai. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he could not help being forced back 3 steps as his face turned red. Zilong, where is he? Is he dead or alive? Kuang Shizong asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he did not make a sound. Obviously, he already knew something. Or perhaps he had deduced something. No matter how he answered, he might reveal a flaw, so it was best not to speak. You're not speaking? Does that mean you have a guilty conscience? Kwang Shizong sneered. Kid, little brat, you may not know. Purple Star's venerables didn't just have to possess a venerable token. You still need this old man's approval. If I don't agree, Zilong won't give out the venerable token, no matter how bold he is. You have the venerable token, but I don't know of your existence. Is it because Zilong doesn't put this old master in his eyes, or is there some other problem? Shouldn't you explain yourself? Hearing what he said, Yang Kai could not help chuckling and said casually, maybe Brother Zilong wants to wait a while before telling old sir, and I have already returned the venerable token to Great Elder. So shouldn't this matter end here? Humph. Kwang Shizong coldly snorted and ignored Yang Kai, instead turning to Zi Wuji below and coldly asking, is your father's Yuan life lamp still there? Although Zi Wuji had been severely injured just now, he was not seriously injured. At this moment, he was adjusting his breathing, but when he heard this question, his body shook as he struggled for a moment, seemingly hesitating whether to lie or not. In the end, he replied honestly, reporting to Ancestral Founder, Father's Yuan life lamp has been broken. What? Everyone was shocked, even Gong Sun Liang showing an expression of disbelief. What a Yuan life lamp represented, they naturally understood in their hearts, and what it meant for a Yuan life lamp to be broken, everyone understood. It meant Zilong had fallen. The sect master of Purple Star had passed away. Only Li Mao Ming, who had received the news from Zi Wuji early in the morning, remained calm, but his expression was also gloomy as he smiled bitterly. He and Zilong had fought together for the sake of a woman, but that was it, they were not enemies. When he learned that Zilong had fallen, Li Mao Ming did not feel the slightest joy, instead feeling extremely sad. Sure enough, Kwang Shizong sighed as his face seemed to age a lot. After a moment of silence, he turned to Yang Kai again, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, as if they could see through everything in this world, quickly asking, where did Zilong die? The severed world. Yang Kai replied with a frown. Who killed him? Yang Kai was surprised. What? Does old sir think that Brother Zilong's death has nothing to do with me? Kwang Shizong sneered. Although you are strong, you are not qualified to kill Zilong. If not, do you think this old master would be telling you this? I would have already taken your life to avenge Zilong. Old sir's vision is truly sharp. Yang Kai wore a look of admiration, but immediately his expression became one of pain as he said, Brother Zilong died to the 7-colored radiant light. Not by someone. 7-colored radiant light? Kwang Shizong's face changed, obviously knowing what kind of existence the 7-colored radiant light was. Perhaps he had also been to the severed world in the past and knew how powerful the 7-colored radiant light was. Hearing this, he nodded gently and said, if that's the case, it was his own carelessness. After Brother Zilong died, I picked up his space ring and the venerable token, haha. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. So, you are not my Purple Star's venerable? Gong Sun Liang's eyes bulged as he could not help shouting angrily. Great Elder, please forgive me. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him with a smile. This old master is furious. Gong Sun Liang's blood rushed to his head, and he almost burst from anger. Kwang Shizong glanced at him coldly before turning to Yang Kai and saying, Boy, you are not my Purple Star's venerable, yet you swindled others here and destroyed my Purple Star City. Your crimes are unforgivable. This isn't just about me. Yang Kai said with an aggrieved expression. If it weren't for you, how could today's situation have occurred? Kwang Shizong glared at Yang Kai coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. Yang Kai secretly became vigilant as he circulated his Saint Chi, preparing to fight back at any time. But to his surprise, Kwang Shizong did not immediately attack him and instead said, Boy, this old master will give you 2 choices. The first is for this old master to kill you and grind your bones to ashes to appease the souls of Purple Star's ancestors. The second is for you to join my Purple Star, become a member of my Purple Star, and serve my Purple Star. Choose for yourself. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Old sir is making things difficult for me. First, I don't want to die, and second, I don't want to join Purple Star. What should I do? Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This old master is also a person who appreciates talents and does not want someone like you to die young. You should think about it carefully before replying. I've already thought about it thoroughly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Kuang Shizong's eyes narrowed as he stared in Yang Kai's direction and said unhurriedly, "You pretended to be my Purple Star's venerable, sneaked into Purple Star Palace, and got involved in this muddy water. My guess is, you came here for these people." As soon as his voice fell, Kuang Shizong stretched out his hand and waved. In the distance below, a slight exclamation suddenly rang out, followed by a roar accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation. Kuang Shizong's face became solemn as he stretched out his hand and pulled. A few figures uncontrollably flew over from that direction and came to a place not far from him. These figures were none other than Shin Tu and the others. Behind Shin Tu and the others, the stone puppet was in hot pursuit with the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand, its small body having swelled to twice its original size. It seemed that it wanted to rescue Shin Tu and the others, but was unable to do so. Shin Tu and the others looked panicked. They had just been rescued by the stone mongoose, and were about to take the opportunity to escape Purple Star City when they were subdued by Kuang Shizong. At this moment, they had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention, causing them to feel quite distressed. Kuang Shizong stopped Shin Tu and the others not far in front of him and frowned as he looked down at the stone mongoose, a look of suspicion on his face. With his eyesight, he could not tell whether the stone mongoose was a living creature or a puppet. He could only vaguely feel that this stone-like thing was not simple. What does Old Sir mean? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Kuang Shizong. Nothing. Kuang Shizong saw that he was somewhat nervous about Shin Tu and the others and could not help smiling proudly. It seems that you are a member of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? But why has this old master never heard of you from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? This little brat is just a nameless nobody, so Old Sir naturally has not heard of him. But Old Sir is a martial Dao Grandmaster level character. Yet you still want to play such tricks? If word of this were to spread, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped from it. Who would dare ridicule me? This old master will destroy his entire family. Kuang Shizong said with a look of indifference, "I'll give you one last chance. Pledge your loyalty to my Purple Star, and I'll let these small fries go. Otherwise, all of you will die." Shin Tu was suspended mid-air, unable to circulate his Saint Qi with his strength sealed. Hearing this, he looked at Yang Kai with a bitter smile and said, "Brother Yang, don't worry about us, think of a way." Before he could finish speaking, though, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Second young master. The Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator was shocked, one of them turning to Kuang Shizong and cursing, "Old bastard, you dare, asterisk pung." Asterisk before this man could finish his sentence, his head suddenly burst open, sending red and white matter flying in all directions as his headless corpse fell from midair. Shin Tu and the others immediately turned pale, never having expected that Kuang Shizong, with his status, would really kill an origin-returning realm cultivator, much less in a situation where he had been subdued. At that moment, none of them dared to make a sound, lest they provoke a fatal disaster. This old master doesn't have much patience. The next one will be him. This little brat seems to have some weight. If he dies, you may seriously consider this old master's suggestion. Kuang Shizong pointed to Shin Tu and said coldly. As soon as this statement came out, Shin Tu couldn't help trembling. "You dare!" Yang Kai shouted angrily, his face suddenly becoming ferocious. Without even mentioning the friendship between him and Shin Tu, Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch Shin Tu be killed. On top of that, if he really allowed Shin Tu to be killed by Kuang Shizong, Yang Kai would never have the face to see Shuiyu again. After all, Shin Tu was Shuiyu's second brother. Kuang Shizong was startled and said with a strange expression, "It's been a long time since someone has said such words to this old master." Interesting, boy. Open your eyes wide and see if this old master really dares to kill him. Chapter 1876. Kuang Shizong was decisive and ruthless, so naturally, he would not take Yang Kai's meaningless threats to heart. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards Shin Tu, clearly intending to kill him. Shin Tu's face went pale as he felt the aura of death envelop him, his entire being feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Right at that moment, a mysterious power pulsed and Yang Kai suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Kuang Shizong's eyes narrowed as he suddenly clenched his outstretched hand and clenched it into a fist. The powerful aura of a third-order origin king suddenly erupted and punched towards the void in front of him. In front of him, Yang Kai appeared like a ghost and stood between him and Shin Tu, his face extremely solemn as he clasped his hands together and pushed them forward. Secret technique, exile. Space force surged, and a black hole suddenly appeared in front of Kwang Shizong. This black hole was like the maw of a beast that wanted to swallow him whole. Inside this black hole was chaos and emptiness. Even a master like Kwang Shizong could not help shuddering when he felt the aura coming from this black hole. The powerful strength of a third-order origin king erupted. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang, the black hole shattered like a mirror, inch by inch. However, the chaotic power of space sputtered in all directions, transforming into countless attacks that enveloped Kwang Shizong. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk a series of whooshing sounds rang out as a series of huge crescent moon-shaped energy attacks slashed towards Kwang Shizong. Secret technique, Moon Blade. Kwang Shizong's eyes narrowed as he felt the tremendous power contained in these moon blades. Not daring to neglect, Kwang Shizong opened his mouth and spat out a jade-like artifact that twisted and transformed into a giant bird. This giant bird had 3 heads. Each of them was the size of a house. With a flap of its wings, the surrounding wind attribute energy gathered and transformed into countless wind blades. These wind blades met the moon blades head-on. A series of explosive sounds rang out as the moon blades and wind blades formed an airtight killing zone in the air. It was as if they could shatter that part of the sky. A fist emerged from the chaotic battlefield and smashed towards Kwang Shizong, a 5-colored glow blooming around it. It was Yang Kai's invincible sword Qi. Kwang Shizong also saw the opportunity quickly and also greeted it with a punch. With a bang, Kwang Shizong's body shook and swayed 3 times before he stood still. On the other hand, Yang Kai was sent flying back, his face slightly pale. Forcibly circulating his Saint Qi, Yang Kai tried to resolve the energy shock that was invading his body. The two of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When the two of them joined forces to fight Yang Kai and fell into a disadvantage, they already knew that Yang Kai was not an ordinary second-order origin king. At that time, they guessed that Yang Kai should have the qualifications to fight against a third-order origin king. However, guesses were just guesses in the end, and they couldn't be taken seriously. After all, they couldn't fathom how strong a third-order origin king was. And at this moment, such a thing was really happening right under their noses. Yang Kai really exchanged a few moves with Kwang Shizong, and although he fell into a disadvantage and seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, there was no sign of him losing. What kind of person was Kwang Shizong? He was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, and there were only a few like him in the entire star territory. Each of these third-order origin kings had the power to destroy a star, and ordinary people couldn't fathom their depths. They were the supreme symbols of the martial Tao, invincible legends. Yet, Yang Kai was able to retreat in front of such a person. Not only that, he also took away the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, right in front of Kwang Shizong. This discovery made Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang completely dumbfounded as they asked themselves over and over again, if they were in Kwang Shizong's shoes, could they have done this? The answer was obviously no. It was likely that when Kwang Shizong made his first move, they would have already been injured and forced to retreat. Above Purple Star City, Kwang Shizong's expression fluctuated, neither embarrassed nor angry, but instead solemn as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, not saying a word. Not far away, Yang Kai stood in front of Shin Tu and the others, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and raised his head slightly to meet Kwang Shizong's gaze. After a long time, Kwang Shizong asked without rhyme or reason, "Space power?" Senior's vision is truly sharp. Yang Kai grinned at him. "You actually know such an obscure power and are proficient in it?" Kwang Shizong's heart shook violently as his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Kwang Shizong had naturally heard of the Tao of space before. In the Star Territory and Purple Star, there were also people who cultivated the Tao of space, but at most they had only just crossed the threshold and were unable to use it against their enemies. However, Yang Kai's actions just now clearly showed that he had extremely deep attainments in the Tao of space. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve such a teleportation-like movement skill and condense his Moonblade attack and Void Black Hole. This was simply unbelievable. Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang were also stunned. Only now did they realize that what Yang Kai had just used was actually an extremely obscure Tao of space. Realizing this, Both of their expressions couldn't help becoming ugly. Didn't this mean that when Yang Kai fought with them before, he hadn't used his full strength? 2 against 1, not only had they fallen into a disadvantage, they hadn't even been able to force out the other party's true strength. This kind of thing made both Gong Sun Liang and Li Maoming feel ashamed. Since old Sir knows, do you still have the confidence to keep me here? On the other side, Yang Kai chuckled, his face filled with arrogance and confidence. If I want to leave, no one in this world can stop me. Hearing this, Kuang Shizong nodded slightly and said, although your words are a bit arrogant, you are indeed qualified to say so. It's good that Senior knows. How about we come to an agreement? Today's matter will end here. I will take my friends and leave. Senior won't bother about what happened before. How about it? In your dreams. Kuang Shizong sneered. Indeed, since you are proficient in the Tao of space, it would be impossible for me to kill you. But that's only limited to you alone. Bringing along a few burdens, do you still have the confidence to escape this old master's pursuit? All of you are smart people, so don't try to play games with this old master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, I didn't expect old Sir to see through me. What should I do now? Shin Tu, who was being protected by Yang Kai, heard this and a look of determination flashed across his face as he said, Brother Yang Go, don't worry about us. Being able to be saved by you today, Shin Tu can die without regrets. If we follow second young master to the death, we won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. The others also expressed their stance, their expressions unflinching. Yang Kai turned his head, glanced at them, and said with a slight smile, Rest assured, since things have reached this point, it's naturally impossible for me to just let you go. Today, everyone will leave together. Leave together? Kuang Shizong sneered. Boy, you think too much. Don't act so presumptuous in my Purple Star City. Saying so, he waved his hand, and the 8 Origin King Realm Elders of Purple Star flew towards Yang Kai. Li Maoming and Gong Sun Liang also joined in, and in the blink of an eye, 10 Origin Kings surrounded Yang Kai and the others. Not far away, there was also a third-order Origin King like Kuang Shizong eyeing them covetously. Shin Tu and the others looked sad as they realized that this time they were really doomed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, laughed loudly. Interesting. It's rare to encounter so many masters at once. It really makes one's blood boil. Since that's the case, I'll go all out and make a scene. Kuang Shizong frowned, not knowing what other cards Yang Kai had up his sleeves, but he was still as arrogant as before, not showing the slightest worry. Everyone be careful. Yang Kai grinned fiercely before waving his hands forward and shouting, Come out! As soon as his words fell, a behemoth suddenly appeared above Purple Star City. This thing was huge, like a mountain, and as soon as it appeared, it blocked out the sun and cast a shadow over everyone. What is that? Someone could not help exclaiming. So big? A humanoid puppet? What the hell is that? Everyone stared at this huge object and almost lost the ability to think. This was a 1,000-meter-tall humanoid behemoth that looked like it had been piled up from a mountain of stone. Its body seemed to have been carved with a sharp blade, giving off an extremely resolute feeling. From its body, no life aura could be felt, but a pressure comparable to a third-order Origin King swept out in all directions. Every Origin King standing midair felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them feel extremely heavy. Those cultivators below the Origin King realm were on the verge of collapse, with those with lower strength falling directly to the ground, their screams echoing through the sky. The eyes of this behemoth flashed brightly, as if it had gained sentience, and as soon as it appeared, it fell straight down. It was as if it was falling from the sky. Not good. Kuang Shizong roared as he saw Yang Kai's huge embodiment falling down. Just as he was about to take action to stop it, the sky suddenly darkened again. Accompanied by the clear and melodious cry of a bird, a huge firebird with a long tail suddenly appeared and covered the sky. This firebird seemed to be composed of flames, and there were faint flashes of lightning flickering within its body, giving off a great sense of deterrence and unease. As it flapped its wings, the temperature in the air rose sharply. This was not the end, though. As golden blood threads shot out, the roars of beasts rang out one after another as an army of blood beasts appeared. Thunderflame flying, tail-crowned snake, Zhu-Gen bird, star emperor turtle, eight-eyed demon toad, purple thunder sky leopard, in addition to the steel flame ghost spider left behind by Yang Kai in Tongxian realm to guard Nine Heavens' holy land. the rest of the blood beasts had all been dispatched. Each blood beast was exuding a powerful aura that was no weaker than that of a third-order origin returning realm master. With nearly 20 blood beasts gathered together, the blood-red light seemed to pierce through the sky and pierce into Star Field. Chapter 1877. The situation had suddenly changed. So many strange things had suddenly appeared in the sky above Purple Star Palace, dazzling everyone and leaving them at a loss for what to do. This article was written by *Roar. *A roar resounded through the sky as the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao, who was down below, received instructions from Yang Kai and pounded his chest with both fists. Accompanied by a drum-like sound, Xiao Xiao's body suddenly grew in size and transformed into a stone giant. The next moment, a blazing flame burst out from Xiao Xiao's body and a terrifying heat burst out, melting the stone on his body rapidly. At first glance, Xiao Xiao seemed to be wearing a layer of magma armor. Xiao Xiao's final transformation form, Lava Giant. Just this giant that was over 100 feet tall with lava flowing all over its body already gave people an unimaginable sense of oppression, not to mention that it was carrying a thick heaven-shaking pillar on its shoulder. The heaven-shaking pillar that weighed over 100,000 kilograms was held in its small hand as if it was weightless. With a sweep of its hand, all the houses within a radius of 100 feet with it as the center were reduced to dust. The violent shockwaves caused by Xiao Xiao's violent power slammed into the hearts of every Origin King Realm Master like a sledgehammer, causing them to show looks of dread. Hong. The embodiment fell to the ground. The mountain-like embodiment fell like a meteor, and the huge impact caused the entire Purple Star City to shake. Even the houses far away in the outer city had many cracks on them at this moment, not to mention the houses in the inner city. The ones close to the embodiment directly collapsed, and even those a little further away were on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai stood mid-air with a leisurely look on his face as he whistled frivolously. With an unbridled smile on his face, Yang Kai stared at the pale-faced Kuang Shizong. The embodiment slowly lifted one of its big feet and took a step forward. The embodiment's movements were extremely slow, as if someone had placed some kind of seal on it. It looked very difficult, but when its foot stepped down, a huge footprint appeared somewhere in Purple Star City. Everything under this footprint disappeared, leaving behind only a deep crater. The embodiment did not make any other offensive moves and simply walked forward step by step. However, the destructive power it brought was unimaginable. What the hell is this thing? Quick! Attack it! If we don't stop it now, all of Purple Star City will be finished. Many masters shouted, and without waiting for Kuang Shizong's order, they attacked the embodiment one after another. A total of 10 Origin Kings, 2 of which were second-order Origin Kings. None of them were stingy with their secret techniques. He revealed his secret treasure. They gathered into a powerful attack and attacked the magical clone in an attempt to stop it. A series of explosions rang out. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and a bright light bloomed, causing people to involuntarily squint their eyes. When the light dissipated, everyone focused their eyes and their hearts turned cold. Even with 10 Origin Kings joining forces, they were unable to destroy this behemoth. Although it seemed to have lost a lot of stones and its surface was filled with holes, these losses did not affect the actions of the embodiment at all. Instead, they only served to stimulate its ferocity. The one who controlled the Dharmakaya was a split spirit of Yang Kai, who had inherited Yang Kai's character, way of thinking, and even the way of doing things. How could he tolerate such an attack and not fight back? A ferocious glint flashed in the embodiment's eyes, and its huge body sank slightly. Then it lifted its foot and stomped. Kacha. Huge gullies appeared on the ground, crisscrossing each other and spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The embodiment raised its hands, and from the shattered earth, countless large and small chunks of earth were lifted up by an invisible force. The smallest of these chunks of earth was only the size of a human head, while the largest was comparable to a house. The embodiment's body shook as it roared, and all the controlled chunks of earth shot out in all directions like a swarm of locusts. This kind of attack may not be able to hurt an Origin King, and even an Origin returning Realm Master could easily avoid it. But after these chunks of earth and rocks were sent flying, palaces were pierced and houses collapsed one after another. In just 5 breaths of time, half of Purple Star Palace, centered on the embodiment, was destroyed. Kwang Shizong's face was ugly to the extreme. In his own home base, an enemy had acted so arrogantly, and all the high-end combat power of Purple Star had been unable to stop it. If such a thing were to spread out, Purple Star would inevitably become a laughingstock throughout its territory, becoming the biggest stain in the history of Purple Star. Kwang Shizong wanted to capture the leader of the bandits, but Yang Kai's attention was always on him, so he could not find an opportunity. A bird cry rang out as the Firebird, which had been flying steadily above Yang Kai's head, suddenly flew out without receiving any orders. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what this Firebird wanted to do. Sweeping his eyes across the field, he saw something and immediately understood, not stopping the Firebird's actions. The Firebird was extremely fast, and with a flap of its wings, it crossed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It arrived directly in front of Li Mao Ming, opened its beak, and spat out a mouthful of flames mixed with thunder and lightning. Perceiving the terrifying power contained in these flames, Li Mao Ming did not dare to neglect and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, he patted the gourd in his hand and released a large amount of blue flames. These blue flames transformed into a river that swept towards the Firebird like a waterfall. Seeing this scene, the Firebird's eyes flashed an anthropomorphic cunning look. Instead of retreating, it opened its beak and bit down on the blue flames. At the same time, its abdomen swelled, and with a rumbling sound, something shocking happened. It actually sucked the blue flames directly into its stomach. With this successful move, the Firebird flew back to Yang Kai without looking back. Li Mao Ming was left standing in place with his mouth wide open, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, he slapped his thigh and cried out in pain, "Ah, my blue ice flame." As he spoke, he constantly formed seals, pushing his divine sense and Saint Qi in an attempt to control the blue ice flame he had refined from the Firebird. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the Firebird's abdomen swelled up and down, as if something was running amok inside it. Its body was also constantly flashing red, purple, and blue lights. The Firebird cried out in pain. It wanted to forcibly take back the blue ice flame from someone else, so naturally it would not be so easy. It had to pay a price. After all, the blue ice flame was not an ordinary treasure. It was a rare treasure Li Mao Ming had obtained after a near-death experience. Among the 3 colors that flashed on the Firebird's body, red represented its own fire attribute power. Purple was the power of the heaven-scorching thunder fire that it had devoured and refined before, and blue was naturally the power of the blue ice flame. The 3 colors intersected, one stronger than the other weaker. With the Firebird's body as the battlefield, it seemed like a fierce struggle was taking place. However, in the end, the Firebird was still a Firebird. It had absorbed the power of the sun's true fire and the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Neither of these flames lost to the blue ice flame, so the stalemate only lasted for a short while before the flickering blue light dimmed. At that moment, the Firebird's body shook and the phantom image of an artifact furnace appeared from its body. It was its natal artifact, the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace. At this moment, the blue ice flame was completely sealed inside the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai believed that as long as the Firebird was given enough time, it would be able to refine this strange flame. At that time, its strength would surely rise again. Poo, in the distance. Li Mao Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood as he felt the connection between his artifact and his soul being severed. He knew that it was impossible to retrieve the blue ice flame unless he killed the Firebird. While the Firebird and Li Mao Ming were competing for the blue ice flame, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao was also fighting with Gong Sun Liang. Although Xiao Xiao had transformed into a lava giant, compared to the enormous existence of the embodiment, he was still like a grandson in front of his grandfather. Gong Sun Liang saw that he could not do much against the embodiment, so he turned his attention to Xiao Xiao. Gong Sun Liang was not willing to use the short sword artifact that had lost most of its spirituality and instead took out a hammer-like heavy artifact. Pouring all of his strength into this heavy artifact, Gong Sun Liang smashed it towards Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao simply swung his stick to meet this attack. The hammer-like artifact actually burst into dust on the spot, and Gong Sun Liang's entire body was sent flying, the bones in his arms completely shattered. It wasn't until now that Gong Sun Liang realized how big of a mistake he had made. Although his hammer artifact was not Origin King grade, it was still an Origin grade high-rank artifact and was extremely sturdy, yet it had been easily blown to smithereens. It was easy to imagine how much power had been contained in that seemingly light stick strike. Just this power alone was enough to defeat 10 people with brute force. With the 2 second-order origin kings suffering such a setback, the remaining 8 first-order origin kings looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do for a while. The avatar was still walking at a leisurely pace. Every time it took a step, the ground would crack open and leave behind a huge footprint. Its existence was like a towering mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Shen Tu and the others, who were being protected by Yang Kai, all had their mouths wide open at this moment as they stared blankly at the scene before them, their minds completely blank, unable to think at all. With his own strength, Yang Kai was fighting against all the masters of Purple Star, including 8 first-order origin kings, 2 second-order origin kings, and 1 third-order origin king. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, he even held the upper hand in every aspect. If they had not seen this with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. While Shen Tu was shocked, his mood also became slightly bitter. Thinking back to the first time he met Yang Kai, although Yang Kai's performance was outstanding, the latter's cultivation was still far from his. The two of them had only managed to survive by helping each other and taking care of each other. But this time, Shen Tu found that the other party was already standing at a height he could not even see. This huge gap was something he would never be able to close in his lifetime. This discovery made Shen Tu feel a sense of loss. Over the years, he had not wasted his time and had been cultivating diligently, trying to obtain the approval of President AIO and surpass his talented third brother. But all his achievements were not worth mentioning in front of Yang Kai. Chapter 1878. Senior, do you want me to continue making trouble? Up in the air, Yang Kai, who had been confronting Kwang Shizong, looked at him with a smile and asked leisurely, "If you continue to make trouble like this, I'm afraid your Purple Star City will really be destroyed. But it doesn't matter. Purple Star is so big, and there are tens of thousands of cities. Even if Purple Star City is gone, there are still other cities. If I sweep through them one by one, I believe it will be enough for me to make trouble for a while." As soon as this statement came out, everyone was frightened. If Yang Kai had said such a thing before, most people would have thought he was just bluffing. But after seeing the powerful combat power and destructive power of those strange things, no one dared to doubt Yang Kai's ability anymore. As long as he had enough patience, with this army of artifacts in his hands, he could definitely destroy all of Purple Star. Everyone looked at Kwang Shizong, and 90% of them had a pleading expression on their faces. They were really afraid. Although Yang Kai was noisy enough, he had not started a killing spree so far. If he was really forced to fight, only a few of these people present would survive. Enough! Although Kwang Shizong was angry, he had to roar. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "So, Senior is willing to talk to me? Senior can rest assured. I will not come to Purple Star again." Yang Kai grinned, not caring about Kwang Shizong's harsh words at all. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would know that these were just empty words. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space and was a second-order origin king. In the entire territory of Purple Star, it was likely that no one could kill him unless they trapped him somewhere. Only by wearing down his strength with a large number of people would there be a chance to kill him. Otherwise, there would be no chance. This old master will not let this matter rest. Sooner or later, this old master will personally go to Water Moon Star and talk to AIO. Kwang Shizong looked at Yang Kai coldly and said word by word. Until now, he still thought that Yang Kai was from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. "Water Moon Star welcomes you." Yang Kai smiled, then said to Shen Tu, "Brother Shen Tu, everything is ready, you can leave first." "What about you?" Shen Tu frowned at Yang Kai. There was a hint of worry on his face. "I'll stay and watch over them." Yang Kai pointed downwards. "I'm afraid that if we leave together, they will attack the battleship." "Don't worry. They can't stop me. I'll meet up with you guys later." Yang Kai nodded. "Be careful." Shen Tu left without looking back. The other Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator also nodded to Yang Kai to express their gratitude before leaving with Shen Tuesday below. Xiao Xiao transformed back into his small and harmless form, carrying the heaven-shaking pillar as he chased after Shen Tu and the others. It had received Yang Kai's orders. They had escorted Shen Tu and the others all the way. Many of Purple Star's masters remained motionless, or rather, none of them dared to act rashly. They could only watch as a few origin-returning realm masters swaggered away right under their noses. A look of shame appeared on everyone's face as they glared at Kai Yang, their eyes almost spitting fire. "Boy, you're quite cautious," Kwang Shizong suddenly said. "Senior is too kind, but it's always best to be careful," Yang Kai chuckled. "What was that thing that just left, and what was that thing down there? Why has this old master never seen it before? Is it a puppet or a living being?" Kwang Shizong asked with narrowed eyes. "A living being of very rare race. If Senior wants to find it, I'm afraid you won't be able to." To Kwang Shizong's surprise, Yang Kai didn't try to hide anything and directly gave the answer. "I obtained these two by chance." Kwang Shizong nodded lightly before turning to look at the nearly 20 blood beasts with interest. "What about these? You're not going to tell me they're also living beings, are you?" "These are formed by a secret technique. Does Senior want to learn it?" "If you want, I can teach you." Yang Kai's brow twitched as a look of contempt appeared on his face. "Forget it." Kwang Shizong coldly snorted. This old master is afraid he won't be able to afford it. He also knew that Yang Kai was just chatting with him to pass the time, so he took this opportunity to fish out some information. As for the other party saying he was willing to teach him this secret technique, it was obvious he would make some harsh demands, so Kwang Shizong wasn't stupid enough to believe him. Then forget it. Yang Kai didn't care and continued to chat with Kwang Shizong. Suddenly, Li Maoming stepped forward with a gloomy expression and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, can you give me back my blue ice flame?" "Blue ice flame?" Yang Kai raised his brow as he stared at the firebird thoughtfully, immediately understanding that he was referring to the blue flame that was swallowed by the firebird. That blue ice flame is of great use to me, if I were to lose it." Li Maoming looked embarrassed. "Haha, brotherly, it's useless to say such things to me. You'll have to ask it." Yang Kai pointed to the firebird. "Brother Yang must be joking." Li Maoming's mouth twitched. "Although this Li can't see what kind of existence it is obviously your master. If you don't return that blue ice flame, Brother Yang can do it. And I can exchange it for an Origin King grade artifact. How about it?" The condition proposed by Li Maoming was quite pertinent, so Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, "Then I'll help you ask." "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Yang Kai then turned to look at the firebird and said, "You heard what I said just now. Can you return that blue flame? If you want, nod. If you don't, shake your head." The firebird glanced at Yang Kai for a moment before turning her eyes away, showing a look of indifference. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "Brotherly, as you can see, this guy's temper isn't very good. He probably doesn't want to return it." Li Maoming was suddenly speechless. At that moment, a starship in the sky suddenly set off, and soon, the starship set sail at an extremely fast speed, breaking through the clouds and heading towards the distant star field. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, this Yang will take his leave. We will meet again." Saying so, Yang Kai put away the blood beast army, the firebird, and his embodiment before turning into a stream of light and chasing after the starship. "Brother Yang, my blue ice flame, if you have something to say, let's talk," Li Maoming cried. He stood in place and shouted, but received no response. "Martial ancestor, are you just going to let him leave like this?" Gong Sun Liang stood beside Kwang Shizong. He asked with a look of annoyance. Today's battle was not only a shame for Purple Star, but also a shame for Gong Sun Liang. He had suffered heavy losses in this battle, so naturally, he was unwilling to give up. Kwang Shizong heard this. He did not answer immediately. A light flashed across his eyes, as if he was hesitating whether to take advantage of this opportunity to pursue. "Not good. Not good." Suddenly, a panicked shout rang out, and everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They found that this person was Ji Jun, who had been assisting Ziwu Ji. "Old Ji, what happened?" Ziwu Ji endured the discomfort he was feeling and asked. "Second young master. That venerable Yang looted the entire Purple Star treasury." Ji Jun shouted. "What?" Ziwu Ji and Kwang Shizong's faces changed drastically at the same time. Everyone else also wore looks of righteous indignation. How did that surnamed Yang enter Purple Star's vault? Where did he get the key? Who lured him there? So that's how it is. I was wondering why Second Young Master had transferred all the people guarding the vault away today. It turns out this was the reason. Gong Sun Liang looked at Ziwu Ji gloomily. "Did you collude with him long ago?" Ziwuji's blood rushed to his head for a moment, and he found himself unable to defend himself, anxiously saying, "He said he only wanted to take one thing. How could I have known he would be so greedy? I even asked old Ji to follow him to monitor him." Ji Jun suddenly looked ashamed. "I was knocked unconscious by him after he sealed my strength and only just woke up. Waste." Kwang Shizong flew into a rage and waved his hand, sending out a surge of power that sent Ziwuji flying, his life or death unknown. Kwang Shizong roared, "Everyone chase after him. No matter the cost, we must kill that little brat in Star Field." Yes. Everyone nodded and used their movement skills to fly off in a certain direction. A moment later, above Purple Star City, more than a dozen Origin-grade high-rank starships set off, one of which was led by an Origin King-grade starship as they aggressively charged towards Star Field. Others may not know what kind of treasures were stored in Purple Star's vault, but how could Kwang Shizong not know? Everything else was fine, but the true dragon scale was a priceless treasure that had existed since the founding of Purple Star. Over the years, generations of Purple Star's geniuses had tried to refine this dragon scale for their own use. Kwang Shizong had also tried, but no one had succeeded. In the end, it could only be put on a shelf and sealed away in the vault. Although no one could refine the true dragon scale, that did not mean it was worthless. On the contrary, its value was immeasurable. Now that this true dragon scale had been stolen by Yang Kai, how could Kwang Shizong give up? This time, he and Yang Kai really had reached a point of no return. Today's shock in Purple Star City was felt by everyone. The aftermath of the battle between the Origin King Realm Masters had caused the weaker cultivators to panic. At this moment, seeing so many starships move out together, even a fool would know that something big was about to happen on Purple Star. It was just that no one knew what was going on today. Inside Star Field, Yang Kai soon caught up with the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship. Sending a divine sense message, the starship's hatch opened and Yang Kai rushed in, immediately seeing Shen Tu and the others waiting for him. "Brother Yang." Shen Tu cupped his fists and said with a dignified expression, "Shen Tu will never forget this life-saving grace. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know." Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Shen Tu is too serious. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite." Family. A trace of doubt flashed across Shen Tu's face, but he didn't think too much about it, thinking that Yang Kai was just being polite to him. However, Yang Kai saying so made him very happy, knowing that Yang Kai did not look down on him just because his strength had improved. Chapter 1879. Aboard the starship, not only were Shen Tu and the others present, but so were the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng, Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Haitang, Gao Hong, and the others were all looking at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with worry for Yang Kai and confusion. These people had always lived on Purple Star's cultivation star, and although they had not joined Purple Star, they could be regarded as half a Purple Star cultivator. Now that they were suddenly forced to flee Purple Star, never to return in the future, they had no idea what to do in the future. However, they knew that after Yang Kai made such a ruckus on Purple Star, there was no longer a place for them on the planet. If they did not leave, only death awaited them. In addition to the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Li Nua of Clear Sky Auction House and the beautiful woman named Aunt Chun were also aboard the starship, as well as some of the cultivator from Clear Sky Auction House. At this moment, Li Nua and Aunt Chun were looking at Yang Kai with gratitude on their faces. The reason was very simple. Clear Sky Auction House was originally a spy planted by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce on Purple Star. After Yang Kai accidentally discovered that Shen Tu had been imprisoned, Shen Tu had asked him to pass on a message to Li Nua. After such a ruckus, Clear Sky Auction House could no longer establish a foothold on Purple Star. So Yang Kai had asked Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Li Nua, Aunt Chun, and the others to prepare to leave Purple Star as soon as Shen Tu escaped. The arrangements were appropriate, and the plan was extremely smooth. Everything was dependent on Yang Kai's endless trump cards and his own powerful combat power. President Hua, let me introduce you. This is the son of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, Shen Tu. Yang Kai chuckled and pointed to Shen Tu and Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng was startled when she heard this and was extremely surprised. Seemingly not having expected that the man who had just fled into the starship would have such a great background, Xia Jingwu and the others were also shocked as they stared at Shen Tuesday. Shen Tu grinned and said freely, "Since you are Big Brother Yang's friends, you will be this Shen Tu's friends from now on." "I was waiting for you to say that." Yang Kai smiled and said, "President Hua and the others were implicated by me this time and had no choice but to leave Purple Star. For the time being, there is no suitable place for them to go. If it is convenient for Brother Shen Tu, would you mind taking care of them on Water Moon Star?" "What's so difficult about that?" Shen Tu patted his chest confidently. "I now have a fief of 1,000,000 square kilometers on Water Moon Star. There are 7 cities, big and small. If you don't mind, why don't you follow me to the fief and become the general manager of the Chamber of Commerce? He handles many trade matters." 1,000,000 miles of fiefdom, 7 cities, general manager of the Chamber of Commerce? Everyone from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce was stunned. All of them opened their mouths wide. He could hardly believe his ears. Before their 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce met Yang Kai, they were just a small, unknown Chamber of Commerce. There were countless existences like 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce in Purple Star City. Such a Chamber of Commerce could only struggle at the lowest level, and no one knew when it would disband. But now, with just a few words from Shen Tu, they could reach the peak and taste a goal that they had struggled for thousands of years to achieve. Coupled with this advantage and the more than 200 million Saint Crystals in Hua Yumeng's hands, it would be difficult for 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce not to soar. Is this appropriate?" Hua Yumeng blushed with excitement as she stared at Yang Kai expectantly. "What's inappropriate about it?" Shen Tu laughed. "My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is based on commerce, and there are more large and small chambers of commerce on Water Moon Star than in Purple Star City. Since all of you are members of the Chamber of Commerce, your original intentions coincide with my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's. By leaving this place to you, I can worry less and will have to rely on all of you in the future." Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng with a smile and said, "Since Brother Shen Tu has said so, President Hua should not refuse." Hua Yumeng still looked like she was dreaming, a look of longing for a better future on her face, not replying for a long time until Xia Jingwu lightly coughed and she bowed gratefully. "Many thanks, second young master." Shen Tu waved his hand and said, "President Hua is too polite. Everyone will be family in the future. There's no need to be so distant." Li Nua stepped forward, took Hua Yumeng's arm, and said affectionately, "Elder sister Hua, younger sister will also work in second young master's territory in the future. Please take care of her. Little sister must be joking. Elder sister should be the one saying such things." Inside the starship, everyone was either experiencing the joy of escaping from certain death or looking forward to the beautiful scenery of tomorrow. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced back and snorted lightly. "It seems Purple Star hasn't given up yet." Shen Tu's face changed. "What happened?" 10 starships are chasing after us, all of them Origin Grade high rank, and the one leading them is Origin King Grade." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Origin King Grade starships were rare existences no matter where they were placed. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce only had a few, and Purple Star was no exception. It was not difficult to guess that the person leading this Origin King Grade starship was undoubtedly Kuang Shizong. Although the starship of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was an Origin Grade high-rank starship, if it were to fight in the star field, whether it was in terms of speed or firepower, it would be far inferior to the enemy and would likely be blown to pieces in a single confrontation. The enemy's single Origin King Grade starship alone was enough to kill them, not to mention the other 9 Origin Grade high-rank starships. This was almost certain death. What should we do? Run. We can't escape. The enemy's Origin King Grade starship is faster than us. It's better to fight. Everyone started talking at the same time. Everyone was deeply worried. Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly laughing. "Everyone, don't worry. With Brother Yang here, what is there to worry about? Brother Yang was able to bring us out of Purple Star City. So now that we're in the star field, where the sea is wide and the sky is wide, how could Purple Star possibly stop him?" Hearing this, everyone's panic suddenly calmed down and they all turned to look at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was indeed not alarmed or afraid, with a calm expression on his face, everyone immediately knew that he definitely had a way to get rid of the pursuit, so they immediately calmed down and looked at him with eager eyes, their faces full of expectation. "Brother Shen Tu seems to think highly of me." Yang Kai laughed and didn't try to keep them in suspense, nodding. Good. Since Brother Shintu has said so, I will naturally ensure everyone's safety. Leave the outside matters to me. You can just continue forward. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was standing on top of the starship. Looking back, Yang Kai could clearly see 10 starships chasing after him. Each of these starships was incredibly fast, and the Origin King-grade starship at the front was like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, rapidly closing the distance between them. After 10 breaths of time, the distance had been halved, and after a while, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship entered the bombardment range of Purple Star's Origin King-grade starship. Kuang Shizong's roar came from the other side. Boy, leave behind everything you obtained from my Purple Star vault. Otherwise this old master will fight you to the death today. Kuang Shizong's voice rolled like thunder, demonstrating his anger. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said calmly, there is no need for Senior to be so stingy. Purple Star is a big force, and the things in that vault are of no use to you, so I'll take them first and return them to you later. Easy for you to say. If you return them to this old master now, this old master will pretend nothing happened and let you leave. Otherwise, even if you can escape, everyone in that starship will be buried in Star Field. If Senior says so, then there is no room for discussion. Yang Kai spread his hands. I am not going to return anything that has been handed to me. But if Senior insists on being stubborn, I will be happy to teach Senior an unforgettable lesson. Arrogant. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are proficient in the Tao of space. This star field is so big that there are countless capable people. How can a frog at the bottom of a well like you see the whole picture? This old master will give you one last chance. Will you return it or not? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Senior, I will also give you one last chance. Don't chase after me anymore, or you may not be able to afford the consequences. Good. Little brat, you've insulted this old master again and again. Today, this old master will teach you how to behave. Kuang Shizong roared angrily as hundreds of crystal cannons suddenly appeared around the Origin King-grade starship, each of which flashed with complex patterns. A dazzling light burst out, making the entire Origin King-grade starship look like a dazzling sun. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged from the Origin King-grade starship. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stood atop Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship, took a deep breath, and pushed his space force. Hong. A muffled bang rang out as Purple Star's Origin King-grade starship trembled slightly and sent out hundreds of white beams of light towards the place where Yang Kai stood. Wherever these beams passed, all the gravel floating in the star field was reduced to dust, as if they had been melted away. Crystal cannons were the most terrifying attack a starship could unleash. The crystal cannons of an Origin-grade low-rank starship were enough to destroy an entire city, and the higher the grade of the starship, the greater the lethality. If the hundreds of crystal cannons of an Origin King-grade starship bombarded a smaller cultivation star, they might be able to destroy a tenth of its surface area. 10 such shots were enough to destroy a cultivation star. The white beam of light gushed out and directly penetrated Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Origin-grade high-rank starship. Like snowflakes under a scorching sun, the Origin-grade high-rank starship didn't even last a breath of time before it distorted and disappeared. It was as if it had melted away just like the surrounding gravel. Kuang Shizong was startled, not having expected to succeed so easily. But in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong and quickly turned his head to the other side. In the star field, Purple Star's starship was safe and sound as it continued to flee forward. Yang Kai, who was standing atop the starship, was also unscathed, a leisurely look upon his face. Kuang Shizong could even see the sarcasm on his face. He was able to teleport an entire starship away? Kuang Shizong quickly understood what had happened, and as if he had been struck by lightning, he stood dumbfounded in place, his face filled with shock. Chapter 1880. Kuang Shizong had seen Yang Kai's use of Space Force before and knew what he was capable of, but he never expected that Yang Kai's Space Force would not only allow him to come and go without a trace, but also allow him to teleport an Origin-grade high-rank starship. This was no longer something that could be done by human strength. It was simply a divine miracle. It was for this reason that the destructive crystal cannons had failed to play any role. Just as Kuang Shizong was in a daze, Yang Kai's low voice came from the other side. Since Senior is so stubborn, please pay the price. Not good. Kwang Shizong shouted in alarm. Although he did not know what kind of method Yang Kai was going to use, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. It seemed that what Yang Kai was about to show was not something he could resist. Quick, activate the defenses to the maximum. Kwang Shizong roared. The cultivator in charge of the Origin King grade starship did not dare to neglect and immediately sent a series of seals into the spirit array. In the next moment, a thick energy barrier suddenly appeared around the Origin King grade starship. This barrier seemed to be impregnable, and even a third-order Origin King would not be able to break through it. But even so, Kwang Shizong still felt uneasy in his heart, his pores tightening as a feeling of dread lingered in his heart. A purple light suddenly flashed in front of him. This purple light was not dazzling, and compared to the scene of hundreds of crystal cannons firing just now, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon, not even worth mentioning. However, the moment this purple light lit up, Kwang Shizong suddenly stopped breathing and stared at it with wide eyes, his whole body shivering as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. From the source of the purple light, he actually felt a majesty that made him submit, that made him unable to even think of resisting. Emperor pressure. Kwang Shizong was a third-order Origin King after all. In an instant, he understood what kind of existence this majestic force was. From the source of this purple light, it was actually filled with Emperor pressure. Didn't that mean the other party had an Emperor artifact? An Emperor artifact was something that only existed in legends, an existence that was as elusive as the starry sky Great Emperor. It was a treasure far beyond Origin King grade. If this was really an Emperor artifact, the Origin King grade starship might not be able to block it. Thinking so, Kwang Shizong immediately roared, "If you don't want to die, run." Saying so, he rushed directly towards the cabin door. Not waiting for this cultivator to open it, Kwang Shizong threw a punch and punched a big hole in the sturdy door. Then he flew into the star field. Kwang Shizong was the supreme existence of the entire purple star, but seeing him in such a state made everyone tremble in fear. How could the other martial artists dare to stay? They all followed Kwang Shizong and escaped through the hole in the cabin door. In the distance, Yang Kai held the Annihilation Thunder bead in his hand as he stared at the pursuing Origin King grade starship with a solemn expression, pouring his Saint Chi into it like a flood. Zong Zong of. Inside the Zong of Zong bead was a thin arc of lightning. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, it began to pulse. Asterisk Chi. Asterisk at a certain moment, when Yang Kai's Saint Chi reached a certain level. The pulsing arc of lightning suddenly burst out from the Zong of Zong and, under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, shot out like a comet through the star field, like a long purple arrow, straight towards Purple Star's Origin King grade starship. Silently, the purple arc of lightning collided with the barrier outside the Origin King grade starship, and the seemingly impregnable barrier, which could even withstand the full-strength blow of a third-order Origin King, silently melted a large hole in it. Immediately afterwards, the hull of the starship was penetrated, leaving a hole in the middle, and the barrier on the other side was also broken through. The purple arc of lightning did not diminish in the slightest as it struck one of the 9 starships behind it. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out, and the Origin-grade high-rank starship did not even have time to dodge. The moment the purple arc of lightning struck it, it shattered into pieces, disintegrating in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that cracking sounds came from the leading Origin King-grade starship. The barrier arranged outside the star field shattered like a broken mirror, countless cracks appearing on it before it disappeared. The huge hull of the starship was also almost split in two. Fortunately, the materials used to refine this Origin King-grade starship were all precious. So even though it was damaged and did not explode on the spot, the Origin King-grade starship was basically crippled. If it wanted to be repaired, who knew how much money, manpower, and time it would take? Inside the star field, Kwang Shizong, who was the first to escape, stared at the scene in front of him in a daze, his hands and feet cold and his face pale as he muttered unconsciously, "It really is an Emperor artifact, an Emperor artifact." He could never have imagined that not only was Yang Kai's strength extraordinary, but he also had a group of strange subordinates, was proficient in the Tao of space, and even had an Emperor artifact. Any cultivator who possessed all of these attributes of Yang Kai would be able to run amok in the star field. But he possessed all of them. Was there anyone in this world who could be his opponent? Even if Kwang Shizong's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he had already stood at the pinnacle of martial Dao in the Star Territory. At this moment, facing Yang Kai's heaven-defying methods, a strong sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Being proficient in the Dao of space made Yang Kai invincible, and in the entire Star Territory, there was likely no one who could kill him. Coupled with these methods, it would already be a blessing if he didn't seek trouble with others. So who would dare provoke him? For a moment, Kwang Shizong's heart filled with fear. He had not felt this kind of feeling for many years and had almost forgotten about it. He wanted to retreat. Since he couldn't kill Yang Kai and couldn't withstand the attack of the Emperor artifact, chasing after him would only be asking for trouble. But when he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he quickly shouted, "Explode! No matter what, stop him!" He suddenly discovered that after using the Emperor artifact, Yang Kai's complexion was not very good. He immediately understood that although the Emperor artifact was extremely powerful, the price it came at was definitely not small. With Yang Kai's current strength, he probably wouldn't be able to use it a second time. Kwang Shizong's guess was right. Yang Kai really couldn't use the power contained in the Annihilation Thunder Bead anymore. He had used the Annihilation Thunder Bead several times before, and every time he used it, his strength would improve greatly. But no matter which time he used it, it would exhaust him and dry up his soul. Although as his strength improved, the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead increased. But this feeling was really uncomfortable. Perhaps, only by reaching the level of Yang inflammation could he fully display the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead and use it without any hidden dangers. After using the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yang Kai immediately crushed the spirit pill he had been holding in his mouth beforehand. A trickle of medicinal liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach, spreading throughout his limbs and soul, allowing him to restore a certain amount of his Saint Qi and soul in a very short time. At this moment, Kwang Shizong's order was issued. The remaining 8 intact Origin-grade high-rank starships all aimed their crystal cannons at Yang Kai, all of them locking onto Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starships. With a flash of light, enough energy to destroy the heavens and earth began to condense on the 8 starships. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he stood on the hull of the starships, stared at Kwang Shizong from afar, and said coldly, "Senior, this trip to Purple Star has made me very unhappy. If there is a chance in the future, I will pay you a visit again. I hope you live a long life and don't die so early." These words were branded into Kwang Shizong's heart like a branding iron, causing his heart to tremble violently. Thinking about Yang Kai's heaven-defying abilities, if he were to escape today, Purple Star would suffer greatly in the future. Under his uneasy gaze, Yang Kai turned around and thrust his hands forward. What happened next was shocking. Yang Kai's hands were directly inserted into the void, as if there was an invisible wall in front of him, and both his arms were inserted into the other side of the wall. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai exerted his strength and pushed his hands to the side. Kacha. A huge void crack appeared leisurely, as if Yang Kai had simply stretched out his hand and tore apart a piece of cloth. It was a simple and effortless process. The void crack was like the mouth of a giant beast, and inside it was a chaotic void. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship slowly sailed into it. Kwang Shizong's face was extremely ugly as he stared at the starship sailing into the void, his Saint Qi surging several times, but in the end, he was unable to take action. He knew that even if he took action, he would absolutely not be able to stop the other party and would likely be dragged into the void instead. Yang Kai was proficient in the Dao of space and did not need to worry about getting lost in the void, but Kwang Shizong was different. Even if he was a third-order origin king, if he fell into the void, he might lose his way forever. Only a strong sense of unwillingness and fear lingered in Kwang Shizong's heart. He was unwilling because not only did he fail to recover the treasures he had lost from the starship vault, but he had also allowed Yang Kai to destroy an Origin-grade high-rank starship and destroy an Origin King-grade starship. He was terrified because of Yang Kai's final words. With such a great enemy, Purple Star's future prospects were bleak. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship quickly disappeared into the void, and the void crack closed at an extremely fast speed. Only then did the crystal cannons of the 8 Purple Star starships arrive. The power of these thousands of crystal cannons was even greater than the previous round of fire from the Origin King-grade starship. However, All of these crystal cannons hit empty space and flew towards the distant star field. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship and Yang Kai's starship had long disappeared. Kuang Shizong stood in place in a daze, as if he had suddenly aged several hundred years. The remaining 8 starships also stopped, not knowing what to do. After a long time, many masters flew out of the starships and gathered in front of Kuang Shizong, all of them staring at him nervously. "Huh." Kuang Shizong sighed deeply and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Sure enough, there are always new talents in every generation. It seems I have no choice but to accept my old age." Martial ancestor. Everyone was shocked, knowing that Kuang Shizong had been completely defeated by Yang Kai this time and wanted to comfort him, but did not know what to say. Chapter 1881. Good, let's all go back. Now that my purple star has suffered great changes, Zilong is dead, and since Dong Lai is with him, it is likely that he has also met with misfortune. Purple Star cannot be without a leader, so in the future, Purple Star will be led by. Saying so, he swept his eyes across the crowd. Gong Sun Liang quickly straightened his chest. Wu Ji will be the commander. Everyone will assist him and obey his orders. Kuang Shizong looked at Gong Sun Liang and said, "This time, Yuan Qi is seriously injured. You should go into retreat to recuperate." Yes. Although Gong Sun Liang was unwilling, he was not willing to resist and could only nod in agreement. After all, Kuang Shizong was right. His battle with Yang Kai had damaged his foundation, and if he did not properly recuperate, it was very likely he would suffer hidden dangers and even his cultivation would fall. Compared with the position of Purple Star Master, of course, his own strength was more important. Disciple thanks martial ancestor. Disciple will do his best to lead Purple Star to glory. Although Ziwu Ji's face was swollen and his face was pale, he still said excitedly. In any case, this result was what he wanted the most. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, in the end, he achieved his goal. Inside the void, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship sailed slowly, surrounded by the void's turbulence. Yang Kai still stood on top of the ship, his space force fluctuating and wrapping around the entire starship, preventing it from being drawn into the void's turbulence. After the initial panic, the people inside the starship gradually calmed down. Not only were they no longer frightened, they instead began to explore their surroundings with great interest. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to enter the void, let alone be as safe as they were. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside the void, making everyone disappointed. After a short period of novelty, everyone was no longer so curious and went about their own business. After a long time, a humming sound came from the starship. Immediately afterward, light came in from the outside and the starry sky was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The starship returned to star territory. Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in the crowd, his face slightly pale as he staggered. "Brother Yang." Shintu's eyes flashed, and he quickly helped Yang Kai up. "It's fine." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. "I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after resting for a few days." He had never tried to bring an entire battleship through a spatial rift, even though his control over spatial energy had reached a new high. However, doing such a thing still placed a huge burden on him, especially after using the Annihilation Lightning Bead. "Then hurry up and rest, leave this place to me," Shintu hurriedly said. Hua Yumeng and the others also looked at him with concern. Yang Kai nodded. "It should be safe now. Just be careful. If anything happens, I will appear." "Don't worry, Brother Yang," Li Nua. "Quickly arrange a room for Brother Yang." Shintu turned to Li Nua and ordered. "Master, please come with me," Li Nua said. He hurriedly led the way. Although every great force had their own origin-grade high-rank starships, this origin-grade high-rank starship was exclusively used by Shin Tuesday. It represented Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so its interior was extremely luxurious. Li Nua led Yang Kai to the best room before bowing and retreating. Yang Kai came to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and looked around casually, quickly discovering that the world energy aura in this room was extremely rich, probably because of some kind of spirit array. There was also a fine incense burning in this room, giving off a refreshing fragrance that had the effect of calming one's mind. Yang Kai reached out and took out a spirit pill from his space ring, popped it into his mouth, and swallowed it, absorbing its medicinal efficacies while circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing. Time flew by. About 6 days later, Yang Kai had fully recovered. Squeezing out all of his potential in the void had given him a new understanding of the use of space force, so after recovering, he had been meditating on it. After a few more days, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look and a smile appeared on his face. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the starship was still sailing smoothly through Star Field, and that everyone on board was performing their duties. The final destination of the starship was Water Moon Star, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, which was also one of the destinations of Yang Kai's trip, so he decided to make the most of it. He just didn't know what kind of expression Shuiyu would have when he arrived at Water Moon Star and saw her. Thinking of Shuiyu, Yang Kai thought of Su Yan and Xiaoning Chong, then Shan Qing Luo. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai's heart was filled with guilt. Dispelling the negative emotions in his mind, Yang Kai formed a series of seals with both hands and placed a barrier around his room before immediately taking out the sealed world bead and entering it. In fact, back on Purple Star, he could have used the sealed world bead to take Shin Tu and the others away, which would have been the most convenient and fastest method. However, Yang Kai did not do so. After all, the existence of the sealed world bead was too heaven-defying and contained its own independent world. So naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Although Yang Kai's strength had increased, and almost no one in Star Territory could kill him, he still had to be careful. If the existence of the sealed world bead attracted someone's attention, the gains would not make up for the losses. Inside the sealed world bead, everything was peaceful. The stone mongoose was still swallowing the sun's true fire when Yang Kai walked over to it, took out all the precious ores he had obtained from Purple Star's vault, and threw them in front of the stone mongoose. Seeing this, the stone mongoose's two black bean-like eyes suddenly bulged and flashed brilliantly. Immediately after, it rushed over to the ores, grabbed one with each hand, and stuffed it into its mouth. It didn't seem to make any chewing movements, but after all the ores were thrown into its stomach, its belly didn't bulge, as if it had its own independent world inside it. A moment later, all the ores had disappeared. The stone mongoose stared at Yang Kai eagerly, a look of dissatisfaction on its face. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There's nothing left, go refine them." Although there wasn't much, these ores were all treasures from Purple Star's vault, so each one of them could be said to be invaluable. Now that they had all been swallowed by Xiao Xiao, it would be helpful to his growth. The stone mongoose was easy to deal with and scratched its head after hearing this, smiled at Yang Kai before running off to refine the ores in peace. Yang Kai then turned his gaze to the other side of the room. Over there, an Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace stood quietly on the ground. This was Firebird Lu Yan's natal artifact and the source of her birth. Inside the artifact refining furnace, Lu Yan's cries rang out, and from time to time, a burst of flames would erupt from the furnace. These flames not only contained the power of the sun's true fire swallowed by Lu Yan, but also the power of the heavenly thunder fire and blue ice flame. It was obvious that Lu Yan was working hard to fuse with the blue ice flame. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Lu Yan poked her head out of the artifact refining furnace, glanced at Yang Kai for a moment, then dove back in and continued with her work. There should be no problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Lu Yan still had the time to look at him, so she was obviously at ease. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he arrived at a secluded place. This was the place where Yang Kai had planted countless spirit grasses and medicines. It was the medicine garden that he had previously excavated, and all the precious herbs he had brought out from the severed world were planted here. Many long-extinct spirit flowers and rare grasses were thriving here, creating a thriving scene. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted in the air, giving off a refreshing smell. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, took out a few things from his space ring, and placed them in front of him one by one. The first item was a transparent crystal, an earth vein crystal. This was one of the 3 most valuable treasures Yang Kai had taken out from Purple Star's vault. After observing the earth vein crystal for a while, Yang Kai generously tossed it into the medicine garden. As soon as the earth vein crystal touched the ground, it sank down as if it was nothing. The next moment, a burst of world energy suddenly erupted, and with the medicine garden as the center, the richness of the world energy within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly increased by several dozen times. From the ground, gossamer-like things flew out and lingered between the heavens and the earth. In an instant, they filled the surrounding heavens and the earth. World energy silk. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as his expression became excited. World energy was invisible and invisible to the naked eye under normal circumstances. Only when the world energy reached a certain level of richness could it be seen with the naked eye. Above the famous mountains and great rivers, clouds and mist would appear. But in fact, they were actually the condensation of world energy, which was of great benefit to a cultivator's cultivation. However, it still couldn't be compared to world energy silk. World energy silk was a different kind of condensation of world energy, one that was purer and more powerful. These world energy silk were the purest form of world energy. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one of these world energy silk, circulated his secret art, and with almost no effort, the world energy silk disappeared from his palm, replaced by a stream of heat that flowed through his palm and into the dantian, condensing into his own world energy. Countless spirit threads floated in the air, making this place look like a fairyland. It was too beautiful to be taken in all at once. The world energy silk fell on the precious exotic flowers and grasses, causing them to sway slightly, as if they were exuding joy. Kaiyong also didn't think that placing the earth vein crystal here would cause such a phenomenon. His original intention was very simple. He just wanted to use the earth vein crystal to nourish the herbs in the medicine garden, and at the same time create a good cultivation environment for himself. However, the result was far beyond his expectations. The earth vein crystal really lived up to its reputation. A small piece of earth vein crystal could actually nurture such a huge amount of energy, which was simply shocking. Yang Kai observed for a while and found that the place where the change occurred was only 1,000 feet in radius. Within this 1,000 feet, it had become a cultivator's paradise. No other spiritual land could compare with it. Chapter 1882. Immersed in this sea of spirit threads, Yang Kai felt that he didn't need to circulate his secret art to absorb the surrounding world energy at all times. Cultivating in this environment would allow a cultivator to grow hundreds or thousands of times faster. Calming his mind, Yang Kai picked up the second thing. This was the 7th Star Emperor token he had obtained from Purple Star's vault. It was almost identical to the previous 6, and was made from some unknown material. There was a striking Emperor character on the front, and a residual Emperor pressure radiating from it. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai also took out the other 6 tokens. The 7-Star Emperor tokens were all gathered together. Suddenly, a change occurred. The 7 tokens shot out of Yang Kai's hand uncontrollably and immediately flew in front of him, forming a strange shape in the blink of an eye. This shape looked like the 8 trigrams, but it was actually missing a corner. Yang Kai understood that this was because he was missing 2 Star Emperor tokens, so he couldn't form a complete picture. The 7-Star Emperor tokens floated mid-air for a while before suddenly falling down. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught them all, stroking them for a while before storing them into his space ring. Yang Kai turned his gaze to the last 2 things. One of them was a scale the size of a palm. The scale looked like a fish scale, but it was covered with complicated patterns. It gave off a ferocious feeling, and an extremely ancient aura was flowing out from the scale. A dragon scale, the scale of a real true dragon. With this dragon scale in front of him, the dragon bone sword in Yang Kai's body seemed to be affected. It was humming endlessly, and it took Yang Kai a lot of effort to suppress it. This dragon scale, in terms of value, was even more valuable than the previous earth vein bead. It was something that one of Purple Star's ancestors had inadvertently obtained, but unfortunately, no one in Purple Star had been able to put it to good use for many years. Kuang Shizong had also tried to obtain this dragon scale, but was ultimately unsuccessful, so he could only reluctantly give up and keep it in his pavilion. If there was a Grandmaster grade artifact refiner, this dragon scale was the main material. If an artifact was created, it could definitely become an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Whether it was an offensive or defensive artifact, it could be used to dominate the entire star territory. Of course, this dragon scale was extremely strong. It was the best choice for a defensive artifact. This was especially true for a shield. Unfortunately, even an Origin King grade artifact refiner might not be able to refine such a dragon scale. It was only possible if one possessed a special divine flame. Yang Kai was artifact refiner, so he could refine this dragon scale to him, but he had an advantage over others, because he possessed Golden Divine Dragon's source. Of true dragon, Golden Divine Dragons, the leader of 10,000 dragons. With the golden divine dragon source in his body and the monster transformation secret art he had obtained from Red Moon tribal lord, Yongkai could completely refine this dragon scale into his body and integrate this true dragon artifact into his body, allowing him to possess a portion of the divine abilities of a true dragon. The dragon scale was a kind of true dragon artifact, and so was the dragon bone sword. The dragon bone sword was composed of a piece of dragon bone and a dragon bead. When Yongkai refined it, he did not fully refine it, or rather, he did not have the ability to fully refine it. At that time, Yang Yan had passed down a secret technique to Yongkai, allowing him to use his own body as a furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. This method completely guaranteed the efficacy of the dragon bone and dragon bead. In other words, Yongkai now had 3 true dragon artifacts in his hands: a dragon scale, a piece of dragon bone, and a dragon bead. If he could fully integrate these 3 true dragon artifacts into his body with his monster transformation secret art, his strength would greatly increase. It was impossible for others to accomplish this. Only Yongkai, who possessed the golden divine dragon's source, could. Yongkai was not in a hurry, though, and instead turned to the last artifact. This was a hexagonal crystal that looked somewhat similar to an earth vein crystal, but was completely different. An earth vein crystal's energy was restrained and could not be seen from the outside. Only by probing it with one's divine sense would one be able to sense the huge amount of energy it contained. However, this hexagonal crystal radiated energy, and even someone as strong as Yongkai felt a slight pressure from it. This crystal was none other than the origin essence crystal extracted from the mysterious auction. Only a third-order origin king master could form such an essence in their body, and it contained their lifetime comprehension of the martial Tao. An origin essence crystal was a fatal temptation to any origin king realm cultivator, one that was even stronger than a territory stone. A territory stone could only allow an origin king realm master to comprehend the power of their territory and better temper it into their own territory, but an origin essence crystal could allow an origin king realm master to take a step further. This was what Yongkai needed the most. The Phoenix Star Silver wrapped around the Origin Essence crystal had already been divided up by Xiao Xiao and Firebird. As long as he could absorb the energy in this Origin Essence crystal, Yongkai believed that even if he could not immediately break through to the Third-Order Origin King realm and reach the peak of Star's territory, his martial Tao path would become much smoother. After looking back and forth between the Origin Essence crystal and the Dragon Scale for a long time, Yongkai made a decision and put away the Origin Essence crystal. He decided to refine the Dragon Scale first. Absorbing an Origin Essence crystal was extremely time-consuming and could not be completed in a short time. Yongkai still had many things to do next, so it was not suitable for him to speculate about the mysteries of the Third-Order Origin King realm. As for the 3 true dragon artifacts, the dragon bone sword itself contained the dragon spine and dragon bead, so it could still play a role in Yongkai's hands. So naturally, only the dragon scale was left to refine. Considering all this, Yongkai no longer hesitated and held the dragon scale in his palm, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in it with his divine sense, beginning to study the second half of the monster transformation secret art. The monster transformation secret art was the supreme secret art of the monster race, allowing them to display a trace of the power of their ancestral bloodline. Any monster race member had the blood of a great ancient monster flowing through their veins, so the monster transformation secret art could draw out the power hidden in this blood. This was the key point of the first half of the monster transformation secret art. The second half of the secret art explained how to fuse with the body parts of a great ancient monster for one's own use. Strictly speaking, the true dragon race was also part of the monster race, but they were born monster emperors, so the true dragon artifacts were naturally suitable for the monster transformation secret art. After spending a full 10 days, Yongkai thoroughly comprehended the monster transformation secret art before putting it into action. Opening his eyes, Yongkai sighed softly, a look of determination flashing across his eyes as he stretched out his hand and cut his wrist. In the next moment, a wound appeared on his wrist, from which golden blood seeped out. His powerful healing ability took effect in the blink of an eye, and the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it would be healed in the next moment. Yongkai quickly picked up the dragon scale and placed it on his wound. At the same time, he used the monster transformation secret art to force out the golden divine dragon source from his body and pour it into the dragon scale. Asterisk Wung. Asterisk with a strange sound, a massive phantom of a dragon's head suddenly appeared on the dragon scale. This phantom of a dragon's head was more majestic and terrifying than any other dragon's head that Yang Kai had ever seen. In front of this phantom, Yang Kai could not help but feel as insignificant as an ant. The dragon's eyes widened as it stared emotionlessly at Yang Kai, its supreme dragon pressure pressing down on Yang Kai's heart. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a resounding dragon's roar exploded in Kai Yang's ears. That roar contained a power that could not be provoked, causing Kai Yang's heartbeat to speed up. Dragon pressure filled the air. Yang Kai coldly stared back at the dragon's head without flinching. After a while, the phantom of the dragon's head flickered slightly and suddenly turned into a golden light that shot into the dragon scale. At the same time, this dragon scale, which had been shed from a true dragon for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, seemed to be endowed with life and became unbearably hungry, swallowing Yang Kai's blood. Asterisk Gudong. Gudong. Asterisk a clear sound came from the dragon scale as Yang Kai's blood flowed into the dragon scale at a rate visible to the naked eye, dyeing it a brilliant golden color. A feeling of dizziness and discomfort rose up in his heart. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he did not dare to neglect, quickly exploding a drop of pure golden blood in his body to supplement his lost blood. A loud dragon roar came from the dragon scale, as if it was extremely happy, and it began swallowing even more unscrupulously. Yang Kai's blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, especially the pure golden blood he had condensed with the life-revitalizing jade cream. Any drop of golden blood had the effect of regrowing flesh and reviving the dead. This was the most indispensable ingredient in refining a true dragon artifact. Time passed by, and Yang Kai had already exploded 10 drops of pure golden blood, but the dragon scale still seemed to be unsatisfied and continued to swallow it without restraint. The entire dragon scale had turned a pure golden color, and the power of its dragon pressure was even stronger than before. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the flow of his blood had stopped, and he was overjoyed, knowing that he had finally satisfied the dragon scale. Looking at it, the originally solid dragon scale had now turned into a pool of golden light that wrapped around the wound on his arm like flowing water. Yang Kai took a deep breath and prepared himself. With a single thought, a weak suction force came from his wound and sucked the golden dragon scale into his body. The next moment, Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he covered his wound with one hand, his whole body trembling as his face suddenly turned pale. Large beads of sweat oozed from his forehead and rolled to the ground, drenching his clothes in an instant. An unimaginable pain came from his wound, as if it had been magnified thousands of times over, strongly stimulating Yang Kai's physique and nerves. Yang Kai tried his best to endure, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and let out a scream that resounded throughout the mysterious small world. The pain was unbearable, but Yang Kai's senses were countless times clearer than usual. He could clearly feel that the dragon scale he had absorbed into his body was slowly crawling up his arm, following the flow of his blood and slowly crawling up his arm. Every time it moved, it brought him a pain that felt like his bones were being crushed to pieces. Yang Kai screamed. In any case, he was the only living person in the mysterious small world, so there was no need for him to worry about losing face. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao, who was refining ores, and Firebird, who was fusing with the blue ice flame, couldn't help raising their heads and looking over. Both of their eyes filled with worry, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would have an accident. Chapter 1883. Yang Kai's screams never subsided. In the end, his voice was already hoarse. It was an unbearable torment. Every time the dragon scale moved up, he would feel as if he was being cut into pieces. Wherever the dragon scale passed, his flesh and meridians would be eroded. Even with the strength of Yang Kai's body, he could not resist the corrosive power of the dragon's might. Fortunately, his vitality was extremely tenacious, and his blood and qi were abundant enough. Therefore, his recovery speed could keep up with the speed of the damage. One day, the golden light from the dragon scale flowed into Yang Kai's heart. Asterisk pung pung. Asterisk 2 powerful heartbeats resounded and Kai Yang's entire body froze. In the next moment, the heart in his chest completely stopped beating. Wrapped in a golden light, Kai Yang fell straight to the ground. The worried firebird Lu Yen and stone mongoose Xiao Xiao, who were watching from afar, turned pale with fright and immediately rushed over. Lu Yen helped Yang Kai up and checked his breathing and pulse with a solemn expression. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was jumping up and down anxiously, but there was nothing she could do. When she noticed that not only did Yang Kai's heartbeat stop, but even his breathing had stopped, Lu Yan's eyes darkened. She looked up at the stone mongoose and slowly shook her head. Xiao Xiao made whimpering sounds and kept wailing. She pointed her finger at Lu Yen, then at Yang Kai. She kept gesturing with her hands, as if urging her to quickly think of a solution. Lu Yen was speechless. Suddenly, Yang Kai, who seemed to have died, opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and jumped up from the ground as if his soul had returned to him. He covered his chest with his hands. His eyeballs trembled violently. Thump, thump. A heartbeat stronger than ever came from his heart, one after another, like the beating of a war drum. It was deafening. As time passed, this abnormal heartbeat gradually calmed down and finally returned to normal. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai fully recovered and slowly stood up straight, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Lu Yen frowned and looked at him. After confirming that he was not in danger, he let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was much more innocent. They danced around Yang Kai's feet with joyful expressions on their faces. I almost had an accident. Sorry for making you guys worry. Yang Kai smiled and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He didn't expect it either. Just fusing with a dragon scale was actually so dangerous. Everything before this had gone very smoothly. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to fuse with the dragon scale, but when the dragon scale entered his heart, Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was about to die. Fortunately, his body was different from ordinary people. It was only because of his powerful vitality that he managed to hold on. Otherwise, there might have been a problem. With his powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, fusing with a true dragon artifact like the dragon scale had almost been an accident. It was easy to imagine how difficult it had been. This was only the first true dragon secret treasure. If he wanted to fuse with the second and third true dragon secret treasure, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. He would have to wait until he was stronger before he could even think about the dragon spine and dragon pearl. Seeing that he was fine, Lu Yen nodded slightly before her tender body flickered, and she transformed back into her firebird form and rushed to a certain place in the sealed world bead to continue her retreat. The stone mongoose stood at Yang Kai's feet, patted Yang Kai's calf, then patted its own chest, trying to straighten its hunched back, as if telling Yang Kai not to worry the next time he encountered danger. It was here. It had an extremely reliable appearance. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted its head with a happy look on his face. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and released his divine sense, his expression becoming strange as he turned to Xiao Xiao and said, "You also go cultivate. Something happened outside. I'll go take a look." Xiao Xiao seemed to understand, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. Inside the star field, the starship that was supposed to be sailing towards Water Moon Star had stopped at some point, and a battle was raging outside. The overall level of the cultivator on this Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship was not low. In addition to Yang Kai, there was another Origin King, Aunt Chun of Clear Sky Auction House, but she was only a first-order Origin King. Below her, whether it was Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, or the other cultivator on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's side, all of them were Origin returning realm masters, many of whom were third-order Origin returning realm masters. Such a force was not weak at all. But even so, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's side was being suppressed. Aunt Chun was being entangled by a first-order Origin King and was unable to divert her attention. Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, and the other third-order Origin returning realm masters were also being disrupted by their respective opponents, so they could only split up and fight their own battles. Originally, Xia Jingwu, Hai Tang, Yao Qing, and the others from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce were all pale, obviously unable to fight. On the other hand, there were many enemies scattered around, but none of them were in a hurry to take action and were instead calmly observing the situation, seemingly looking for a suitable opportunity to strike. It was obvious that this battle had not just begun and had instead been going on for a long time. Even Aunt Chun and the other Origin Kings seemed to be running out of Saint Chi. It was also because both sides had Origin Kings that no one dared to kill. Otherwise, once an Origin King was angered, Neither side would have a good ending. Why hasn't Brother Yang come out yet? Shun Tu forced back an enemy while asking Yao Qing, who was panting beside him. Yao Qing said with a depressed look, "How should I know? I went to Master's door to call him before, but Master never responded. I don't know what Master is doing. Perhaps he's in retreat, otherwise he would never ignore us," Shun Tu said worriedly. Shun Tu's face was filled with worry. With Aunt Chun here, although he didn't need to worry too much, if something unexpected happened, he was afraid that they would all become prisoners. Shun Tu felt that this trip had been extremely unlucky. Normally, when piloting Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship, he could roam the star territory unhindered, and any cultivator who recognized the Chamber of Commerce's logo would avoid him. This time, however, he had been involved in the power struggle of Purple Star and had been detained. After escaping with great difficulty, he had encountered this kind of situation on his way back. It was simply unlucky. Looking around, Shun Tu could not help feeling his heart sink as he found that the situation of the others was not very good. If Yang Kai did not appear soon, they were bound to suffer casualties or be captured alive. Just as he was filled with anxiety, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. "We're all on the same side. Stop fighting. Everyone stop." When the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce heard this, they were overjoyed and all looked towards the source of the voice, finding a familiar figure standing in the void. Immediately, all of them felt relieved and their previous fatigue was swept away. The appearance of Yang Kai seemed to have given them infinite confidence. This change surprised the enemies of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce slightly. The First Order Origin King cultivator who was fighting with Aunt Chun sneered when he heard this. "Nonsense. Who's on your side?" Yang Kai looked over and chuckled. "What's wrong? It's only been a few years since we last met, yet Senior has already forgotten this Junior? You know this old master?" Over there, the enemy Origin King was shocked and immediately exclaimed in amazement. This voice, saying so, he finally glanced over at Yang Kai and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he pointed at Yang Kai. You, Senior Bahi, I trust you have been well since we last met." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Bahi still stared at Yang Kai in a daze, rubbing his eyes hard to make sure he was not seeing things, a strange look appearing on his face as he called out, "Yang Kai, it's really you, little brat." "Yo, hello, brother-in-law." To the side, a vigorous voice sounded, seemingly also greeting Yang Kai. The speaker was burly like an iron tower and had a furry beard on his face, giving him the appearance of a bear, causing those who saw him to shudder. "So, Yu Xiong is also here." Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. "Call me brother-in-law." Yu Xiong snorted. "Haha." Yang Kai laughed but did not say anything. Yu Xiong could not help rolling his eyes. After Yang Kai's interruption, the battle between the two sides came to an abrupt end and both sides stared at Yang Kai with strange expressions. But none of them lowered their vigilance and remained vigilant against their opponents. "Brother Yang." Shun Tu flew over to Yang Kai and asked softly, "Do you know this group of monster race masters?" Yang Kai nodded. "I have some friendship with them." When he discovered that the ones fighting Shun Tu and the others were actually cultivators from Monster Emperor Star's Red Moon territory, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled. He couldn't understand how these people had come to the star field. However, Bahi had already broken through to the First Order Origin King realm, which was within Yang Kai's expectations. When Yang Kai first met Bahi, he was already a master on the same level as Yi Shiyun. Since Yi Shiyun could break through to the Origin King realm, so could he, especially since he had also gone to the Blood Prison trial and obtained many benefits from it. On the other hand, Yu Xiong was still stuck at the Third Order Origin returning realm, but his aura had become much more condensed. "Do you know where they came from?" Shun Tu looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "As far as I know, they are monster race masters from Monster Star's Red Moon territory." "How do you know them?" "I know," Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "How did you end up fighting?" Shun Tu sneered. Of all the things these guys could learn, they just had to learn from those star pirates from Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair. They wanted to snatch our starship, perhaps because they thought there was something good inside. Yang Kai's face went black. Yu Xiong shouted, "We are not star pirates. It was you humans who broke into my Monster Star's territory. That's why we took action to punish you. Monster Star is nearby." Yang Kai was shocked as he looked around and found that in a very distant location, there was a familiar-looking star that stood across the star field like a giant monster exuding a strong demonic chi, 5 million kilometers away. Yu Xiong replied confidently. So you know it's 5 million kilometers away? Aren't you monster race overstepping your boundaries? Shen Tu said with a disgruntled expression. Father doesn't care. Father says this is Monster Star's territory, so it is Monster Star's territory. It was you humans who trespassed, so naturally you need to be taught a lesson, Yu Xiong said with an unreasonable expression. Chapter 1884. What a joke, Monster Star is 5 million kilometers away. How could that be considered crossing the boundary? Shen Tu sneered, are you dreaming? Yu Xiong tilted his head and looked at him before turning to Yang Kai and asking, brother-in-law, does it matter if I kill him? This little brat's words are quite unpleasant to listen to. As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere between the human and monster races, which had just calmed down, suddenly became tense. Aunt Chun's Saint Chi fluctuated wildly as she glared at Yu Xiong with murderous intent. Bahi was naturally not to be outdone, releasing his divine sense to lock onto Aunt Chun while the others also drew their swords, preparing to fight. Stop making trouble. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he released his Origin King realm pressure slightly. Perceiving this power, Bahi immediately exclaimed, Yang Kai, you're already a second-order Origin King? He almost bit his tongue as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously, unable to believe his perception. When he saw Yang Kai just now, although he faintly felt that he had become much stronger than before, he did not pay much attention to him. However, when Yang Kai revealed his strength, Bahi realized that his cultivation had surpassed his own, reaching the second order. How is this possible? When he first met Yang Kai, he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and even after experiencing the blood prison trial together, he was still only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. How many years had it been since they last met? Was he already a second-order origin king? Was there anyone in this world who could break through so quickly? Bahi was dumbfounded. What? Second-order origin king? Senior Bahi, are you sure? Yu Xiong's eyes also bulged as he asked in amazement. Of course. How could I be mistaken? Bahi gulped and said in a hoarse voice, seemingly having suffered a blow. Anyone who knew about Yang Kai's cultivation speed could not remain calm. Compared with Yang Kai's aptitude and cultivation speed, Bahi felt like he had wasted all these years. Yu Xiong froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. As expected of my good brother-in-law, only someone like you is worthy of little sister. He was truly happy for Shan Qing Luo. Hearing him mention Shan Qing Luo, Yang Kai's expression also eased, saying, everyone give me some face. Regardless of the cause of today's matter, there were no casualties. Let's end it here. As he spoke, he glanced at Bahi. Then he looked at Shen Tuesday. Bahi said, there is no hatred. Since these people were brought by you, Kai Yang, then this old man will naturally not pester you. Shen Tu snorted, I'll give Brother Yang face and not lower myself to your level. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to Yu Xiong and asking, how is Qing Luo now? Little sister? Yu Xiong scratched his head. Chuckling meaningfully, she's doing very well. Since returning from the blood prison last time, she has been in retreat. When she comes out, she will break through to the Origin King realm. Adoptive mother is very optimistic about her future, so you don't need to worry. What about Senior Chiyu? Yang Kai asked again. Adoptive mother is also in retreat, Yu Xiong grinned. Senior Chiyu is in retreat. Doesn't that mean? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Yu Xiong laughed. When adoptive mother comes out, Monster Star will belong to my Chiyu territory. Chiyu is a second-order origin king, and now that she obtained the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King and entered retreat, if she could successfully break through, she would become the only Monster King level existence on Monster Star. Only when a monster race master reached the third-order origin king realm could they be called a Monster King. Right now, Chiyu is just a tribal lord. A Monster King who ruled over the monster race, so when the time came, Monster Star would inevitably be under her control. Then I must congratulate Senior Chiyu. Yang Kai's expression changed as he said, if it is convenient, I would like to go to Chiyu territory to see Senior Chiyu. I wonder if brother you can lead the way? Call me brother-in-law and I'll take you there. Brother Yu chuckled. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his eyes to Bahi. Bahi showed an awkward look and said slowly, Yang Kai, you are not an outsider, so we naturally welcome you to visit Monster Star's Red Moon territory, but if you want to see Tribal Master, I'm afraid now is not a good time. As I said just now, Tribal Master is in retreat and cannot be disturbed. I naturally understand this, but Senior Chi Yu is not in retreat, so I only need to say a few words to her. It won't take up too much of her time. Bahi frowned while Yu Xiong no longer interjected, knowing that this matter was not something he could casually decide. Rest assured, if Senior Chi Yu blames us, I will bear the consequences for you, and I believe Senior Chi Yu will be very happy with the news I bring her, and will not blame you. Huh. Bahi sighed. Since you've said so much, what else can I say? Many thanks, Senior Bahi. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Brother Yang, are you going to Monster Star? To the side, Shen Tu's expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice. I need to see Senior Chi Yu. Yang Kai nodded slightly. What about you? Will you wait for me here, or will you come with me to Monster Star? Shen Tu's expression became awkward and after a long time said, The monster race is cruel, so I'll go with you. Also, I want to see what Monster Star is like. Then let's go together. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not taking this matter seriously. Shen Tu passed down his words, and the others followed his arrangements. Soon, another starship emerged from the asteroid sea, one owned by the monster race. The monster race was not good at alchemy or artifact refining, but Monster Star was not entirely composed of monster race cultivators. There were also human race cultivators, but their status was not high. Monster Star's 10 territories and 10 tribal lords had very different attitudes towards the human race. Some would let them go, some would exterminate them, and some would entrust them with important tasks. In Red Moon territory, the human race was the most important, especially the alchemists and artifact refiners, whose status was higher than that of the average monster race cultivator. So Red Moon territory's development over the years had been much faster than that of the other tribal lords. There were also many talented human race cultivators who went to Red Moon territory to recommend themselves and work for Chi Yu. The starship that Ba He, Yu Xiong, and the other monster race cultivators were riding was refined by human race artifact refiners, and although it was only origin-grade mid-rank, it was enough to support short to medium-distance navigation. The two starships flew side by side towards Monster Star at an extremely fast speed. The 5 million kilometer distance was crossed in less than a day and night. Atop Half Moon Mountain was Red Moon Palace, Chi Yu's residence and the most important place in Red Moon territory. When the two starships broke through the clouds and arrived above Half Moon Mountain, they saw that the mountain range below was covered in a huge energy barrier that exuded a dazzling light. Outside this energy barrier, there seemed to be a large number of monster race masters gathered, the two leading them exuding an extremely vigorous aura. Rolling demonic chi radiated from their bodies, seemingly wanting to pierce the clouds. One of them had a head of wild hair and was even more burly than Yu Xiong. He wore a short robe that exposed his bare chest, giving him an extremely bold appearance. The other person was much more feminine. His appearance was not like the typical demon clan's rough and unruly appearance. Instead, he had the refined aura of a human. This person's eyes were pale silver, and when his eyes moved, there was a faint silver light. It seemed to contain some mysterious power. At this moment, many monster race cultivators were attacking the light barrier, and the rough-looking monster race cultivator roared, Chi Yu, we have come from afar, yet you have closed off Half Moon Mountain. Is this how you treat your guests? Are you looking down on this blood flood dragon? As soon as these words came out, the identity of this man was instantly clear. He was one of the 10 tribal lords, Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, and one of the tribal lords on Monster Star who hated the human race the most. It was said that in his territory there was not a single human race cultivator, unless they were slaves or servants. However, there was no response from Half Moon Mountain. The feminine monster race cultivator standing next to Blood Flood Dragon quickly said, Blood Flood Dragon, why ask when you already know the answer? Chi Yu is clearly not giving us any face. You and I are both tribal lord level existences, but now that we have come to visit her, she has closed the door and refused to see us. This is truly outrageous. If you don't give this Blood Flood Dragon face, then I won't give you any face either. Blood Flood Dragon was already grumpy, so when he heard this, he became even angrier and shouted, Chi Yu, my son Shuelian set out from here to enter the blood prison trial a few years ago and eventually died there. I haven't settled this matter with you yet, but today you dare to humiliate me like this? Good. If worst comes to worst, we'll just break up and fight using the name of Tribal Lord. Do you have the courage? There was still no response from Half Moon Mountain. Blood Flood Dragon's eyes went bloodshot as he roared in a low voice, turning his head to the feminine monster race cultivator beside him and whispering, "Brother Qian Yen, this woman doesn't want to fight. What should we do?" Qian Yen narrowed his eyes and said, "We've already spent a lot of time here. Since she doesn't want to fight, then we'll just have to attack. In any case, we can't let her refine the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King. If she succeeds in becoming a Monster King, there will be no place for you or me on Monster Star." Hearing this, a trace of fear flashed across Blood Flood Dragon's eyes as he grit his teeth and said, "Good. Since that's the case, I ask Brother Qian Yen to join forces with me to break this Half Moon Mountain barrier. Brother Blood Flood Dragon, be careful. This Half Moon Mountain can absorb the essence of the moon and is known to possess the power of the half moon. Once this barrier is activated, it won't be easy to break through." Blood Flood Dragon curled his lips and said, "This barrier is just an inanimate object. Why should we be afraid of it if we join forces? Brother Qian Yen is being too cautious. Don't forget, it wasn't just my son who died in the blood prison, but also your son. The human who killed them all came from Chiyu's territory. If you say there isn't something fishy going on here, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." Hearing what he said, Qian Yan's silver eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted, "Then let's attack together." The two overlords of the demon clans looked at each other and began to circulate the demon chi in their bodies. In an instant, the world buzzed and the demon chi that soared into the sky condensed into a solid substance, escaping from the two overlords' skin. The scene was extremely frightening. The demon clans that followed them all felt the pressure of this pressure and could not help but turn pale. They quickly retreated in fear of being affected. Chapter 1885. The two lords of the demon clans attacked without hesitation. The Gorfine dragon roared in a low voice, and his already burly body suddenly swelled up. The power of chi and blood that was visible to the naked eye spread around his body like a red mist, rolling like a tide. His figure flickered as he shot out like a cannonball towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The monster race was known for their physical strength, and the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord was innately gifted, so this simple collision contained unimaginable destructive power. Wherever he passed, he left a trail of light behind him, igniting even the air around him. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk when Xue Jiao's body slammed into Half Moon Mountain's barrier, the entire mountain seemed to shake, and the outer layer of the barrier flashed wildly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Xue Jiao's face filled with joy as he thought to himself that Half Moon Mountain's barrier was only SSO. But just as he was about to increase his strength to completely break the barrier, an extremely violent rebound force erupted from the opposite side, one that was even more violent than his previous collision. Xue Jiao was caught off guard for a moment, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. With a muffled groan, his burly body was sent flying. All the monster race masters looked at each other in shock. Fortunately, Xue Jiao's skin was thick, so although the rebound force was powerful, it did not hurt him at all, only leaving him covered in dust. To the side, Qian Yen said with a dignified expression, "It is said that Half Moon Mountain was formed from half of the body of an ancient monster king, so it is naturally extraordinary." Xue Jiao glanced at him with dissatisfaction. "Don't make such sarcastic remarks, just attack." Qian Yen nodded and no longer spoke, his two silver eyes suddenly bursting with dazzling silver light. This silver light condensed into two sharp swords and shook slightly. Like an arrow from a bow, the two swords shot towards the barrier as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Xue Jiao did not remain idle and cooperated with Qian Yan's secret technique to rush forward again, swinging his huge fists towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The joint attack of the two monster race tribal lords was enough to destroy the world. When the attack arrived, Half Moon Mountain's barrier flashed even faster, but this time, Xue Jiao was prepared and naturally could not be sent flying by the rebound force. After this attack, the light of Half Moon Mountain's barrier seemed to dim a little. Seeing this situation, Qian Yen and Xue Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The two great commanders naturally saw some clues and knew that as long as they joined forces a few more times, the barrier would break and they would be able to enter. After breaking into Chiyu Palace, Yang Kai could not allow Chiyu to peacefully absorb the power in Mad Crocodile Monster King's Origin Essence Crystal. Many of the monster race cultivators who were fiercely attacking Half Moon Mountain's barrier stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with fear. Even Xue Jiao and Qian Yan wore dignified expressions as they tried to dispel the discomfort in their hearts. Xue Jiao, Qian Yan, this queen is a cornerstone of the monster race, just like you, and does not want to make things too tense. If you leave now, this queen can pretend that nothing happened, otherwise, you will have to pay the price. Chiyu, Xue Jiao and Qian Yan called out in unison. They were all demonic overlords and had interacted many times before. Naturally, they could recognize Chiyu's voice. But this time, Chiyu gave them a very different feeling. Her words were not fierce and could even be considered calm. However, they gave off a feeling of dread, as if this continued, they would really have to pay an unimaginable price. The two monster race overlords' hearts clenched as they glanced at each other. Qian Yan grit his teeth and shouted, acting all mysterious. If you have the ability, remove the barrier and let this queen in to talk with you. That's right. Xue Jiao echoed from the side. Chiyu, you also know that we are all cornerstones of the monster race. But I, Xue Jiao, have come here today with Brother Qian Yan, yet you refuse to see us. What kind of reasoning is this? If you know what's good for you, quickly open the barrier and let us in. It's useless to say more. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. This queen has done her part. Chiyu's voice came from inside Half Moon Mountain before falling silent. Xue Jiao and Qian Yan both had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads as they faintly realized something. After a long time, Qian Yan turned to look at Xue Jiao and asked, Brother Xue Jiao, are you afraid? Father has never been afraid of anyone, Xue Jiao coldly snorted. That would be for the best. Qian Yan nodded lightly before grinning. Since that's the case, let's go all out. Xue Jiao frowned, seemingly hesitating for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine. As soon as his voice fell, the two monster race overlords released their monster chi again as they each displayed their shocking strength and bombarded Half Moon Mountain's barrier. Stubborn fools. Chiyu's angry voice rang out as the world energy around her suddenly fluctuated. Immediately, a huge palm print appeared high up in the sky. This palm print seemed to fall from the sky as it pressed down towards Xue Jiao and Qian Yan. The two monster race overlords both lowered their heads as they looked up in horror. Xue Jiao even exclaimed, Heaven and Earth, a third-order origin king? Qian Yan was also taken aback. The reason they dared to act presumptuously here was because they had the advantage in numbers. Both of them were second-order origin kings, so naturally, they had the advantage in numbers. However, if Chiyu had really become a monster king, a third-order origin king, then numbers were useless. At this moment, Qian Yan involuntarily wanted to retreat, only wanting to escape from Half Moon Mountain as quickly as possible. But soon, Qian Yan's silver eyes flashed and he shouted, No, this is just a secret technique. Xue Jiao, quickly attack. While urging Xue Jiao, Qian Yan opened his mouth and roared, sending out a sound wave visible to the naked eye towards the giant palm print. Xue Jiao had already lost all fighting spirit, and his face was ashen. But after being reminded by Qian Yan, his survival instincts erupted, and his strength suddenly surged as he punched out, sending out one giant fist after another. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk fist shadows, sound waves, and palm prints collided with each other, and outside Half Moon Mountain, the world seemed to be in chaos as even the omnipresent light seemed to be swallowed up. After a long time, the dust settled. Qian Yan and Xue Jiao both showed joy on their faces as they glanced at each other and regained their confidence. On the other hand, there was no movement inside Half Moon Mountain. Qi really hasn't broken through, Xue Jiao sneered in a low voice, the panic on his face completely swept away. But she will soon. Qian Yan wore a worried look. Xue Jiao, if we delay any longer, once she succeeds, there will really be no place for us on Monster Star. I know. Xue Jiao's eyes flashed a fierce light as he nodded heavily. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and break this damn barrier. We can't let her succeed no matter what. Qian Yan shouted angrily. Just as the two monster race overlords were about to attack again, their vision blurred, and a figure strangely appeared not far in front of them, standing midair and staring at them indifferently. Who? Xue Jiao roared. A human. Qian Yan saw through Yang Kai's identity at a glance, and could not help frowning as he released his powerful divine sense towards Yang Kai, wanting to see his depths. Soon, a look of shock appeared on Qian Yan's face as he muttered, "Second-order origin king." It was absolutely impossible for a human race origin king to appear on Monster Star, and even origin-returning realm masters were extremely rare. So the only explanation was that this boy had come from another cultivation star. Looking at Yang Kai's posture at the moment, it seemed that he intended to embarrass them, which made Qian Yan puzzled. "This guy looks familiar," Xuejiao muttered to himself. Xuejiao muttered in a low voice, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Kai. He didn't know when he had met this person, but he had no impression of him at all. Yang Kai grinned as he looked at the two monster race overlords before turning to Qiyu inside Half Moon Mountain and saying, "Senior, you seem to have encountered some trouble. It's you, little bastard." Qiyu also looked extremely surprised, not having expected that the one who would appear outside Half Moon Mountain at this time would be Yang Kai. You've already reached the second-order origin king realm? How is that possible?" An even stronger cry of surprise came from inside Half Moon Mountain, as the world energy there seemed to fluctuate due to Qiyu's mood. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "The world is big and full of wonders. Nothing is impossible. Senior, on the other hand, you shouldn't get distracted and fail." Qiyu said angrily, "Do I need you to remind me of this kind of thing?" It seems Junior spoke too much." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "Senior's little problem in front of your door. Would you like this Junior to help you solve it?" "You're quite confident." Qiyu was surprised. "How long has it been since you broke through to the origin king realm?" "Haha, two tribal lords. Although Junior can't guarantee too much, self-preservation is not a problem." "Oh!" Qiyu was surprised, not knowing where Yang Kai's confidence came from. After a moment of silence, she quickly said, "It's not convenient for me to take action right now. If you really have the ability, go play with them. You're not an outsider, so it's only natural for you to help me." Junior understands. "Be careful. Although this queen doesn't know what kind of pills you took that allowed you to improve your strength to this extent in such a short time. But the origin king realm takes time to accumulate strength. Don't die. This queen doesn't want Qing Luo to blame her in the future." Qiyu obviously thought that Yang Kai being able to grow to this extent in such a short time was due to pills, and not ordinary pills at that. "Many thanks for Senior's concern. I will try my best to survive." Yang Kai nodded seriously. As the two spoke, Xuejiao and Qian Yan remained silent, but as time passed, the two tribal lords became even angrier. Yang Kai acting as if he didn't put them in his eyes made them extremely uncomfortable. They were both famous tribal lords on Monster Star and were among the top masters in their territory, so when had they ever been so despised? Yang Kai had successfully angered them. Chapter 1886. Qian Yan stared at Yang Kai gloomily and sneered. "Everyone says that the human race is rampant and arrogant. This tribal lord didn't believe it before, but now I know that the rumors are not false. The human race has been rampant for more than a day or two." Xuejiao coldly snorted as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely. "But boy, this is my Monster Star, Monster Star. A human like you had best tuck your tail between your legs." Yang Kai just smiled and did not speak, simply staring at the two tribal lords quietly, not showing any intention of refuting. Qian Yan rolled his eyes and said, "Boy, this king doesn't know what your relationship with Qiyu is. But if you continue to stand in our way, don't blame us for being impolite. If you know what's good for you, withdraw quickly. This is a matter of my monster race. It has nothing to do with you." "That's right. Even if you and I are both second-order origin kings, what are your chances of winning?" Xuejiao snorted. "My chances of winning aren't decided by words. We'll only know after we fight." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing any intention of backing down. Qian Yan's face sank. "Do you insist on meddling in other people's business?" "How could it be other people's business?" Yang Kai shook his head. "According to seniority, I have to call Qiyu tribal lord mother-in-law. So naturally, mother-in-law's business is not other people's business." Qian Yan and Xuejiao suddenly showed strange expressions, but soon Qian Yan seemed to remember something. "So, it's that half-monster man." The half-monster he was referring to was naturally Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo, in her human form, had obtained the source of the heavenly moon demon spider and the special constitution of the poison widow, complementing each other. Today, Shan Qing Luo's blood was half human and half monster race. She was a rising star on Monster Star and was the focus of everyone's attention. All the monster race on Monster Star knew of Shan Qing Luo's existence. From inside Half Moon Mountain, Chiyu's voice called out, "Smelly brat, don't call me that so intimately. This consort hasn't fully acknowledged you yet." Yang Kai turned his head and smiled lightly. It doesn't matter if Senior agrees or not, as long as Qing Luo agrees. Chiyu was speechless. "Enough!" Qian Yen roared, his silver eyes glaring towards Yang Kai as he coldly declared, "Since you court death, we'll fulfill your wish. Shui Jiao, play with him. This barrier will be broken by me alone." "Don't worry, leave it to me." Shui Jiao's expression was ferocious as he licked his lips and stared at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a delicious meal, grinning meaningfully as he said, "The brain of a human race origin king must be a great tonic. Father has never eaten such a good thing before." "Enough nonsense, let's end this quickly," Qian Yen urged impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-horned dragon rushed out. His speed was so fast that the friction between his body and the air created a whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and swung his iron arm. Suddenly, he slammed it towards Yang Kai. This blow seemed extremely ordinary, but with the assistance of Shui Jiao's powerful physique and cultivation, it was like a towering mountain blocking his path. It would be easily smashed to pieces. "Be careful." Chiyu's voice rang out, accompanied by a trace of nervousness. As a fellow monster race tribal lord, she was extremely clear about the details of Shui Jiao's strength. Even she did not dare to make physical contact with Shui Jiao easily. His innate divine strength was not something an ordinary master could block. Yang Kai stood in place without moving and simply stretched out his hand to block in front of him. Seeing this scene, Shui Jiao was stunned. Immediately, he was overjoyed and grinned fiercely. "You overestimate yourself. Watch how this master smashes you to pieces." As soon as these words fell, his iron arm slammed into Yang Kai's arm. Asterisk dang. Asterisk like a collision of gold and iron. A huge sound spread throughout Half Moon Mountain and spread outwards. Shui Jiao's victorious expression stiffened on his face and was replaced by a look of disbelief. To the side, Qian Yen, who was preparing to attack the barrier, could not help being stunned as he stared forward in a daze. Inside Half Moon Mountain, Chiyu's cry seemed to resound. At this moment, the three monster race tribal lords were all shocked, feeling as if they were in a dream. Yang Kai slowly raised his eyes and looked at Shui Jiao indifferently, grinning as he said, "This friend seems to be very confident in his physique. You?" Shui Jiao's complexion changed drastically as his eyes trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to believe that his full-powered blow had been so easily blocked by his opponent. What's more, Yang Kai showed no signs of retreating. Shui Jiao was attacking while Yang Kai was defending. In other words, Shui Jiao was at a disadvantage. "Your physique." Shui Jiao suddenly understood something, and his eyes filled with surprise. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sorry, but my physique doesn't seem to be bad either." Shui Jiao's eyes narrowed as he knew that his guess was true, a look of anger and humiliation appearing on his face as he madly circulated his monster chi and roared. "A trivial human like you dares to compete with my Shui Jiao clan in terms of physical strength? Today I will open your eyes." As he spoke, his fists rained down on Yang Kai like raindrops. Every strike was accompanied by a vortex of world energy, each strike terrifying to the extreme. What happened next was truly shocking. Not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he instead laughed and met the attacks with his own fists. When the fists collided, a violent explosion rang out, as if two mountains were colliding at an extremely fast speed, each shockwave causing one's blood to boil. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk in just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai and Shui Jiao had exchanged countless punches, all of them landing squarely on each other. But what was strange was that neither of the two masters actually took half a step back, both of them standing firmly in midair, using their bodies to diffuse each other's strength. Such a simple and crude battle was breathtaking, but Qian Yen, who was watching from the side, showed a worried expression instead of joy. This could not be helped, as the greatest advantage of the human race was not their physical bodies, but their mastery of various secret techniques and artifacts. However, Yang Kai had given up on these advantages and decided to compete with Shui Jiao in terms of physical strength, obviously not using his full strength at all. In this confrontation, Yang Kai was simply probing. If Yang Kai used his secret techniques or artifacts, it was unknown to what extent his strength would increase. Thinking so, Qian Yen quickly shouted, Shuejiao, stop playing around, quickly deal with him. Hearing this, Shuejiao's expression became fierce as he roared, Flood Dragon Transformation. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuejiao's body suddenly erupted with qi and blood that was several times more violent than before. His body swelled up again, and blood-red scales appeared densely on his body. 2 horns grew on his forehead, and something that looked like a dragon's tail appeared on his back. The Blood Flood Dragon clan was born with the bloodline of a true dragon, and the most powerful Blood Flood Dragon of ancient times was a descendant of a true dragon. The Flood Dragon Transformation technique allowed Shuejiao to stimulate the power of his ancestral bloodline, allowing him to gain infinite strength. With his powerful body and violent strength alone, Shuejiao was able to crush everything in front of him. As soon as the Flood Dragon Transformation technique was used, an unimaginable force struck Yang Kai from the opposite side, causing him to tremble violently as he was sent flying. Shuelian roared, "Human, this king doesn't know how you cultivated such a body, but in front of this king's Blood Flood Dragon ancestral bloodline, you are far from enough." Saying so, he chased after Yang Kai, using both his fists and feet to launch a fierce barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai's vitals, the power behind them seemingly capable of shattering space itself. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and hurriedly responded. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the 2 figures flew back and forth, the sound of fists and feet colliding constantly filling the air. Yang Kai instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, seemingly only able to parry but unable to fight back. Qian Yan sneered, "Stupid, actually competing with Shuejiao in terms of strength. This human's brain is so rotten." High up in the clouds, 2 starships were hidden side by side, naturally belonging to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Red Moon Territory. Yu Xiong, Bahi, Shintu, and the others all looked down nervously, so the scene of Yang Kai being suppressed was naturally seen clearly. "Brother-in-law is too arrogant," Yu Xiong said with a frown. Yu Xiong wore a worried look. Shuejiao's physique and strength are among the top existences in the entire monster race, yet a human actually dared to fight him head-on. Is he out of his mind? Is little sister going to become a widow? "Shut your crow's beak," Bahi coldly snorted from the side. Although Yu Xiong was Qiyu's adopted son and had a high status, Bahi's identity was not bad either. He had been Qiyu's most trusted subordinate since several hundred years ago, and now that he had broken through to the Origin King realm, he had become Qiyu's #1 subordinate. Yu Xiong did not dare act presumptuously in front of him. Hearing Bahi say this, Yu Xiong smiled awkwardly. "I was just saying. Perhaps brother-in-law still has some tricks up his sleeve. I don't think he's the type to die so early." Bahi shook his head. He really overestimated himself this time, but his cultivation is not weaker than Shuejiao's, so he won't be killed, but he will definitely suffer a loss. As soon as Bahi's words came out, the battle between the human and monster race down below seemed to have concluded. Accompanied by a loud bang, a figure was blasted towards the ground like a rag sack, leaving behind another figure standing proudly in the void. Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the figure standing midair and found that it was shrouded in blood qi, had 2 horns on its head, and had a dragon tail on its back. Who else could it be but Shuejiao? Shuejiao was safe and sound, so the one who was blasted down was definitely Yang Kai. This discovery made many people's hearts sink as they quickly looked down. On the ground, a huge pit had appeared, and with this pit as its center, a series of cracks spread out like a spider web. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, seemingly having been blasted into the ground. "Ha ha ha ha." Shuejiao threw his head back and laughed wildly as a look of disdain appeared on his face. A human origin king. Nothing more than this. He was absolutely qualified to act so arrogantly. After all, no matter how weak Yang Kai was in his eyes, he was still a second-order origin king. Seeing him easily suppress an opponent in the same realm, Shuejiao was naturally overjoyed. Seeing this situation, Qian Yan, who had been on edge all this time, could not help breathing a sigh of relief and quickly reminded, "Shuejiao, a long night is fraught with dreams." Chapter 1887. Hearing this, Shuejiao nodded and was about to go down to deal with Yang Kai when Yang Kai suddenly climbed up from the pit below, stretched out his hands, and patted the dust off his body before leaping out of the ground and sighing lightly, "Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, your reputation is well deserved. In this world, there are few who can beat you in terms of physique and strength." Qian Yan's eyes shrank suddenly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Qian Yan immediately discovered something that made him shudder in fear. Although Yang Kai seemed to be in a sorry state and was covered in dust, there was no trace of injury at all. How is this possible? Qian Yan wished he could gouge out his eyes and place them on Yang Kai's body to take a closer look. Xue Jiao's ferocious attack just now would have left even Yang Kai half dead. So how could a second-order origin king come out unscathed? Qian Yan's divine sense did not detect what artifact armor Yang Kai was wearing, and when he fought with Xue Jiao just now, the other party did not use any defensive artifacts at all. This human had withstood all of Xue Jiao's attacks with his physique and remained unscathed? Could it be that his physique was even more powerful than Xue Jiao's after he used his flood dragon transformation? On the other side, Xue Jiao could not help gaping as he stared at Yang Kai stupidly, completely losing the ability to think. But if that's all, it's still not enough. Yang Kai raised his head, looking up at the sky faintly. Xue Jiao opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but he found that no matter what he said at this moment, it would be futile. Being despised by a mere human in the territory he was most proud of, Xue Jiao's heart was in turmoil. Only blood could wash away the shame at this moment. Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, you haven't used your full strength yet, have you? It's rare to meet an existence with such powerful physique. I hope you can play with me. As soon as these last few words were spoken, Yang Kai's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Before he even reached Xue Jiao, a faint golden halo suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of pale gold was not the color of his golden blood, but rather the metal sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Yang Kai's metal sword chi circled around his body, making him look like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed, tearing through the sky. It pierced straight towards the blood dragon. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The golden light that Yang Kai had transformed into paused for a moment and retreated a few steps. However, this confrontation caused the Gorfine dragon to stumble back. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before, and he could no longer completely suppress Yang Kai. Tick-tock, a few rhythmic sounds were heard. It was the sound of blood dripping from Xue Jiao's fist. In this confrontation, the blood flood dragon had been injured. The metal sword chi was incomparably sharp and could cut through anything. Although Yang Kai had not yet cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the highest level, he had still reached the minor accomplishment stage. So as soon as the metal sword chi appeared, he instantly reversed the situation. So mediocre. Although the blood flood dragon was shocked by Yang Kai's methods, he could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. So he shook off the blood on his hand and sneered. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. Then I asked Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord to wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of light suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of light was different from the golden one from before. It was an earthen yellow. Earth Sword Chi. The earth attribute was heavy, and the earth sword chi could form a wall of sword chi, which could be used as a strong and powerful defense. Moreover, in the 5 elements, earth gave birth to metal, so as soon as the earth sword chi appeared, it instantly resonated with the metal sword chi. Not only did it not cover up the sharpness of the metal sword chi, but it instead strengthened it. Yang Kai's body was wrapped in a 2-colored light, and his figure flickered as he arrived in front of the blood flood dragon. Staring at him coldly, he raised his hand and chopped down. The blood flood dragon's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm to block. Xue Jiao let out a low roar and retreated. Suddenly, 2-foot-long wounds appeared on his arms. Blood spurted out from the wounds like a fountain and instantly dyed his clothes red. The wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and his flesh was overturned, looking extremely shocking. The pain made the blood flood dragon furious, and anger devoured his soul. He roared, "Brat, don't be too arrogant." The monster clan had this drawback. Once they were angry, they would slowly lose their minds and follow their instincts. Even though the blood flood dragon was a powerful tribal lord, this characteristic hidden in his bones had not changed. It was just that compared to ordinary monster clan members, he could control his emotions better. But at this moment, under the premise of using the flood dragon transformation technique, he was still hit twice by Yang Kai, which made him a little angry out of shame. His figure flickered, and he directly turned into a blood-red flood dragon more than 100 feet long, covered in scales. His 2 bell-like blood-red eyes glared at Yang Kai, and he opened his mouth, spewing out a blood-red beam of light towards Yang Kai. Blood flood dragon body. In the clouds, Bahi's eyes narrowed. He never expected that Yang Kai could still force the blood flood dragon to such an extent after being careless and even falling into a disadvantageous position. The flood dragon transformation technique was a method for the blood flood dragon to enhance his strength, but it only stimulated some of the ancestral power in his body. The blood flood dragon body, however, was fully stimulated, returning to the form of the blood flood dragon clan tens of thousands of years ago. Forcing the blood flood dragon to show this form meant that he was going to go all out. The blood-red beam of light shot straight towards Yang Kai's face. It was extremely thick, and if Yang Kai was hit by it, he would likely be completely wrapped up in it. The blood-red beam of light not only gave off a nauseating aura, but also an unparalleled corrosive power. Even a second-order origin king would not be able to survive if struck by it. Yang Kai still did not dodge and simply shouted, "Water, come." As soon as his words fell, a layer of blue light emerged and wrapped him up. This blue light was like the color of the sea, and the power that wrapped Yang Kai was obviously not very strong, but it gave off an extremely reliable feeling. It was as if Yang Kai was completely submerged in the sea, and no matter how violent the outside world was, he would remain motionless. The blood-red beam of light arrived as expected, pierced through the sky, and submerged Yang Kai. The blood flood dragon's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared forward, sensing Yang Kai's vitality fluctuations. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something inconceivable, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Not good." After transforming into his blood flood dragon form, this shout was like a thunderclap that swept across the world. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure charged out from the blood-red light pillar. Ignoring the powerful blood-red light pillar, he fiercely punched towards the Blood Jiao's huge head. Who else could this figure be but Yang Kai? However, at this moment, Yang Kai's body was no longer shrouded in 3 colors, but 4. In addition to the initial golden, earthy, and blue colors, there was now a layer of fiery red, like a burning flame. Yang Kai's aura had also risen more than 10 times compared to before. It seemed that as the colors on his body increased, his strength was also being unsealed step by step, as if there was no limit. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the fist smashed into the blood flood dragon's head, causing a scream to resound through the sky as the blood flood dragon's huge body was sent flying backwards by this force, howling miserably. After retreating more than a dozen miles, Shuejiao barely managed to stabilize his body. However, there was a burnt fist mark on his huge head. Around the fist mark, there were traces of flames burning. No matter how Shuejiao tried to use his blood qi, he could not extinguish the flames. "What kind of fire is this?" The blood flood dragon cried out in horror. "Sun's true fire." Yang Kai grinned. Hearing this, the blood flood dragon's face changed dramatically. Sun's true fire was a flame born at the core of the burning sun in the star field. Together with the nirvana flame of the ancient divine spirit phoenix, it was known as the world's 2 great divine fires and could burn all things in the world. If one was contaminated by this divine fire, unless they were extinguished with a corresponding level of water attribute treasure or refined into one's body, it was impossible to remove it. The Gorfine dragon's eyes revealed a look of despair. The true sun fire on its head suddenly became fierce and enveloped the Gorfine dragon's huge body. With a series of screams, the blood flood dragon seemed to be suffering unimaginable torture. Yang Kai's expression changed, not showing the slightest joy after defeating a master in the same realm as him. Instead, he stared at the sun's true fire wrapped around the blood flood dragon with a strange expression for a moment before smiling. "So that's how it is. It looks like you've already noticed." Qian Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and the moment this voice rang out, the blood flood dragon that was being burned by the sun's true fire turned into a silver light and dissipated from the world. Yang Kai turned his head towards the source of the voice and found that not far away, the blood flood dragon was floating in the air, safe and sound, but his eyes were filled with fear. Next to him, Qian Yan was also staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. "When did you attack me?" "I didn't even notice." Yang Kai looked at Qian Yan with interest. Not long ago, he thought that the blood flood dragon had been hit, but the moment he was burned by the sun's true fire, he suddenly understood the truth. What was being burned was not the blood flood dragon's real body, but his own illusion. There was only one person present who was capable of silently causing him to hallucinate without him noticing, and that was Thousand-Eyed Tribal Lord. Do you think I'll tell you? Qian Yan asked solemnly. Yang Kai sneered, when I was wrapped in the blood-red beam of light. The heaven-breaking moon pupil really lives up to its reputation. This Yang has learned a lot. Chapter 1888. Hearing Yang Kai call out the name of his greatest divine technique, Qian Yan's expression changed slightly. But when he remembered that he was related to Qi Yu, he quickly relaxed. The reason he was called Qian Yan Tribal Lord was because of the existence of the heaven-breaking moon pupil. This was an innate talent and a divine technique unique to the Qian Yan clan. No other creature could learn it, and it was his greatest reliance. Others did not know about the existence of the heaven-breaking moon pupil. But since Yang Kai was so familiar with Qi Yu, he would naturally have heard about it from her. So Qian Yan was not surprised. With a dignified expression, he looked at the four-colored halo around Yang Kai's body and said, "Your Excellency's secret technique encompasses all 5 elements, right? Now that you have 4, why not display all 5? Xuejiao alone is not your opponent, so this king will join forces with him. If you don't show it now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then as you wish." As soon as these words fell, the final layer of blue light rippled outwards. Yang Kai's already tyrannical momentum increased by a few notches. Qian Yan and Xuejiao both wore solemn expressions. The 5 elements soared qi lingered around Yang Kai's body, mutually reinforcing and suppressing each other. Not only did they look extremely dazzling, but they also gave off an extremely strong pressure. "Is this your strongest strength?" Qian Yan's expression was dignified as he sneered, his words attacking Yang Kai's momentum and confidence. "If that's all you've got, then you should obediently retreat. It's better for you to obediently retreat, lest we hurt each other later." "So much nonsense, if I were to tell you. Your sons died at my hands. Would you still want me to retreat?" Yang Kai stared forward coldly. "What?" Qian Yan looked angry. "What did you just say?" Xuejiao suddenly thought of something and shouted, "So it was you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. So it turned out to be you, you little bastard." "Xuejiao, speak clearly." Qian Yan's silver eyes flashed with murderous intent as he turned to look at Xuejiao. "You still haven't figured it out? This guy is the human who set off from Monster Star a few years ago and went to the blood prison trial with Shuel Yen and Mi Tian." Xuejiao grit his teeth and roared. "Impossible." Qian Yan's face changed drastically. Only origin-returning realm masters can participate in the blood prison trial. How did he break through to the second-order origin king realm? Qian Yan froze for a moment before turning to Yang Kai again and nodding. Good. This king was just worried about finding the murderer of my son, Mi Tian. Since you've taken the initiative to appear in front of me today, there's no need for you to leave." "That's more like it." Yang Kai laughed. "Xuejiao, attack. Today, we won't rest until one of us is dead." Qian Yan was completely furious and waved his hand before rushing towards Yang Kai. In the middle of the journey, he suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. On the other hand, Xuejiao seemed to be used to this scene. He was not disturbed by Qian Yan's disappearance and instead rushed towards Yang Kai even more aggressively. Xuejiao's huge body swayed, and before he even reached Yang Kai, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai sneered, "This move is useless against me." "No need." Xuejiao coldly snorted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flickered as he leapt up and arrived directly at Yang Kai's right side, his huge tail sweeping out fiercely. The scales on this tail stood erect. It was like a sharp blade, and if one was struck by it, they would definitely suffer. Yang Kai easily avoided them. But before he could regain his footing, though, his brow suddenly furrowed. Without moving, Yang Kai released his territory, locking down the space around him in a 10-meter radius. Behind him, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was naturally Qian Yan, who had disappeared before. At this moment, Qian Yan stabbed his fingers directly towards the back of Yang Kai's head. However, after being blocked by the Origin King's territory domain, Qian Yan's offensive paused for a moment. Not showing any weakness, Qian Yan also released his own territory domain to neutralize Yang Kai's territory domain while continuing to attack. Yang Kai flicked his hand and summoned out his dragon bone sword before sweeping it behind him. Qian Yan frowned and had no choice but to give up his attack and retreat quickly. He did not want to be swept by the dragon bone sword. Although the dragon bone sword had no edge, Anyone could see that it was an Origin King-grade artifact. Being struck by such a weapon was destined to be disastrous. You want to run? Too naive. Yang Kai shouted coldly as he suddenly increased the power of his territory domain. *1. The heavens and earth trembled as tiny cracks suddenly appeared one after another in the sky within a radius of 100 feet that he had locked onto. They were densely packed and innumerable. Qianyan was shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai's territory domain would be so terrifying. Not only was it more condensed and powerful than his own territory domain, but it also contained a special kind of power. This power was capable of causing the surrounding space to collapse, forming a series of deadly void cracks. Don't panic. At the critical moment, Xuejiao shouted and released his own territory domain, merging it with Qianyan's territory domain to resist Yang Kai's space force. *Kacha. The surrounding space became more and more unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. Xuejiao stretched out his claw, allowing the countless void cracks to cut into his claw as he grabbed Qianyan, who was wrapped in his territory domain, and pulled him back. A series of crackling sounds rang out. Within the range of the superimposed domains of the 3 second-order Origin Kings, space shattered like a mirror, revealing a vast expanse of the void. This expanse of the void was completely empty and dark, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. This void black hole did not last long, though. Under the power of Monster Star's world principles, it quickly repaired itself and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The 2 monster race tribal lords retreated in unison, their hearts shaking as their expressions filled with shock. 2 against 1, yet they were still at a disadvantage. This was something they would never have imagined before, but today, it was happening right under their noses. 2 human race Origin Kings. Were they all so powerful? Qianyan and Xuejiao had a horrifying thought in their hearts. If this was the case, how could there still be a place for the monster race in this star territory? Any random second-order Origin King from the human race would be able to raise Monster Star to the ground. The monster race would be driven out of this last paradise. Go all out, Xuejiao, Qianyan quickly said, knowing that if he did not go all out, it would be impossible for him to defeat Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came here, he had said to Qiyu that he would have no problem protecting himself. At that time, Qianyan thought he was being arrogant, but now he realized that not only was the other party not arrogant, he was actually quite modest. Not only would he have no problem protecting himself, but he would also have the absolute upper hand. Good. Xuejiao roared and suddenly opened his mouth. From his mouth, he spat out a fist-sized bead. A monster core. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, knowing that Xuejiao was really going all out. Monster race cultivators all had monster cores, but they would never use them lightly because their monster cores were the essence of their life and the source of their combat power. If their monster core was damaged or lost, it might not be enough to kill a monster race cultivator, but it would definitely cause their strength to plummet, and if the situation was serious, it would be impossible for them to improve in the future. As such, no monster race cultivator would release their monster core in battle unless they had no other choice. Xuejiao spat out his monster core. He was really going all out, and what he was about to show was his most powerful card. Xuejiao was a second-order Origin King. His monster core was extremely rare even in the entire star territory, and with this kind of monster core as a pill spirit, he could definitely refine the best Origin King-grade spirit pill. What's more, Xuejiao's body could also be refined into a blood beast. A second-order Origin King blood beast with the bloodline of an ancient variant beast was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai was already planning how to refine Xuejiao in his heart. Unlike Xuejiao, Qianyan did not spit out his monster core and instead let out a loud roar. In the next moment, his whole body suddenly became extremely fat. The originally feminine Qianyan suddenly underwent a huge change at this moment. He now looked like a round ball. His clothes burst open, revealing his upper body. Yang Kai stared at him intently. Yang Kai could not help feeling his scalp go numb, because he found that there were many eyes on Qianyan's upper body, each of which exuded a silver light that blinked from time to time and stared towards him with malicious intent. Counting these eyes, Yang Kai found that there were 70 to 80 of them, each of which exuded a mysterious aura. Being able to force this king to show such a form, you should be proud. Qianyan shouted coldly as he formed a series of seals with his hands, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. In the next moment, all of the eyes on his body, as well as the two he already had, bloomed with a silver light. This silver light then converged into a single beam, and a full moon appeared behind Qian Yan's back. After the silver light poured into the full moon, it flickered slightly, as if it had come to life. A creepy feeling swept through Yang Kai's body. Looking around, he suddenly found that there was nothing around him except for the silver moon hanging high in the sky. This silver moon was like a huge eye, high above, overlooking him. The brilliance of the silver moon scattered and penetrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea, slowing his thoughts and causing his strength to slowly dissipate. The brilliance of this silver moon not only affected his mind, but also his physical body. Yang Kai was startled and knew that he could not underestimate any Origin King. Not daring to be negligent, he took a deep breath, bit his fingertip, and wiped his left eye. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from his left eye. His left eye had completely transformed into a dignified golden vertical pupil. The pupil was long and narrow, and it carried an aura of destruction. It was terrifying to look at. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai frantically poured his spiritual energy into his left eye to stimulate the power of his Demon Eye of Annihilation, and stared directly at the silver moon hanging high in the sky. No matter how magical this silver moon was, it was based on Qian Yan's strength. As long as he could suppress Qian Yan's strength, this silver moon would collapse on its own. Chapter 1889. The heaven-breaking moon pupil carried the power of the heaven-breaking moon pupil, while the Demon Eye of Annihilation carried the aura of destruction. These two strange eye forces collided in this illusory space. Surging spiritual energy sputtered in all directions as Yang Kai poured his spiritual energy into the terrifying golden light in his left eye, condensing it into a beam of golden light that shot towards the silver moon in the sky. The silver moon shook slightly and seemed to show signs of instability, but in the next moment, the silver moon returned to normal. Silver light scattered from the silver moon like thousands of willows hanging straight down to meet the golden light of annihilation. Gold and silver light collided in the void. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of violent explosions rang out, one after the other. Yang Kai's body shook violently. Although Yang Kai could not see where Qian Yan was for the time being and did not know how he was faring, in this kind of head-on confrontation between spiritual energy and eye force, Qian Yan was definitely not having a good time. This competition was not only a contest of control over one's eye force, but also the strength of one's spiritual energy. In terms of eye force, Yang Kai's Demon Eye of Annihilation might not be as good as Qian Yan's heaven-breaking moon pupil. But this was not to say that the grade of his Demon Eye of Annihilation was inferior, but rather that Yang Kai's Demon Eye of Annihilation was an inheritance he had inherited, not something he was born with. How could his Demon Eye of Annihilation compare to Qian Yan's? This was a natural shortcoming. However, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was definitely stronger than Qian Yan's. After all, the soul-warming lotus had been nourishing his soul for so many years, and now his spiritual energy was not inferior to a third-order Origin King's. Like this, Yang Kai lost ground. The two of them were evenly matched, and as far as the eye could see, the gold and silver lights were locked in a stalemate mid-air. One retreating, one advancing, one retreating, one advancing, one retreating. The power of his divine sense was like a flood bursting out of a dam, fiercely bursting forth. From Yang Kai's left eye, blood rolled down and dyed half of his cheek a golden hue, making him look both strange and ferocious. Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. If it was just a one-on-one fight between him and Qian Yan, there was no harm in a one-on-one fight. Either way, whoever could last until the end would be the victor. At worst, both sides would suffer great losses. But at this moment, he was fighting one against two. In addition to Qian Yan, there was also Xuejiao. Yang Kai didn't believe that Xuejiao would let go of such a good opportunity to attack him. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath. With a thought, he used half of his soul consciousness to activate his most powerful soul secret technique. He shouted, "Blossoming Lotus." As soon as the flower appeared, it disappeared in a flash. Above the silver moon hanging high in the sky, the lotus flower from before strangely appeared. The flower bud was like a bottomless pit, madly absorbing Qian Yan's spiritual energy without any bottom line. As it absorbed more and more spiritual energy, the flower bud slowly bloomed. As far as the eye could see, the silver moon seemed to have turned into a lotus flower. The time had come, and it was about to reveal its most beautiful moment. An incredulous howl and roar rang out as the silver moon in the sky began to distort, but no matter how it tried, it could not escape the entanglement of the lotus flower. In just 3 breaths of time, half of the lotus flower had bloomed, and the power of the silver moon that was resisting the golden light of destruction was greatly reduced. Yongkai's expression became fierce as he fiercely pushed his divine sense to suppress the other side. Asterisk pung. Asterisk with a crisp sound. The huge silver moon in the sky shattered like a plate. Ah! Qianyan howled at the same time. The illusion surrounding Yongkai was suddenly broken, allowing him to return to the previous scene. Before Yongkai could recover, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his pores involuntarily shrink as an aura of death enveloped him. Boy, why haven't you dodged yet? Qiyu's tender voice reached his ears. Dodge? Where would I dodge? Shuejiao laughed. Qiyu, you can block one of my moves, but I'd like to see if you can block a second. If you don't come out of seclusion, this boy will die. As he spoke, a fist-sized blood-colored bead containing enough power to destroy both heaven and earth shot towards Yongkai's chest. This blood-colored bead contained an unimaginable violent aura and a surging vitality. This was none other than the monster core Shuejiao had spat out before. He also knew that Yongkai's physique was extremely powerful and that ordinary attacks would not necessarily have any effect on him. So the moment Yongkai was trapped by Qianyan's heaven-shattering moon pupil, he had summoned his monster core to attack Yongkai. The monster core of a monster race cultivator was much more powerful than an artifact of the same rank. So even if Yongkai's physique was extremely tough, he would still end up seriously injured, perhaps even losing his life. This monster core was not big, but it was like a mountain as it flew straight towards Yongkai at an incredible speed. By the time Yongkai regained his composure, the monster core was already less than 3 inches away from him. Fighting Qianyan so quickly had consumed a great deal of Yongkai's divine sense. So at this critical moment, Yongkai felt like his head was about to explode and his entire body was shaking, making it impossible for him to use his space force to teleport away. Seeing that the monster core was about to hit him, Yongkai grit his teeth and summoned something with a thought. A scale-like object the size of a palm suddenly appeared in front of Yongkai's chest. The scales were covered with complicated patterns. They looked ferocious and mysterious, and they gave off an extremely ancient and desolate feeling. The monster core arrived as scheduled. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk Yongkai was sent flying by a huge force. Seeing this scene, Shuejiao could not help feeling overjoyed. Just as he was looking forward to seeing whether Yongkai was alive or dead, an extremely fragile cracking sound entered his ears. When this sound rang out, Shuejiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His complexion changed drastically as he involuntarily opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his momentum suddenly weakening. My monster core! Shuejiao cried out with a pale face as he hurriedly fixed his eyes on the object and could not help feeling his soul leave his body. A crack had appeared on his monster core. Although this crack was very small, monster cores were so important to monster race cultivators that even such a small crack had caused Shuejiao to suffer heavy losses. Shuejiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to understand what kind of method Yongkai had just used to cause such damage to his monster core. Shuejiao vaguely saw what was happening and felt like it was a scale-like object, but he couldn't see it clearly. In any case, the most important thing was to retrieve his monster core. Shuejiao wanted to summon his monster core back, but before he could do so, Yongkai had already appeared in front of his monster core, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Shuejiao roared, "Don't even think about it." Saying so, he desperately pushed his strength, trying to summon his monster core back. In an instant, the monster core of a second-order origin king seemed to come to life and began thrashing about in Yongkai's hand, becoming extremely restless. The strength of the monster core was so great that Yongkai almost failed to grasp it. Dragon transformation. Yongkai roared, accompanied by a loud dragon roar as his arms suddenly expanded and condensed into dragon scales from his Saint Chi, transforming it into a sharp dragon claw. A rolling dragon pressure filled the air. Shuejiao suddenly froze in place, not daring to move as he stared at Yongkai in a daze, his mouth wide open, as if he wanted to say something but was unable to do so. Only shock remained in his eyes. As for the originally restless monster core, it didn't dare to act rashly the moment the dragon pressure was revealed. Instead, it trembled in Yongkai's hand, as if it was instinctively afraid of him. True dragon source. You actually have a true dragon source. To the side, Qian Yan's exclamation rang out as the nearly 100 eyes on his body trembled as he stared incredulously at Yang Kai. His confrontation with Yang Kai had caused him some serious injuries, especially after taking a direct hit from his blossoming lotus secret technique. His spiritual energy had almost dried up, and he had been hoping that Xue Jiao would be able to help him vent his anger. But how could he have known that Yang Kai could still increase his strength? What's more, the power Yang Kai displayed this time was a true dragon source that all monster race cultivators coveted. You, a mere human, actually have the power of a true dragon source? Qian Yan's voice was extremely strange, filled with anger, jealousy, and doubt, and you can even use this power. Qian Yan could not help feeling a strong sense of powerlessness. The more he fought with Yang Kai, the more he could not see where Yang Kai's bottom line was. Even if Yang Kai was using his true dragon source now, Qian Yan faintly felt that this was not his most powerful strength. This human still seemed to have some hidden cards. What kind of true dragon source do you have? Qian Yan's eyes bulged as he asked. Do you think I'll tell you? Yang Kai smiled sarcastically as he stretched out his hand and tossed the monster core in his hand. Strangely enough, this monster core was originally quite unstable, but after Yang Kai displayed his golden divine dragon source, it actually became more obedient than a rabbit. Even after being tossed around like this, it did not dare to fly away. To the side, Xue Jiao was already trembling. This could not be helped as the Flood Dragon clan was originally a descendant of the true dragon. What Yang Kai was displaying at this moment was not only the purest true dragon source, but also the most powerful golden divine dragon source. This was an innate and absolute suppression towards Xue Jiao. As such, Xue Jiao's performance was much worse than Qian Yan's. While playing with Xue Jiao's monster core, Yang Kai stared at Xue Jiao and Qian Yan with great interest. The look in his eyes caused the two tribal lords to feel a chill run down their spines, not knowing what he was thinking. In fact, Yang Kai was now debating whether to kill them directly and refine them into blood beasts or to take their monster cores and then refine them into blood beasts. The monster cores of second-order origin kings were extremely rare and precious, but a blood beast without a monster core would have its strength greatly reduced. But if he completely refined them into blood beasts without a monster core, this made Yang Kai somewhat hesitant and difficult to choose, not knowing what to do. Just as he was feeling conflicted, Qiyu's voice suddenly came from Half Moon Mountain. Boy, let them go. Chapter 1890. As soon as Qiyu's words came out, not only was Yang Kai stunned for a moment, but even Xue Jiao and Qian Yan were surprised and turned to look at Half Moon Mountain. No one had expected Qiyu to say such a thing. After a long time, Yang Kai frowned and asked, Senior, what do you mean? Let them go. Qiyu's voice was extremely indifferent, without any resentment or anger, as if she was just speaking normally. Although Xue Jiao and Qian Yan have offended me, they are still monster race tribal lords. If they die here, the strength of the monster race will inevitably plummet, which will be detrimental to my monster star. Hearing her say this, Xue Jiao and Qian Yan couldn't help showing a look of excitement, but also a little shame. Compared with Qiyu's magnanimity towards the monster race and monster star, they felt that they were a little too narrow-minded. Beating a snake to death isn't the best way to deal with it. Letting the tiger return to the mountain will only cause future trouble. Senior, have you thought this through? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Xue Jiao and Qian Yan immediately glared at Yang Kai, thinking that Qiyu was willing to let them go. So what was a human outsider trying to do? Qiyu simply said, Why do I need you to teach me this? After this lesson, they will need to go into retreat for at least 10 years to recover. After 10 years. Haha, if I tell them to go east, will they dare to go west? Xue Jiao and Qian Yan glanced at each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Although they were unwilling, they knew that what Qiyu said was true. Although Qiyu had only attacked once, the two fiend lords could vaguely feel that Qiyu's realm was close to the fiend king realm. She just needed a little more time. If she had just a bit more time, she would definitely become the monster king of Monster Star. At that time, Xue Jiao and Qian Yan really wouldn't dare to resist and could only submit to Qiyu. The monster race had always respected the strong. There was no reason to speak of. At this point, Xue Jiao and Qian Yan were like deflated balloons, no longer having any fighting spirit. Cupping their fists, they weakly declared, "If we can escape this disaster today, we will follow your Highness Monster King's lead in the future." They had even changed the way they addressed Red Moon. Your attitude changed very quickly. Yongkai looked at them in surprise. Shuejiao and Qianyan both blushed. They all glared at Yongkai. "Since all of you are aware of this, then let's go. Then I will spare your lives today." Qiyu coldly snorted. "Many thanks, Your Highness." Shuejiao and Qianyan were overjoyed and quickly expressed their gratitude. Yongkai grinned. "Don't be so happy. Senior Qiyu said that he would let you go, but I didn't. Your lives are still in my hands." "Boy, what do you want?" Qianyan asked angrily. He shouted. Shuejiao's face was ashen. However, his Naiden was still in Yongkai's hands, so even if he was unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything. "I want to eliminate them completely." Yongkai smiled evilly. Qianyan and Shuejiao both took a few steps back. He looked at Yongkai warily. "Huh. Qiyu sighed, kid, don't scare them. Tell me, what do you want in order to let them go? If you really want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, you wouldn't have said so much nonsense." "Senior, you've misunderstood me. I really want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. I don't want any benefits. After all, their sons died in my hands. This enmity can't be easily resolved. They have so many children. What's the big deal about 2 of them dying?" Qiyu sneered. Although Qianyan and Shuejiao's expressions were ugly, they still nodded vigorously. "Is that so?" Yongkai rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying, "If they swear that they won't seek revenge against me in the future, I can let them go." Qianyan and Shuejiao exchanged a glance, not daring to neglect. Both of them swore in the name of their monster race ancestors that they would never seek trouble with Yongkai in the future. Qiyu nodded. "Although my monster race is brutal and warlike, an oath made in the name of our monster ancestor is extremely credible. No monster race member dares violate such an oath, otherwise, they will be hunted down by the entire monster race." "Good, you can go." Yongkai grinned and waved to Shuejiao and Qianyan. Shuejiao stared at Yongkai eagerly. "My monster core." "I'll keep the monster core." Yongkai grinned meaningfully. "Then you can just kill me," Shuejiao said angrily. Qiyu said, "Boy, don't make trouble. Give his monster core back to him." Yongkai wore a speechless look. "Senior, I fought for so long. How can I not get any benefits at all? The price I paid wasn't small either." "Little bastard. So you were waiting for this queen." Qiyu suddenly seemed to understand something and gritted her teeth. "Senior, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Yongkai said with an innocent expression. "Tell me, what benefits do you want?" "I only want this monster core," Yongkai said with a firm expression. "Your Highness Monster King, you have to give me justice." Shuejiao looked towards Half Moon Mountain pitifully, on the verge of tears. He had cultivated for thousands of years, and it was not easy for him to reach his current cultivation. If his monster core was taken away by Yongkai, his cultivation would definitely fall below the origin returning realm, and it would be impossible for him to advance in the future. This kind of thing was worse than death for him. As such, he could only turn to Qiyu for help. "Enough!" Qiyu was extremely annoyed. "Boy, give his monster core back to him, and I can give you 3 first-order Origin King monster cores." "How about 5? Yongkai bargained. "It looks like you don't want to see Qing Luo again in the future." Although Qiyu's words were soft, anyone could imagine from her tone that she was gnashing her teeth at the moment. Since Senior has spoken, then so be it." Yongkai looked like he had suffered a big loss as he threw the monster core in his hand to Shuejiao. Shuejiao caught it in a hurry, checked it carefully, and swallowed it after confirming there was nothing wrong with it before breathing a sigh of relief. "Scram, if there's a next time, you'll be killed without mercy," Qiyu shouted. Qianyan and Shuejiao trembled and didn't dare to say anything, cupping their fists and bidding farewell. After they left, Qiyu snorted, "Smelly brat, you dare blackmail this queen? Just you wait." Yongkai grinned meaningfully. "Come in first." As soon as Qiyu's voice fell, a crack immediately appeared in the barrier around Half Moon Mountain, leading straight inside. From the clouds, the 2 starships also sailed down. A moment later, Yongkai and the 2 starships entered Half Moon Mountain together and docked in a square. Bahi, Yuxiong, Shintu, and the others walked out one after another, all of them looking at Yongkai as if they were looking at a monster. Yuxiong, on the other hand, gave Yongkai a thumbs up with a look of admiration. The battle between Yang Kai and the two tribal lords just now was clearly witnessed by all of them from above the clouds. Both were second-order origin kings. 1 against 2. Not only did he gain the upper hand, but he also controlled the life and death of his enemies in the end. This was simply too incredible. It was likely that even a third-order origin king would not be able to achieve such a feat. Yang Kai was just a second-order origin king. Moreover, a few years ago, he was just an origin returning realm master. In other words, he had only broken through recently, yet he now possessed such combat power. After his realm stabilized, wouldn't he be comparable to a third-order master? Shin Tu and the others were also shocked. Although Yang Kai had fought with a master like Kwang Shizong in Purple Star City before, the two of them had not really fought. But at that time, the two of them didn't really fight. Yang Kai just used a lot of help and threatened to destroy Purple Star to force Kwang Shizong to compromise. It was completely different from this head-on collision. Tribal Lord, Master has ordered that it is not convenient for her to see you today, so you should stay here for a few days until her Yuan Qi stabilizes. Bahi stepped forward and said to Yang Kai. No problem, Yang Kai nodded. He also knew that Qi Yu was in secluded retreat and would inevitably be affected by today's events. This impact should not be too great, but it would still take some time for her to recover. As such, he did not pay too much attention to it. Immediately, under the arrangements of Bahi and the others, the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Yang Kai settled down on Half Moon Mountain. There was no special treatment, and after moving in, no one paid them any attention. Yang Kai found that his place was not far from Shan Qing Luo's residence, and knew that this was deliberately arranged by Qi Yu. At night, when everything was quiet, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in his room, his divine sense drifting as he carefully probed Shan Qing Luo's loft. Today's battle had been quite a big one, but it still did not affect Shan Qing Luo, not even disturbing her. It was obvious that she was at a critical juncture of her retreat at this moment and had blocked all perception of the outside world. Outside Shan Qing Luo's loft, there were several powerful barriers protecting it. However, in front of Yang Kai's divine sense, these barriers were not difficult at all, and he was able to easily break through them. In the room on the second floor of the loft, Yang Kai saw Shan Qing Luo. This former beguiling demon queen was even more elegant than before. In the past, the beguiling demon queen was enough to charm the world and captivate all living beings, but with the improvement of her cultivation and the integration of the heavenly moon demon spider source, this dragon lady bloomed with an amazing charm. Even a man with a strong mind like Yang Kai could not help feeling slightly dazed when he saw her. Her whole body seemed to be transformed into a huge vortex, and her unimaginable charm could swallow any man's gaze and divine sense, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. At this moment, Shan Qing Luo was sitting cross-legged on the ground, her pair of white arms exposed to the air, her jade white hands forming a mysterious seal. Yang Kai's attention involuntarily lingered on those white arms for a while. Below Shan Qing Luo's body, there was a spirit array operating while in front of her. There were several territory stones. As the spirit array operated, the energy in these territory stones was constantly being drawn out and poured into her body. Around Shan Qing Luo's body, a trace of a territory field was forming and a faint territory power was constantly emerging. The most difficult thing for an origin-returning realm cultivator to break through to the origin king realm was not the accumulation of Saint Qi, but the comprehension of one's territory. Only by comprehending the mysteries of this territory could a cultivator break through this shackle and reach a new realm. Before this, an origin-returning realm cultivator needed to condense their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage and slowly transform it into a territory field. After observing for a while, Yang Kai showed a happy look. Shan Qing Luo, this dragon lady, was worthy of having absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source. Her aptitude was completely different from before. Now that her Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage and she had touched the threshold of her territory field, as long as she had enough time and opportunity, she could break through to the origin king realm. Chapter 1891. Among the women Yang Kai knew in his early years, the one with the most outstanding aptitude was little senior sister Xia Ning Chong. After all, she had a special constitution, the sacred spirit medicine body, which gave her an advantage that ordinary people could not match and gave her an infinite future. Next was the beguiling demon queen Shan Qingluo. This dragon lady also had a special constitution, but her physique was slightly flawed and was not as useful as Xia Ning Chang's. As for High Heaven Pavilion's great senior sister Su Yan, she was ranked third. This was a natural disadvantage, not because Su Yan's aptitude was really bad. But now, it seemed that these three women were all top-tier aptitudes and were on par with each other. Needless to say, after obtaining the sacred spirit medicine body, Xia Ning Chang had refined Tong Xian Realm's star source and become its master. She was closely related to Tong Xian Realm, sharing both honor and disgrace. The future of any star master was bright and extraordinary. Shan Qingluo had absorbed the source of the ancient spirit beast, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, which not only made up for the flaws in her physique, but also improved her aptitude. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was not an ordinary existence. Although it was not a type of divine spirit, it still had the power to fight against divine spirits in ancient times. It was also an overlord-level existence in ancient times and could not be underestimated. As for Su Yan, she had the Ice Phoenix source and cultivated the Ice Heart secret art in Ice Heart Valley. She had acquired the Ice Crystal Jade body, entered the Heavenly Fortune Frozen Pond, and obtained the profound Frost Divine sword left behind by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. In terms of aptitude and potential, she was no worse than the other two. The best proof of this was that the cultivations of these three women were all at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Shan Qingluo had already begun preparing to break through to the Origin King realm on Monster Star, and Yang Kai believed that Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang had not been idle in High Heaven sect. Now that Shadowed Star was no longer suppressed by the world principles, as long as they were fully prepared, the two women would definitely be able to break through to the Origin King realm smoothly. Thinking so, Yang Kai showed a smile. He suddenly discovered something. The women close to him. Their strength seemed to be about the same. Even Shuiyu. He just didn't know who would come out on top if they were to fight. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly shook his head. He dispelled this frightening thought from his mind. If these four people were to fight, Yang Kai reckoned that he would have to avoid them and run as far as he could. Shan Qingluo was at the critical moment of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't disturb her. He just silently observed her for a while. After confirming that everything was going well, he withdrew his divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was about to calm down and adjust his breathing, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked out the door. In the next moment, he revealed a faint smile. There seemed to be some movement outside the door. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the door opened. A delicate cry was heard, and a figure stumbled into the room. Bang! The door was closed again. The newcomer seemed to be a little vigilant as she looked around, but after discovering Yang Kai staring at her with a smile, she couldn't help snorting angrily. "If you're here, come in. What are you doing sneaking around outside?" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he got up and beckoned to the woman opposite him before pouring her a glass of water. The newcomer was none other than Biluo, the maidservant who had been following Shan Qingluo. Biluo had been with Shan Qingluo since the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's fragrance city. After that, when they passed through the altar and entered Monster Star, she had also accompanied Shan Qingluo. Last time, she had even followed Shan Qingluo into the Emperor Garden for life experience. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this woman who didn't like men and only had a special preference for women of the same sex. Who's sneaking around? Biluo snorted, her pair of phoenix eyes glaring at Yang Kai as if she wanted to kill him. "You're the one who's hateful. Since you found out it was me, why didn't you call out to me before suddenly opening the door? Trying to scare me? And it's my fault. Sit down and drink some tea." Yang Kai naturally wasn't stupid enough to bicker with her and simply gestured. Biluo sat down angrily, picked up the teacup, and drank it in one gulp before sitting there without saying a word. Yang Kai waited for a while, not knowing why she had come to find him, but just as he was about to ask, Biluo suddenly raised her head, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes as she stared at him with a somewhat excited expression. "I heard from Big Bear that you're already a second-order Origin King." Big Bear. Yang Kai showed a strange look, but the figure of his cheap brother-in-law, Yu Xiong, immediately appeared in his mind, causing him to smile and nod. "Yes. No wonder you look so much more majestic than before." Biluo stretched out her jade white hand and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a cheerful expression. Queen Master really didn't misjudge you, young man. You have a promising future. She had a calm look on her face, as if she was taking this matter very seriously. Yang Kai smiled slightly. With his current status and cultivation base, aside from a few old freaks who had died of old age, Jadefall was probably the only one who dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, Yang Kai wasn't annoyed and instead felt a little happy. After all, both of them had come from the central capital, so there was a natural sense of intimacy between them. Continue to work hard. A man should have great strength. Otherwise, how can you protect Queen Master in the future? Yes, yes, yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, showing a look of enlightenment. Biluo squinted at him, her eyes flashing, seemingly very satisfied with his performance. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed that under Biluo's seemingly happy face, there was a slight sense of loss. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai understood why Biluo was like this. After thinking about it for a moment, he smiled and said, "You're not bad yourself. You're now a first-order origin returning realm master." Biluo's aptitude wasn't actually very good. Even in the central capital, she would only be considered above average. Looking at the entire star territory, her aptitude would barely rank as average. However, she followed Shanqing Luo through the altar to Monster Star. After encountering the remains of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, when Shanqing Luo absorbed the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's source, she also obtained some benefits. Supplemented by the materials provided by Red Moon Territory, she was able to reach the origin returning realm today. Otherwise, she would probably be a Saint King realm master right now, perhaps just a first or second order Saint King. First order origin returning realm is nothing. Biluo laughed self-deprecatingly. Master Queen is about to break through to the origin King realm. I don't know how long I can follow Master. Sure enough, hearing her talk about this matter so dejectedly, Yang Kai immediately knew that his guess was right. Biluo was obviously upset because the gap between her and Shanqing Luo was getting bigger and bigger. That was why she was acting like this. Although her friendship with Shanqing Luo was extraordinary. If the gap in strength was too big, she would only be a burden to Shanqing Luo. For example, when she went to the blood prison trial last time, she did not have the ability to accompany Shanqing Luo. With her loyalty to Shanqing Luo, how could she be willing to let Shanqing Luo worry about her? When the gap between her and Shanqing Luo grew bigger and bigger, perhaps she would just leave silently. I want to understand this. Yang Kai already had a plan in his heart and smiled slightly. Is there no suitable secret art or secret technique on Monster Star for the human race to cultivate? Biluo nodded. You're right, this is Monster Star. Master Queen possesses the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source and can be considered half a monster race. So she has no problem cultivating the highest secret arts of the monster race, but I can't find one suitable for me. Although there are some human race secret arts and secret techniques in Red Moon Palace, their grade is not very high. I have also found the most powerful one to cultivate, but the effect is not very good. Biluo looked annoyed. I have one here. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Biluo immediately looked up at him, an amazing light blooming in her beautiful eyes as she immediately stretched out her hand without any trace of politeness. Give it to me, give it to me. I will remember you for the rest of my life. Yang Kai's face suddenly filled with black lines, thinking to himself that there was something wrong with these words. Biluo also seemed to realize that she was being a little rude and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, saying shyly, If it's convenient, can you teach it to me? I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life, and will never speak ill of you in front of Queen Master again. You dare speak ill of me in front of Qing Luo? Yang Kai was furious. Biluo curled her lips and said, Queen Master only cares about you. No matter what I say, she just laughs. What did you say to her? Yang Kai asked somewhat guiltily. Everything. I tell Queen Master everything. Biluo looked at Yang Kai innocently, her face filled with innocence. Including that time in the pavilion. Don't mention that. It will be the shame of this young lady's life. Biluo glared at Yang Kai angrily. Her face flushed red as she involuntarily stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, as if there was something there. Young and frivolous. Yang Kai sighed heavily. Biluo suddenly became restless. If it weren't for the fact that she was looking forward to Yang Kai giving her a secret art suitable for the human race, she likely would have already slammed the door and left. Every time she thought about what had happened in the past, she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Although it had been a few dozen years, she could still clearly recall that special smell. Forget it. Let's not mention it again. Just pretend it never happened. Yang Kai waved his hand. Bai Luo curled up in her chair and nodded fiercely. Even the base of her ears was boiling hot, showing a dark red color. Let me see your body's 5 elements. Yang Kai said as he stretched out his hand and placed 2 fingers on Biluo's wrist. Biluo remained motionless, allowing Yang Kai to inspect her. After a while, Yang Kai said, 5 elements, fire as expected. Biluo had always been carefree and had a short temper, which was a good match for her fire attribute. I also cultivated a fire attribute secret art before, and I feel that cultivating a fire attribute secret art is much faster than the others, Biluo said. That's natural. Everyone's body is different, and according to the number of 5 elements, their affinity with the different world energies is different. Your 5 elements, fire, so naturally you should cultivate a fire attribute secret art. Let me see if there is anything suitable for you. After saying so, Yang Kai began rummaging through his space ring. Biluo waited expectantly, not daring to disturb him. Chapter 1892. The secret arts and secret techniques in Yang Kai's possession were all plundered from Purple Star's vault. How could anything placed in Purple Star's vault be poor? It could be said that every secret art and secret technique was a secret art of Purple Star. Yang Kai had intended to bring these things back to High Heaven Sect so that the disciples of High Heaven Sect would have more choices. But since Biluo needed them, Yang Kai would not be stingy and began searching carefully, trying to find the most suitable secret art for her. Not long after, a simple ancient book appeared in Yang Kai's palm, and he tossed it to Biluo, saying, "This Fire Crow Heavenly Sharpness treasure book should be suitable for you. Take a look." Joy appeared on Bai Luo's face as she hurriedly grabbed the book and began to flip through it. Yang Kai said from the side, "This secret art is extremely complete. The first part alone is enough to support you until the third-order origin returning realm, allowing you to form pure fire attribute Saint Qi in your body, while the second part can support you until the second-order origin king realm. If you can find the Fire Crow's monster core or source and refine it into your body, the power of this secret art will rise to the next level, allowing you to reach the third-order origin king realm. The second part contains several supplementary divine technique and secret techniques. You can cultivate them as you see fit." When looking for this secret art just now, Yang Kai had also skimmed through it and felt that this secret art was indeed suitable for Biluo, so he took it out. The Fire Crow was also a kind of ancient exotic beast, and although it was not as famous as the true dragon and true phoenix, and was even inferior to the heavenly moon demon spider, it was still on the same level as the Xieji. It was rumored that this ancient exotic beast also had a trace of the fire phoenix's bloodline, but whether this was true or not was unknown. With the help of the Fire Crow's monster core or source, the power of this secret art could be increased by at least 10%. This was definitely an unimaginable improvement. As soon as Yang Kai's words entered his ears, Biluo was overjoyed. He flipped through the pages of the cultivation method with a look of exultation, as if he couldn't wait to start cultivating. The Fire Crow's Niden and origin energy might be difficult to find elsewhere, but this was the monster star, the paradise of the Yao clan. Perhaps the Fire Crow's bloodline would still exist. It was for this reason that Yang Kai had specially chosen this cultivation method for Biluo. Biluo finished reading at an extremely fast speed. Only then did Yang Kai solemnly put the Fire Crow Heavenly Blade scroll into his space ring. She looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Thank you." "No need." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "You can always accompany Qing Luo and never leave her side. I should be the one thanking you. It's only right for me to stay by Master's side. I'll remember this favor. If I have the chance in the future, I will thank you properly." Biluo couldn't wait to say, "Then you rest well. I'll go and study this secret art first." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. After Biluo left, Yang Kai thought for a moment. Taking out his purple origin furnace and a number of precious herbs, Yang Kai began performing alchemy in his room. Time flew by and a few days passed. On this day, Yang Kai was performing alchemy when he suddenly heard Qi Yu's voice in his ear. "Boy, come to my palace." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he quickly raised his head and smiled. "Senior, please wait a moment." After refining the pill in his hand, Yang Kai packed up his things and headed towards Chiyu's palace. He had been to Chiyu's palace once before, so this time he was naturally familiar with the place and didn't need anyone to lead the way. However, when he entered the palace, he found that the innermost room was blocked by a barrier and an extremely mysterious power fluctuation came from inside. Through this barrier, Yang Kai could vaguely see Chiyu's figure. He immediately knew that Chiyu was still in retreat and had to divert some of her attention to greet him. I heard from you, Xiong, that you specifically came to Monster Star this time? What business do you have with me? Chiyu's voice came from the front. Yang Kai said, I can't explain it clearly in a few words. How about this? Senior can take a look at this jade slip. Saying so, Yang Kai took out a jade slip from his space ring, poured his divine sense into it, and engraved some information inside before tossing it forward. A crack appeared in the barrier in front of Yang Kai before it closed silently. There was no movement from inside the room. Yang Kai knew that Chiyu was examining the jade slip, so he didn't urge her and just stood there quietly and waited. After a short while, a restless power fluctuation suddenly appeared in the room. It seemed that Chiyu had been stimulated by something, causing her Saint Chi to become somewhat unstable. However, she was a powerful existence who was about to break through to Monster King, so after expending some effort, she finally managed to suppress this abnormality. A trembling voice came from inside the room with a look of disbelief. Have you seen the great emperors of Star Field with your own eyes? And lived with her for more than a decade? I have seen the great emperors, but the one who lived with me was one of the great emperor's embodiments, not her true body. Although this queen doesn't think you would deceive me, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. It's not that this queen suspects you, but what evidence do you have? Yang Kai nodded slightly. It's normal for Senior to have doubts, but as for evidence, is this enough? Saying so, Yang Kai took out 7 Star Emperor tokens and summoned the Annihilation Thunder Bead at the same time. Traces of Emperor pressure spread out as Yang Kai tried to release his territory field to suppress the Emperor pressure around him, so that it would not disturb Chiyu. But Chiyu was still shocked. You have collected so many Star Emperor tokens? What is that Thunder Attribute Bead? An Emperor artifact. The Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yang Kai explained lightly. It was something that belonged to the great emperors, but she gave it to me. It's an Emperor artifact. Chiyu exclaimed. If she wasn't at a critical juncture in her retreat at this moment, she would have rushed out to see what was going on. Even so, her voice was filled with unimaginable shock. Senior has indeed heard of Emperor artifacts. This queen is so old. What has this queen not heard of? Chiyu coldly snorted, but soon said in an extremely envious tone, You were actually able to obtain an Emperor artifact from the great emperors. It seems the words in your jade slip were true. Junior naturally wouldn't joke about this kind of thing with Senior, Yang Kai said sincerely. And, as you said, there are many other Star Emperors in the territory we live in, right? It's just that because of the existence of a barrier, we can't detect them? Can we also not enter the territory of other Star Emperors? I haven't confirmed this, but the great emperors said so themselves. Since the great emperors said so, it should not be wrong. Is there a star boundary above the territory of other Star Emperors? Is there a higher realm above the Origin King realm? Indeed. Haha. Chiyu suddenly laughed and said in a deep voice, This queen didn't guess wrong. There is no end to the road of martial Dao, and who can stand at the peak? There really is a wider road above the Origin King realm. Her tone was filled with excitement, as if she was extremely happy to have confirmed her guess all along. Kaiyang understood in his heart. For any cultivator who yearned for the path of strength, knowing that there was an end to the martial Dao was undoubtedly a kind of blow and torture. At this moment, knowing this kind of secret, any cultivator who yearned for strength would not be dispirited because of this, but instead would be stimulated to pursue it. Boy, you came to Monster Star specifically to find this queen because you lack manpower to open the path to the star boundary, right? Chiyu suddenly asked in a tender voice. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and replied, According to the great emperors, if you want to open the passage to the star boundary, you first need to collect 9 Star Emperor tokens. This shouldn't be a big problem, as I already have 7 of them. What about the remaining 2? One of them is with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and the other is with Sword Union. Do you have a way to get them? You should know that they belong to the great emperors. Neither of these 2 great forces is easy to deal with, so I'm afraid they won't let you succeed so easily. Where there's a will, there's a way, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Good. You work hard to collect them first. If you really can't, after this queen breaks through to Monster King, I will personally go to the home stars of these two great forces and ask them for their Star Emperor tokens. When the time comes, I want to see which one of them dares to refuse, Chiyu said proudly. Yang Kai's face went black. Leave this matter to me, it shouldn't be a problem. The second requirement is to gather 6 third-order origin kings. How many have you found? Senior is the only one for now. However, it seems that Senior has agreed to lend me a hand. That will save me a lot of trouble. The reason why Yang Kai came to Monster Star was to ask for Chiyu's help. He knew that Chiyu was already a second-order origin king, and after obtaining the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King, she was likely to begin breaking through to the third-order origin king realm. There was still a long time before the 10-year agreement between him and Guizhou, so he wanted to come to Monster Star to say hello to Chiyu. Originally, he had prepared a speech to persuade Chiyu. However, the meaning behind Chiyu's words made Yang Kai understand that she was also very interested in this matter and didn't need him to persuade her. Agree, why wouldn't I agree? The Origin King realm is not the end of this queen's martial Tao. The great emperors are this queen's ultimate goal. How could this queen miss such a good opportunity? However, looking at the entire territory of Star, it may not be possible to gather 6 third-order origin kings. This matter is a bit difficult. Chiyu understood that gathering 9 Star Emperor tokens was more difficult than gathering 6 third-order origin kings. Because no one knew where these third-order origin kings were hiding, it was simply too difficult to find them. Purple Star had Kuang Shizong, but judging from the grievances between Yang Kai and Purple Star, Kuang Shizong would definitely not agree to this matter. Even if he agreed, Yang Kai would not bring him along. In fact, this matter is not difficult. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Senior can be considered one, and this junior can also be considered one. In addition, in my sect, there is another person who is working hard to break through to the third-order origin king realm. If he succeeds, there will be 3. 3. I'm still short of half. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I believe that if the information in that jade slip is released, there will definitely be people who will take the initiative to come knocking on my door. Senior should also understand that in the territory of Star, those old monsters have gone into seclusion because they are exploring a higher martial Tao, right? Now that I can show them the way, they will definitely be eager to follow me. So you've already planned this. Of course, this is only the final step. I will only do this if I really can't gather enough people. Of course, I hope to find suitable candidates. Chapter 1893. Having a pleasant discussion with Chiyu was a pleasant surprise for Yang Kai. In the end, Yang Kai left Chiyu's palace at the appointed time. Chiyu also said that she would try her best to break through to the third-order origin king realm during this time and arrange everything on Monster Star so she could explore the wider world. The next day, Bahi came to Yang Kai, handed him a space ring, and said, "This is what Tribal Lord Master wants to give you. The 3 Origin King grade monster cores are also inside. Even on Monster Star, there aren't many monster cores of this grade, and they are even more difficult to find in the outside world. As for the other materials, check them and see if they are enough. If not, I'll find more." Yang Kai took the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, smiled, and nodded. "Thank Tribal Lord Master for me. The materials are more than enough." "That's good. But..." Bahi looked at Yang Kai with slight shock and quickly asked, "Can you really arrange a transmission array that can cross stars?" After a detailed discussion with Chiyu yesterday, Yang Kai immediately expressed that he wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array on Monster Star to connect Monster Star and Shadowed Star. This way, when Shanqing Luo successfully broke through in the future, she could travel to Shadowed Star at any time. Chiyu was also shocked. Although she didn't quite believe Yang Kai had such ability, hearing him speak with such certainty, she had no reason to doubt him. So she secretly ordered Bahi to prepare the corresponding materials. Bahi nodded. Then this old master must take a good look at it. "Come with me." Somehow, the news that Yang Kai wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array even reached Shin Tu and the others. Yang Kai was led by Bahi. When they arrived at a huge open space on Half Moon Mountain, Yu Xiong, Shin Tu, Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, Aunt Chun, and the others were all waiting here. After seeing Yang Kai, Shin-Tu greeted him excitedly and asked, Yang Kai, can you really arrange a transmission array between stars? Everyone else also looked at him eagerly. Yes, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Shin-Tu's jaw dropped as his expression became inexplicably excited. You don't need to exaggerate so much. It's just a cross-cultivation star-space array. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. That's all. Bahi, who was standing to the side. You're underestimating the significance of these things too much. There are still a few teleportation formations that can cross stars in the entire star field, but none of them are usable. These things can only be arranged star-space, star, Earth, great ancient. Star, you're underestimating the changes it can bring to the entire star field. It's not just that. Bahi slowly shook his head. If a cross-cultivation star-space array could be used, it would be much more convenient and safe for cultivator to travel between the stars. If such a thing existed, who would risk their life to cross the star field? At that time, all one would need to do is charge a fee to use the array and make a fortune. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this ability. If a cross-cultivation star-space array can really be created, it will definitely cause earth-shaking changes to star's territory. You will also be a hero to star's territory. Yang Kai nodded faintly. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of such a thing before, but because it was his own ability and he could use it at any time, he didn't care too much about it. However, why are you so excited? Yang Kai looked at Bahi, Shin-Tu, and the others in amazement. Bahi froze for a moment before smiling. It is this old master's honor to be able to witness the birth of such a revolution. So naturally this old master is excited. It's like if an ancient true dragon suddenly appeared here. No one would be excited, right? Yang Kai thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. Yang Kai, can you help my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce arrange a few cross-cultivation star-space arrays? Don't worry, the materials will be provided by my Chamber of Commerce, and we can give you a satisfactory reward. Shin-Tu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Yang Kai was about to agree when he suddenly thought of something and said with a grin, Of course, that's not a problem, but what? But I want to talk to President AIO about this in person. I have something to ask of him, so we can exchange it, Yang Kai said with a smile. After listening to Shin-Tu's words just now, Yang Kai suddenly realized that the cross-cultivation star-space array he arranged would be of great use to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps he could use this condition to exchange for the Star Emperor token from President AIO. Although the Star Emperor token was something left behind by great emperors, it wasn't very useful after all. He believed that as long as President AIO was shrewd enough, he would know how to choose. What's more, Yang Kai also had the star refining art that he wanted the most. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt that the Star Emperor token of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would definitely be surnamed Yang. Even the Star Emperor token of Sword Union could be exchanged in this way. Although Sword Union didn't have as many stars as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, they still had many cultivation stars in their hands. If he could use the cross-cultivation star-space array to connect these stars together, the higher-ups of Sword Union would definitely agree to the conditions proposed by Yang Kai. That's not a problem, but my father isn't easy to deal with. Be careful that you don't get slaughtered by him. Shin-Tu smiled meaningfully. I'll be careful. There's no time to lose, hurry up and arrange it. This old master wants to see the birth of the cross-cultivation star-space array as soon as possible. Bahi urged from the side. Yang Kai nodded and didn't delay any longer. He ordered everyone to stay away before he began to count the materials in his space ring and began to arrange the cross-cultivation star-space array. This wasn't the first time he had done this, so Yang Kai was already familiar with the process. A variety of precious materials were melted in his hands, forming different shapes and piecing together. Within a day or two, a huge array base had appeared. Immediately afterward, everyone felt a mysterious and magical energy begin to linger around Yang Kai's body. He seemed to be using his divine sense to carve something on the array base. The whole process seemed boring, because no one present was proficient in spirit arrays. Moreover, even if an array grandmaster were here, they might not be able to see through this. After all, Yang Kai was using his space force to carve this array, making it difficult for others to see through it. However, because they were witnessing the birth of this unprecedented feat, no one showed an impatient look, all of them standing quietly and waiting. Pieces of space spirit crystal flew up under the influence of an invisible force before exploding into dust and merging into the array base. Bahi observed silently from the side and found that the materials Yong Kai had consumed over the past few days were worth at least 100 million Saint crystals. And this was all just to arrange a single array. Looking at the entire star territory, this was a massive expenditure. However, when he thought about the role and purpose of this array, Bahi quickly felt relieved. On the 5th day, the entire array had taken shape. Yong Kai observed it silently for a while, but he didn't seem satisfied and immediately took out the space spirit crystals he obtained from the severed world from his space ring. These space spirit crystals were born in the void and were the purest of existences, thousands of times more powerful than those given to him by Bahi. These pieces of space spirit crystal exploded, turned into dust, and merged into the array, instantly causing it to undergo a different kind of transformation. At a glance, the entire array looked like it was about to swallow everything in its path. Yong Kai busied himself with finishing up. After another day, the array was finally completed. Everyone had been waiting for 6 or 7 days, and after seeing Yong Kai's look of success, they all came forward to greet him. "This thing, can it really be used?" Yu Xiong asked as he walked around the cross-cultivation star space array. "How far can it be transmitted to?" "It can be transmitted directly to Shadowed Star, where my sect is located." Yong Kai smiled lightly. "As for how far, I can't say, but with your ability, it will probably take you 4 or 5 years to cross the void." *C**, Yu Xiong drew a sharp breath. Bahi and the others were also shocked. 4 or 5 years was enough time for any cultivator to enter retreat and comprehend their secret arts, cultivate their secret techniques, or refine their artifacts. But now, a simple array could be used to accomplish this. This was truly unbelievable. "Do you want to try?" Yong Kai asked with a smile. "Of course I want to try," Yu Xiong said with a fearless look as he stood directly in the center of the array. "This old master will also go." Bahi also walked up unhurriedly. "Take me with you." Shen Tu also jumped out. "Second young master." Li Nua was shocked and was about to stop him, but Shen Tu glared at her and made her swallow her words. "Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Even if something really goes wrong with the transmission, I can still bring them back from the void." Yong Kai smiled confidently before taking out some materials and beginning to refine something. After a short while, the object he refined was a token. "What's this for?" Bahi looked at the token in Yong Kai's hand thoughtfully and asked. "A transmission token." Yong Kai explained, "Any space array that I set up must have a transmission token that I specially refined. Otherwise, you will be banished to the endless void." Bahi's eyes lit up as he quickly understood and nodded in admiration. "You're very thoughtful." Cross-cultivation star space arrays could not only bring convenience to one's own people, but also to one's enemies. If one day an enemy were to use this kind of thing to attack, it would be very bad. However, with the existence of a transmission token, this kind of hidden danger could be completely eliminated. Unless one's enemy could collect a large number of transmission tokens. "Stand firm," Yong Kai shouted as he waved his hand and sent hundreds of Saint crystals into the grooves at the base of the array. The next moment, the entire array began absorbing the power of these Saint crystals. Chapter 1894. The dazzling light blossomed, and everyone who was waiting nearby could not open their eyes. After the light dissipated, everyone looked around and found that the center of the spirit array was empty. Yong Kai and the others had long since disappeared. Far away, Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect Square. The space array flashed and 4 figures appeared at the same time. Yong Kai stood in the center calmly, looking at Bahi and the others with a smile on his face. This kind of ultra-long distance teleportation would always bring some physical discomfort to the person being teleported, and the lower one's cultivation, the more obvious this situation would be. Except for Yong Kai, Bahi was the strongest of the other 3, a first-order origin king, so he was the first to recover. After only 5 breaths of time, his eyes cleared up. After another 10 breaths of time, Shen Tu and Yu Xiong gradually recovered. No matter who it was, all 3 of them still had lingering fear on their faces. This kind of ultra-long distance teleportation made one feel as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. Those who had experienced it once would never want to try it a second time. "This is the Shadowed Star you mentioned?" Bahi glanced around and released his divine sense, soon revealing a look of surprise because he found that this place was actually a top-grade treasure trove with picturesque hills and clear waters, a place filled with outstanding talents. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, clouds and mist rose, and the world energy aura was extremely rich. Suddenly, the divine sense of an origin king swept over from a certain mountain peak. This divine sense was so strong that it definitely belonged to a second-order origin king. The faces of Ba He and the others could not help changing slightly. However, this was not the end, though. After this divine sense swept over, another divine sense appeared. Another divine sense spread out. Although this second divine sense was not as strong as the first, it was still something only a first-order origin king could possess. The first divine sense quickly withdrew. Yang Kai knew that Gui Zhu had noticed the movement here and released his divine sense to investigate, but after discovering he was here, Gui Zhu no longer bothered with him. After all, he was also in retreat at the moment. It was not advisable to be distracted. The second divine sense also quickly dissipated. It belonged to Yi Shiyun, your high heaven sect, besides you. There's actually a second-order origin king and a first-order origin king? Ba He asked in shock. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Looking towards the distance, Yang Kai saw Yi Shiyun's figure flash and quickly rush over. Ba He breathed a sigh of relief, his face filled with shock. He had never thought that he would be so obscure and unknown. High Heaven Sect, which he had never even heard of, actually had such a powerful heritage. Not only that, but there were also many origin returning realm masters who were sitting on this precious land. In time, this High Heaven Sect might not be any worse than the three great forces in Star Territory. Ba He looked at Yang Kai as if he could see the infinite possibilities of the future in him. A beautiful figure appeared in a flash, glancing at Ba He and the others before turning to Yang Kai. Sect Master, you're back. Great Elder, how have you been? Yang Kai smiled. Yi Shiyun nodded. Many thanks to Sect Master's good fortune. This queen and the sect are well. This is Senior Ba He of Red Moon Territory on Monster Star. This is Yu Xiong, and this is Shun Tu, the second young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president. They are all my friends. Yang Kai introduced Yi Shiyun to them. The two sides exchanged polite greetings. Yi Shiyun asked, how long will Sect Master be staying this time? Soon, I just brought them here to experiment with the spirit array. Yi Shiyun nodded gently. Sect Master is busy, so please take care of yourself. I will, you can go back to your work. Yi Shiyun nodded before disappearing in a flash. While Ba He and the others were observing their surroundings, Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the current state of his loved ones. After a short while, a joyful look appeared on his face as he said, the spirit array has been tested. Let's go back. You're leaving? Shin Tu's complexion changed drastically. Yang Kai, for better or for worse, we've come to your territory. Won't you show us some hospitality? We should at least stay here for a few days before leaving. Yu Xiong nodded vigorously to the side. Even Ba He looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The three of them had yet to recover from the ultra-long-distance teleportation. There will be opportunities in the future. Yang Kai grinned before immediately activating the ultra-long-distance space array beneath his feet. A white light enveloped the four of them as space force pulsed, and their figures disappeared. Yu Xiong and Shin Tu's screams came to an abrupt end. By the time they recovered, they had returned to Half Moon Mountain. Li Nua, Aunt Chun, and the others saw Shin Tu's pale face and quickly walked over with concern, as if they had not seen each other for several dozen years. Ba He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Your spirit array is indeed good. But the taste of that teleportation is really... Haha, if you want convenience, you should pay a price, Yang Kai laughed. This was simply unavoidable. As long as one was not a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space like him, they would more or less experience some discomfort during the teleportation, but it would not cause them any harm. That's true. Ba He thought about it and agreed with Yang Kai's statement. Since this matter is settled, we'll take our leave first. Senior Ba He, I'll have to trouble you to pass this space ring to Biluo. There are some pills I refined for her and Qing Luo inside. Ba He took it and swept it with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he muttered, You're quite generous. He was now a first-order origin king and had a high status in Red Moon Territory, so the treatment he could enjoy was definitely not bad, but he was still dazzled by the pills inside the space ring. In particular, there were several origin king-grade pills inside that even he could not help feeling a rush of excitement. It's just some trivial spirit pills. Please don't laugh at me, Senior. Aren't you afraid this old master will be greedy? Ba He asked meaningfully. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I didn't trust Senior on this point, I wouldn't have asked you to pass it on." Bahi nodded and said with a solemn expression, "You can rest assured. I will safely pass the things inside to Biluo." Yang Kai thanked him again before heading off with Shin Tu and the others to the starship's berth. Bahi and Yuxiong saw them off. A moment later, the starship hummed and slowly rose into the air, reaching a certain height before cutting through the sky and soaring into the clouds. It would take at least half a year to travel from Monster Star to the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and if there were any delays along the way, it would only take longer. As such, after the starship set sail, Yang Kai began his retreat. In his previous battle with the two monster race tribal lords, Yang Kai had not relied on any external forces, and had only relied on the various methods at his disposal, not even using his space force, yet he had still been able to suppress these two tribal lords. After this battle, Yang Kai clearly understood his bottom line. Although he was only a second-order origin king now, no one in the second-order origin realm was his opponent. If he used all his means, even if there were 2 or 3 more, he wouldn't need to put them in his eyes. When facing a third-order origin king, though, Yang Kai needed to be careful, but with his space force, he was invincible. In the battle with the two monster race tribal lords, Yang Kai had summoned the dragon scale he had refined before to block Xue Jiao's fatal blow and even damage his monster core, demonstrating just how strong and powerful the dragon scale was. However, that was only the simplest use of the dragon scale, and was far from being able to display the true dragon divine technique contained in it. The true dragon scale was indestructible, and only divine spirits of the same level could cause damage to it. If Yang Kai could stimulate the true dragon divine technique contained in the dragon scale, his entire body would possess an impenetrable defense. When facing an enemy, he would no longer need to worry about defense, only attack. So, along the way, Yang Kai constantly used his golden blood and spiritual energy to nourish the dragon scale in his body, hoping to be able to display its true power. At the same time, he was constantly refining the dragon bone sword in preparation for refining the dragon spine and dragon bead, the two true dragon artifacts. Staying inside the mysterious small world, Yang Kai paid no attention to the outside world, wholeheartedly cultivating, so time passed quickly. Their luck was pretty good along the way. They didn't run into any trouble. They only encountered a few moderate starry sky storms and meteorite flows. The Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship was an origin-grade high-rank starship, so it easily withstood the storms in the star field and avoided the meteorites. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a knock on his door. Walking out of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai put away the Emperor artifact and opened the door. Outside the door, Hua Yumeng stood quietly, but after seeing Yang Kai appear, she quickly stepped back and respectfully said, "Master, young Master Shin Tu asked me to come and tell you that we will soon arrive at Water Moon Star." So fast? Yang Kai was stunned. He felt that he had only entered retreat for a short time, yet they were already arriving at their destination. Hua Yumeng pursed her lips and smiled. "It's been 7 months since you entered retreat." Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "Since that's the case, let's go together." "Yes." Hua Yumeng nodded docilely before following Yang Kai forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly turned back and said, "Right, Shin Tu said last time that he would allow your 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce to move into his territory and become its chief steward. Did he mention this again?" Hearing him ask this, Hua Yumeng's heart warmed and she said gratefully, "Young Master Shin Tu said that when we arrived, he would immediately arrange this matter for our 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. Did you agree?" "Yes, this is an opportunity for our Chamber of Commerce." "Then I must congratulate President Hua. This Yang wishes President Hua and your Chamber of Commerce a prosperous future." "Many thanks for Master's auspicious words." Hua Yumeng thanked him in a low voice, but a trace of loneliness flashed across her beautiful eyes. If it were before, Hua Yumeng would definitely have been happy about this. But after such a period of time, she didn't know why, but when she thought about her future, although she was happy, she still felt a sense of loss. Looking at the back of the man in front of her, Hua Yumeng knew that he would go further and further away, and that from now on, there would be no possibility of their paths ever crossing again. She couldn't help feeling a lump in her throat and almost shed tears. Chapter 1895. On Water Moon Star, in front of Shin Tu Palace, there was a huge square where the Origin-grade high-rank starship slowly descended and returned safely. Below, many cultivators who had received the news were waiting to greet them. After the hatch opened and Shin-Tu appeared, everyone shouted, "Welcome back, second young master." Second young master must have worked hard. Shin-Tu smiled and responded lightly. The cultivators who greeted him below were all his trusted subordinates, so naturally, there was no need for formalities. Among them, there were many Origin-returning realm cultivators, but none of them were Origin kings. When these cultivators saw Li Nua and Aunt Chun, they all showed joy, obviously already familiar with each other. But after seeing Yang Kai, they were a little surprised, wondering where Yang Kai came from and why he was sharing a starship with Shin Tuesday. Some of them vaguely felt that Yang Kai looked familiar, as if he was similar to someone they had met several dozen years ago. But after noticing Yang Kai's powerful cultivation, they couldn't believe it and secretly became suspicious. Shin-Tu didn't explain anything to them and simply ordered his subordinates to arrange accommodations for Li Nua, Aunt Chun, and the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce while he personally led Yang Kai to the wing where Yang Kai had lived several dozen years ago. "Brother Yang, you should rest here for a few days. Allow me to report back to Sir Father about what happened during this trip before we discuss anything else." Shin-Tu nodded and stepped out. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Shin-Tu Palace, waiting for news from him. Yang Kai came to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce this time for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to collect the 8-star Emperor tokens from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and second, he wanted to draw President Ai-O into his team. President Ai-O had already broken through to the Second-Order Origin King realm and was one of the top existences in his realm. He was definitely not far from the Third-Order Origin King realm. Yang Kai believed that he should be able to break through within 10 years. If President Ai-O agreed to open the passage to the star boundary with him, the number of people needed would be reduced by 1. As for Shin-Tu, he went to report this matter. Yang Kai believed that President Ai-O would be interested in him. After all, he had caused so much trouble on Purple Star, so there was no reason for Ai-O to be unhappy. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union were the top 3 forces in Star territory, and although they cooperated with each other, there was also friction between them. If he could see Purple Star suffer, Ai-O naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Therefore, Yang Kai was sure that Ai-O would definitely summon him. If Ai-O paid enough attention to him, he would even visit him personally. Then he could have a good talk with Ai-O. If this was successful, then there was a high chance that the plan 10 years later would be completed. Yang Kai thought that there would be some progress soon. However, after staying in Shin-Tu's palace for 7 or 8 days, nothing happened. This made him feel a little stunned. He didn't know if something had happened. During these 7 or 8 days, even Shin-Tu was nowhere to be seen. When Yang Kai asked the cultivator in the palace, he said that Shin-Tu had not returned after going to Water Sky City. Water Sky City was the largest city on Water Moon Star. Its status and role were equivalent to Purple Star City to Purple Star. It was where all the high-level masters of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce gathered, and was also the essence of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. It was rumored that Water Sky City was the place with the richest world energy in the entire Star territory. If one cultivated there, their cultivation speed would be faster than in the Spirit Mountains occupied by the Great Forces. It was not until 7 or 8 days later that Shin-Tu appeared in Yang Kai's room with a dejected look. Seeing his sad expression, Yang Kai's heart jumped. He asked in amazement, "Brother Shin-Tu, what happened? Why are you in such a sorry state?" It's a long story. Shin-Tu sat down at the table and poured himself a glass of water. After drinking it, he looked at Yang Kai with a guilty look and said, "Brother Yang, I know you came to Water Moon Star this time because you have something important to discuss with my father, but I'm afraid now is not the time." After all, when they were on Monster Star, Yang Kai had already said that he wanted to exchange something with President Ai-O. Shin-Tu did not ask in detail, but he guessed that Yang Kai had followed him all the way to Water Moon Star for something important. Otherwise, why would Yang Kai, a Second-Order Origin King, come all the way here just to catch up with him? Oh, Yang Kai was surprised. President Ai-O. Is there something he needs to attend to? Shin-Tu nodded solemnly. Something did happen to my father. When I went over this time, I didn't even have a chance to report what I wanted to report. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a few more days. When this storm has passed, I will introduce you to him." Yang Kai nodded lightly and said helplessly, "In that case, there's nothing I can do. I'm not in a hurry, so I'll just wait for a while." Shin Tu grinned. "I knew Brother Yang wouldn't embarrass me." Brother Yang. Before Shin Tu could finish his words, though, an angry roar suddenly rang out from inside the palace. "Shin Tu." Hearing this voice, Shin Tu's face couldn't help going pale as he shuddered violently, as if he had heard the summons of a demon, his entire body trembling slightly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was taken aback for a moment before releasing his divine sense with a strange expression on his face and immediately showing a smile. Shin Tu panicked and patted his head. Damn, I was so focused on explaining things to you that I forgot my third brother was still waiting outside. By the way, Brother Yang, do you know my third brother? Why did he drag me over here when he heard that you were here? On the way here, he even beat me up for not telling him about such an important matter earlier. That little brat really doesn't respect his elders. Look at this, look at my eye." Shin Tu showed the bruise on his eye to Yang Kai, so he could take a closer look. Haha. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "If you don't come out now, don't blame this young master for tearing down your palace." Shui Yu's voice reverberated throughout the entire palace. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the palace. In Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, who didn't know Shui Yu's name. She was the Chamber of Commerce's designated successor. Provoking her to anger, there was no one who wouldn't be afraid. Shin Tu said with a sad face, "Brother Yang, come out with me quickly. I don't know what's wrong with this little brat. From childhood to now, he has come to my palace no more than 3 times, yet this time he insists on coming here. You can rest assured that no matter what kind of grievances you have with him, I will deal with them. If he dares to embarrass you, I'll take you with me and run." Shin Tu seemed to want to say a few harsh words, but in the end, he didn't have the courage. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking that Shin Tu had been bullied by Shui Yu so many times that he had long since become accustomed to being submissive, not daring to resist. "Don't worry, Shui Yu and I. Third young master do know each other, but there is no grudge between us, so I won't let him tear down your palace." Yang Kai lightly coughed. That's good. Shin Tu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, the two of them walked one after the other towards a certain hall. Inside the hall, Shui Yu was brimming with anger, her handsome face so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. The Saint Qi around her body showed signs of instability, as if it was on the verge of erupting like a volcano, ready to explode at any moment. She was simply furious. Not only was she angry at Shin Tu for not informing her earlier that Yang Kai had come to Water Moon Star, but she was even more angry at Yang Kai for not even greeting her first. Didn't this bastard know how much she had been on edge these past few days? Last time, she had waited outside the floating continent for half a year, only to see no trace of Yang Kai. In the end, she had been forced to leave with Ni Guang, so she had been constantly worried about Yang Kai's safety. Although Ni Guang had assured her that with that old fart Gui Zhu here, Yang Kai's life would never be in danger, Shui Yu still couldn't feel at ease. After returning to Water Moon Star, she had sent people to inquire about Yang Kai, but to no avail. Today, while chatting, she had learned that Shin Tu had brought a friend named Yang Kai to Water Moon Star. Shui Yu asked several times and confirmed that this Yang Kai was the one she had been thinking about day and night. She was so angry that her liver hurt. This man really isn't a good thing, not caring about other people's worries at all. When I see him, I'll definitely beat him up to vent my anger. Shui Yu secretly swore to herself. On the side, Li Nua and Aunt Chun were trying to persuade him, but as they tried to persuade him, they didn't say anything. That was because the two women had discovered that the famous third young master of Shui Yu had an extremely complex expression in his eyes. It was a kind of intertwined love and hate, an accusation of blood and tears, joy, expectation, joy, anger, and even a little tension. This look was clearly the look of a woman who had fallen into a whirlpool of emotions and was unable to extricate herself, but at this moment, it had appeared on Shui Yu's face. It was as if a young girl in love was about to meet her lover. Li Nua and Aunt Chun both felt strange, not knowing why this kind of change would appear on Shui Yu's face. Suddenly, they thought of a terrible rumor, and the two women couldn't help but shudder. Looking at the handsome young man in front of them, whose face was like jade, and who was enough to charm thousands of young women, they both showed expressions of pity and heartache. For the first time, the two women felt some dissatisfaction and anger towards Yang Kai. "Third brother, are you crazy?" With Yang Kai by his side, Shin Tu seemed to have gained a lot of confidence, and after entering the hall, he shouted loudly, preparing to take the initiative to attack. Shui Yu's cold eyes swept over him, causing Shin Tu to involuntarily shrink back, his voice suddenly lowering as he said, "Oh, this isn't your territory, not your palace, don't make such a big fuss. If someone who doesn't know heard you, they'd think your second brother was bullying you, haha." Shui Yu acted as if she hadn't heard his words, her pair of bright stars staring straight at Yang Kai behind Shin Tu, her cold eyes suddenly filled with sadness. Li Nua and Aunt Chun looked at Shui Yu and then at Yang Kai, immediately confirming their previous conjecture, both of them wanting to sigh and curse the heavens for being unfair. Chapter 1896. Brother Yang. In the hall, Shui Yu suddenly gnashed her teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's eyes twitched violently as he felt the situation was far from good, but he could only cup his fists and smile. "Third young master, I trust you've been well since we last met." "Thank you," Shui Yu replied coldly. Inexplicably, after hearing the conversation between the two, Shin Tu couldn't help shivering as he instinctively realized that there was some kind of grievance between these two. He looked at Shui Yu, then at Yang Kai, coughed, and prepared to act as a peacemaker. But before he could speak, Shui Yu suddenly shot him a cold look and said, "You go out, I have something to discuss with Brother Yang." She emphasized the words Brother Yang. Shin Tu gulped as he struggled internally. On one hand, he was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend, but on the other hand, his life was more important. As long as there was life, there was hope. He only hesitated for 2 breaths before saying seriously, "Good. Since that's the case, second brother will wait outside. You two take your time." As he spoke, his feet kicked up a gust of wind as he quickly flew out of the room, shooting meaningful glances at Aunt Chun and Li Nua who were still standing in place. The 2 women understood and glared faintly at Yang Kai before following Shin Tu out. Asterisk prung. Asterisk the main door of the hall was closed. Shin Tu, Aunt Chun, and Li Nua quickly stopped, leaned forward, and perked up their ears to listen. There was no movement inside, no fighting or quarreling, only silence. After a long time, Shin Tu finally couldn't hold back and said anxiously, "Third brother won't bite off more than he can chew. He wants to fight with Brother Yang. Brother Yang is a second-order origin king. If he injures third brother, how can father explain it to him?" "Second young master, what are you thinking?" Li Nua glanced over at Shin Tu and smiled. "They don't look like they want to fight." "They don't look like they want to fight?" Shin Tu was stunned. "It's not like you didn't see third brother's look of wanting to eat you alive just now. His temper has always been bad, but in front of outsiders like you, he's always been polite and refined. Only I knew what kind of demons he was hiding in his heart. I think he has quite a grudge with Brother Yang. Gratitude and grudges, love and enmity. I'm afraid it's not about gratitude and enmity, but rather..." Li Nua didn't know why. His mood suddenly became inexplicably excited. Even his cheeks were slightly flushed. "It's not a grudge." Shin Tu frowned. Realization dawned upon him. Then it must be a love feud. Third brother wants to snatch a woman from Brother Yang? Which woman is so lucky to be chosen by both of them at the same time? Li Nua stretched out her hand to support her forehead. She said softly, "It's not a woman. Didn't you notice the way third young master looked at Lord Yang? His eyes are very vicious. What's the problem?" Shin Tu asked innocently. Li Nua immediately covered her face with both hands, clearly unable to explain herself. Shin Tu angrily shouted, "If you have something to say it clearly." To the side, Aunt Chun lightly coughed, her cheeks blushing slightly as she reminded, "Second young master, think about it carefully. Third young master is such a dragon among men. Has he ever shown any interest in any woman over the years?" "Not really," Shin Tu pondered for a moment. "This young master admires third brother very much. His personal style is impeccable, but what does this have to do with today's matter? Then, has second young master ever heard of another rumor about third young master? There are many rumors about him." Shin Tu curled his lips. With his status and aptitude, how could there not be any rumors about him? Some say he's the reincarnation of a martial god. Some say he's a woman. Some even exaggerate, saying he doesn't like women and only likes men, haha. How could I possibly believe such nonsense? It's all just rumors spread by the common folk." Aunt Chun and Li Nua just stared at him silently. Shin Tu's laughter came to an abrupt end as he seemed to realize something. his face sinking as he muttered. Third brother is a grown man, yet he has never been moved by any woman, nor has he ever been close to any woman. Several elders in the Chamber of Commerce have also introduced him to some of the younger generation of their families, but none of them have ever been acknowledged by third brother. And the way this little brat looked at Brother Yang just now. Aunt Chun and Li Nuo nodded together, thinking to themselves, "You finally realized. Is that really the case?" Shin Tu broke out in cold sweat. "I hope not." Aunt Chun also wore a dignified expression. If things were really as they thought, how many young women in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would be heartbroken and desperate? How many young women would be heartbroken? It would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. Inside the hall, Shui Yu and Yang Kai stared at each other for a long time before gnashing their teeth and cursing. "You bastard." Saying so, she swung her fist towards Yang Kai. However, when her fist fell on Yang Kai's body, it became soft and powerless. Yang Kai just stood in place and let out a hollow laugh, letting her punch him a few times without even wrinkling his clothes. Shui Yu raised her head and stared at him stubbornly, biting her thin lip. Yang Kai reached out and hugged her tightly. Shui Yu struggled a few times symbolically, fully displaying her modesty before lying down on Yang Kai's broad chest with a slight blush on her face. Her hair was at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, giving off a natural fragrance that was very comfortable, causing Yang Kai to take a few sniffs. "Since you came here, why didn't you come to see me as soon as you could?" Shui Yu complained faintly. "I was planning to find you a few days later, but I didn't expect Shin Tu to fail to complete the task I assigned him. So I was delayed." "Useless second brother." Shui Yu coldly snorted, immediately placing all the blame on Shin Tuesday. "Tell me, when did you come out last time, and how did you get rid of Zilong?" Shui Yu raised her head and looked at Yang Kai eagerly, as if she wanted to know everything that had happened to Yang Kai. Her red lips wriggled seductively. Yang Kai couldn't hold back and gave her a light peck. Shui Yu suddenly blushed, and a strange light flashed across her neck. Last time in the Severed World, although she and Yang Kai had some intimate contact, that was under the premise that their lives were in danger. Shui Yu had thought that she was going to die, so she had simply let go, but this time was different. In particular, knowing that her second brother was still eavesdropping outside the door gave her a sense of nervousness and excitement. In a panic, she quickly pushed Yang Kai away and escaped from his embrace. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang looked for a chair and sat down. Seeing him act so indifferent, Shui Yu angrily stomped her foot, her little daughter's demeanor clearly visible. She angrily walked over and sat down on the chair next to Kai Yang. Politely pouring a cup of tea, she picked up the fruit platter on the table and picked up a grape-like spirit fruit. Peeling off the skin, she pinched the pulp and stuffed it into Kai Yang's mouth. "Tell me, how did you escape last time? Zilong didn't bother you, did he? The secret of you having the immortal divine tree hasn't been exposed yet, right?" Shui Yu asked a few questions with a concerned look before adding, "You can rest assured, I've already spoken to Uncle and told him not to tell anyone about you having the immortal divine tree." "Naturally, I believe your words," Yang Kai nodded gently. However, Shui Yu understood that Yang Kai believed her words, but as for Ni Guang, that remained to be seen. After all, Ni Guang was a member of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and the fact that Yang Kai had the immortal divine tree was an important secret that Shui Yu could not prevent. However, she believed that even if Ni Guang told others about it, it would only be limited to a select few. Everyone wanted to monopolize good things, so making a big fuss about it was not good for anyone. So, Yang Kai recounted what happened after he left the floating continent that day. When she learned that Zilong and Zidong had both died at Yang Kai's hands, Shui Yu suddenly exclaimed. Only now did she remember to check Yang Kai's cultivation. She was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so logically speaking, it was impossible for her to spy on Yang Kai, but as long as Yang Kai did not block her divine sense, there was no problem. "You're already a second-order origin king." Shui Yu was shocked. When they were in the Severed World, the two of them were both third-order origin returning realm cultivators, but after only a few years, this man in front of her had already become a second-order origin king. And she herself was still hovering around the third-order origin returning realm. Shui Yu suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart and couldn't wait to go back into retreat and break through. However, she was not a little girl. After all, she had been handling the affairs of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for AIO all year round, so her temperament had long since become tough and mature. After taking a deep breath, she finally calmed down and said cheerfully, "As you said, Zilong is dead, and Zidong was buried with him. Doesn't that mean that Purple Star is now without a leader? And not only is there no leader, but Yuan Qi is also seriously injured." "Why do you say that?" Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Although Zilong's death was a huge blow to Purple Star, it was definitely not to the extent that Yuan Qi was seriously injured, so she immediately realized that something else must have happened to Purple Star. "It's nothing, it's just that I went to Purple Star some time ago and caused their great elder, Sun Liang, to suffer a serious injury. At that time, there happened to be an internal struggle, and many masters died." "Something like that happened?" Shuiyu was surprised. "Tell me about it in detail." Yang Kai grinned and motioned to Shuiyu with his eyes. Shuiyu immediately gave him a reproachful look before continuing to peel the spirit fruit docilely and stuffing it into his mouth. Yang Kai then told her about what happened on Purple Star. After listening, Shuiyu couldn't help laughing. "I'm afraid you're now hated by everyone on Purple Star. Even a character like Kuang Shizong couldn't do anything to you, and even destroyed an Origin King grade starship. I'm afraid he's still feeling some pain right now. He was the one who wanted to kill us all, so he can't blame anyone." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "But after such a big thing happened, second brother didn't even report it to father. It's really outrageous. No wonder Purple Star's arrogance has been restrained a lot during this time, and even some of their businesses have been withdrawn. So it was for this reason." Shuiyu showed a look of sudden enlightenment as she suddenly understood what was going on. Chapter 1897. Father has been troubled these days and has been unhappy with everything he does. I hope this news can make him smile a little more. I have to tell him as soon as possible, Shuiyu said excitedly. Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise and asked suspiciously, "If I remember correctly, don't you hate President Aio very much? Why are you so concerned about him now?" Shuiyu smiled. "That was in the past. I hated him because I had to maintain this image at all times, unable to show my true face to others and unable to live according to my own ideas. But now it's different. In this world, there is one person who knows my background and can look at me with normal eyes. That's enough. What's more, he is doing all this to protect me. He is my father, so I have no reason to hate him." When she said these words, Shuiyu smiled sweetly, as if the misfortune that had been imposed on her for so many years had all disappeared because of the appearance of Yang Kai. Yang Kai also remembered her saying in the severed world that as long as there was one person in this world who could treat her like an ordinary woman, she would be satisfied. Yang Kai was slightly moved, suddenly discovering that this cross-dressing beauty in front of him had such simple requirements. "What happened to President Aio?" Yang Kai asked. "Little mother." Yang Kai was stunned, but quickly reacted. She should be referring to President Aio's current wife. Shuiyu's mother had long passed away, so naturally, she should address Aio's current wife as such. Shuiyu smiled bitterly. Although father is a tyrant, he has always attached great importance to matters of the heart. This is especially true for Little Mother, the woman he loves the most. A year ago, when Little Mother was in retreat to break through to the Origin King realm, something went wrong, causing her to become the demon race. Her meridians were severed and she almost died on the spot. Father used the Grand Divine technique to suppress the crisis at the time, but he was still unable to save Little Mother. After that, Little Mother fell into a coma. Her life was in danger, and over the past year, Father has been trying to wake Little Mother up, but to no avail. Something went wrong when breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai was shocked. He realized the seriousness of the problem. A third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If something were to go wrong at such a crucial time, it was very easy to lose one's life. The reason why Shuiyu's Lil Miss didn't die on the spot was entirely due to Aio's strength. President of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, he was a veteran second-order Origin king. Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai as she spoke. Although she did not explain what Aio had used, Yang Kai knew that there were only a few treasures in the world that could bring someone back from the dead. The immortal source liquid was one of them. At that time, in the severed world, the immortal tree gave birth to a total of 3 drops of immortal source liquid. The 3 second-order Origin kings present decided to divide them among themselves, with one being obtained by Ni Guang, one by Zilong, and the last by Guizhou. In the end, Yang Kai took the entire immortal tree and gave the last drop to Guizhou. As for the drop Zilong had, it was kept by Yang Kai. The divine artifact President Ai used half a year ago was definitely the immortal source liquid. The immortal source liquid could bring flesh and bones back from the dead. It was the most precious healing medicine in the world, something that even third-order origin kings coveted. Carrying a drop of immortal source liquid was equivalent to having an extra life. Ai giving it to Shui Yu's little mother without hesitation showed how deep his feelings for her were. Although little mother's life was saved, she still showed no signs of waking up. After such a long time, Father found many alchemy grandmasters to investigate. He also carefully observed her and finally came to the conclusion that little mother's soul has been permanently damaged. Unless an origin king grade spirit pill can be refined to repair the soul, it will be impossible for her to wake up. Moreover, even if such a spirit pill can be refined, the possibility of little mother waking up is not high. Father has been racking his brains over little mother's matter these days, and I feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai listened quietly and slowly understood the whole story. He then asked in a deep voice, "Did those alchemy grandmasters say what kind of spirit pill they need to refine for it to work?" "The soul source restoration pill." Shui Yu quickly replied. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and knew what kind of materials were needed to refine this spirit pill, because the soul source restoration pill's pill recipe was recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture. He couldn't help asking, "That's an ancient spirit pill. Your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is really full of talented people, even knowing about this kind of spirit pill." If he hadn't accidentally obtained the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture in the Emperor Garden, he wouldn't have known so many ancient spirit pill recipes. However, someone from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce knew about them. Worthy of one of the three great forces of Star Territory, its heritage was extraordinary. "You know about them too?" Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai in surprise before her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "Right, you're an alchemist." When she was eroded by the profound Yin sunflower water and fell into a coma, it was Yang Kai who refined a spirit pill with pill clouds that saved her life. Although she had devoted herself to Yang Kai for so many years, she had always been entangled in how to find him and how to express her feelings, completely forgetting about Yang Kai's other identity. It wasn't until now that she finally came to her senses. But soon, the light in Shui Yu's beautiful eyes dimmed again, and she said in a disappointed tone, "The Soul Source Restoration Pill is said to be an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill and must be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist. Although you are an alchemist, I'm afraid." Shui Yu didn't continue. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Kai's abilities, but the reputation of an Origin King grade alchemist was simply too frightening. Even across the entire Star Territory, such an existence was as rare as a phoenix feather and Qilin horn, even rarer than a third-order Origin King cultivator. Yang Kai had reached the second-order Origin King realm at such a young age and possessed such powerful martial Dao cultivation. So how could he have such high attainments in the alchemic Dao? Yang Kai didn't explain too much and simply asked, "How does your little mother usually treat you?" "Little mother is naturally very good to me. After my mother passed away, I grew up with her. She taught me how to cultivate and how to conduct myself. She also knows my secrets. When I was young, she would occasionally secretly dress me up behind my father's back." A look of reminiscence appeared in Shui Yu's beautiful eyes as a warm smile bloomed on her face, as if she was recalling some sweet memories. "But every time I finished dressing up, I had to quickly restore my original appearance. My father didn't like to see me dressed like a woman." Yang Kai nodded slightly. From Shui Yu's description, he could imagine that little mother was a good wife and mother figure. "How about I go take a look?" Yang Kai proposed. "Do you want to go?" Shui Yu looked at him in surprise. "That's a good idea. You are an alchemist, so perhaps you can communicate with other alchemists and see how they can alleviate little mother's symptoms. Our Chamber of Commerce also has its own Origin King grade grandmaster. My father sent someone to invite him more than half a year ago." "He sent someone more than half a year ago, but he still hasn't come?" Yang Kai looked surprised. "You underestimate the status of an Origin King grade alchemist too much. Didn't you hear what I said just now? That grandmaster also has the status of a foreign elder in our Chamber of Commerce. You also have your own sect, so you should know what the word foreign elder means." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The status of a foreign elder was almost equivalent to that of a supreme elder, but he had more freedom than a supreme elder. Foreign elders received extremely generous rewards from their sect or great force, but they didn't need to do anything on ordinary days. Even if their sect encountered a disaster, they could just stand by and no one would criticize them. However, a supreme elder was different. Although his status was extremely high, and no disciple of the sect dared disobey his orders, he had to live and die with the sect. If the sect was in trouble, a supreme elder could not just sit back and do nothing. In a sense, the status of a foreign elder was even higher than that of a supreme elder, because foreign elders could obtain benefits without taking risks. It could also be said that a supreme elder was a member of the sect, while a foreign elder was an outsider. With the huge strength of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and AIO's face, they had sent someone to invite this grandmaster more than half a year ago, but he still hadn't shown up. It was easy to imagine how much status this Origin King-grade alchemist had. Even so, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to complain, and AIO only carefully urged him a few times, lest he upset this grandmaster. But even now, that grandmaster still hadn't shown up, and there was news that he would be arriving on Water Moon Star in the next few days. AIO was waiting anxiously, so how could he be in the mood to see Shin-Tu? This was also the reason why Shin-Tu had come back after staying in Water Sky City for a few days. He hadn't even seen AIO's face, so how could he have time to talk about Yang Kai? Anyway, let's go take a look first, Yang Kai suggested. Okay, I'll take you there. I believe that if Little Mother knows about your existence, she will definitely be happy for me, Shuiyu said, wiping the corners of her eyes, as if she was about to cry. Little Mother occupied an extremely important position in her heart, even more important than her own father. Don't cry. If Shin-Tu sees us later, he won't know what we did in here. Yang Kai stepped forward and wiped her eyes. His gentle movements and deep voice made Shuiyu's cheeks flush. The door to the hall opened with a bang, and Yang Kai and Shuiyu walked out one after another. Shin-Tu and the other two, who were eavesdropping at the door, quickly jumped back and stood still, looking at Yang Kai and Shuiyu suspiciously. The next moment, Shin-Tu's heart sank. He found that his third brother's eyes were slightly red at the moment, as if he had just cried. His handsome cheeks, which would make any woman jealous, still had a faint blush on them. Chapter 1898. Heavens! How could this be happening? What were the two of them doing in there? How could a demon-like existence like his third brother have such a bizarre performance? Shin-Tu even saw a hint of seduction in Shuiyu's eyes. Shin-Tu howled in his heart as he stared at Yang Kai in a completely different light. To the side, Li Nuo and Aunt Chun were also dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Shuiyu obviously understood that these three had misunderstood, and the shyness in her eyes became even more obvious. Her eyes flickered as if she had a guilty conscience. Brother Shin-Tu, I'll be accompanying Shuiyu to Water Sky City. Oh. Shin-Tu responded mechanically, not hearing what Yang Kai said at all. Then I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai smiled lightly and cupped his fists. I'll have to trouble brother Shin-Tu to take care of 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. After saying so, he signaled to Shuiyu with his eyes, and the two immediately summoned their respective star shuttles and flew off. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared that Shin-Tu and the others, who were standing in place, suddenly recovered. Shin-Tu slapped his thigh and said with a sad face, it's over, third brother has no self-respect. How could he do such a thing? And brother Yang, Aunt Chun and Li Nuo also had similar expressions. It's over for me too. Shin-Tu hugged his head in distress and squatted on the ground without a care for his image. Second young master, what does this have to do with you? Li Nuo looked at him curiously. Brother Yang was brought here by me. If I had known that he had such a fetish, and that he was familiar with third brother, I would never have brought him to Water Moon Star even if I was beaten to death. Father always wanted me and third brother to get married as soon as possible so that he could have an heir, but looking at third brother like this, how could he have an heir? Won't I have to shoulder this burden alone in the future? Shin-Tu complained, showing a heavy expression. Li Nuo smiled and said, as a son, having an heir is a matter of course, second young master. What are you so worried about? Shin-Tu raised his head slowly. Looking at Li Nuo seriously, he suddenly said, then why don't you give birth to a child for me? Li Nuo blushed and shot Shin-Tu a disgruntled look before quickly running off. Shintu's shout came from behind. Do you agree or not? Say something. What are you running for? Aunt Chun shook her head. A helpless expression appeared on his face. Water Sky City was the most prosperous city on Water Moon Star with the richest world energy aura. Any cultivator who wanted to enter would have to pay a considerable amount of Saint Crystals as a toll, but if one wanted to stay in the city, they would have to pay a large sum of Saint Crystals. A corresponding amount of Saint Crystals had to be paid. The entire Water Sky City was like a money-making machine, earning a lot of Saint Crystals every day. Shuiyu brought Yang Kai to Water Sky City and did not need to show his identity. The cultivator guarding the door respectfully let them pass. At the same time, he looked at Yang Kai curiously. He didn't know what kind of person Yang Kai was. Surprisingly, he was walking together with the third young master of Shuiyu. They entered the city. Wherever Shuiyu passed, there would be constant screams from women. When they stopped to look at her, all of them had infatuated looks on their faces. There were even bolder women who wore revealing clothes and winked at her, showing off their flirtatious looks. However, most of the women looked shy as they quietly observed Shuiyu, revealing their yearning for love. There were even men who showed an infatuated look as they quietly looked at her. The rate of turning heads was as high as 90%. Shuiyu seemed to have long been accustomed to this. After winking at Yang Kai, she immediately flew into the air and flew towards the center of Water Sky City. Yang Kai held back his laughter and followed behind her. As soon as the two of them left, a guy rushed to the middle of the street with some scrolls and shouted, selling portraits of the third young master, drawn by a famous master. They are no different from the real person. With them, you can see the third young master day and night. With them, it is as if the third young master is by your side. 1,000 Saint Crystals for one, buy quickly. As he spoke, he opened one of the scrolls with one hand. On the scroll, there was a person with a jade-like face, handsome face, holding a folding fan, white clothes like jade, and long hair like ink. Who else could it be but Shuiyu? The corners of Shuiyu's mouth were slightly raised, as if she was smiling at the person looking at the painting. In an instant, countless women swarmed up and surrounded the painting seller. There was no lack of men among them. Give me one. I want two. Quick, hand over the money and hand over the goods. Here's 1,000 Saint Crystals. Woo-woo, give me one. My wife said that if I can't buy it this time, she won't let me enter the house. Woo-woo, third young master, I hate you. Damn it, who touched this old lady's breasts? Stand up for this old lady. You dare to do it but not admit it? What's all this noise? Father will buy these portraits. A burly man with a full beard pushed his Saint Chi and pushed everyone out before stuffing a space ring directly to the person selling the portraits. He then grabbed the rest of the portraits, swept his eyes around, and coldly snorted, "You're just a bunch of mediocre women. How could someone of third young master's status be interested in you? Only a peerless hero like me is worthy of the third young master." Asterisk up in the sky, Shuiyu staggered and almost fell. Although she had already flown quite far away, with her cultivation, she could still clearly hear the voice over there. She couldn't help but have goosebumps all over her body. Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Every time you appear, do you cause such a disturbance? More or less, Shuiyu looked helpless, so under normal circumstances, I don't show up at all. Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai faintly. Is it funny? I'm not laughing. Yang Kai replied seriously. Humph. If you dare laugh, I'll teach you a lesson. I'm really not laughing. Wahaha. J bung. Shuiyu gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. At the very center of Water Sky City, the world energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. It was only a thread away from being transformed into threads of world energy. Here, there was a group of majestic palaces. This was the center of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. This was not only the center of power, but also the center of wealth. In the northwest corner of the palace complex, a burly man with a lion-like aura was frowning as he paced back and forth uneasily. From time to time, he would look outside, as if he was waiting for someone. Anxiety was written all over this man's face. His brow was furrowed, as if it would never disappear. There were some other people in the hall, and judging from their attire, they were a group of alchemists above origin grade. They were extremely noble existences anywhere. But none of these alchemists dared to speak, lest they upset the burly man. This man was none other than the master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, President Aio. Although the identity of an origin-grade alchemist was noble, it couldn't be compared to the master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. What's more, they couldn't do anything about the situation of the woman in the hall. They felt ashamed, so how could they take the initiative to ask for trouble? Aio was born with a bare waist and a tiger back. His huge body gave people a strong pressure. At this moment, he was in a bad mood. Saint Chi fluctuations of a second-order origin king fluctuated from time to time, causing many alchemists in the hall to complain, but none of them dared to say anything. Suddenly, Aio stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up as he looked outside. In the next moment, his face lit up with joy. He hurried out and asked anxiously, "Is Grandmaster Zwida here?" In front of the hall, 2 streaks of light landed and revealed 2 figures. One was Shuiyu, and the other was Yang Kai. Hearing Aio's words, Yang Kai subconsciously looked back, but found no one behind him. Shuiyu, on the other hand, understood and quickly explained, "Father, it's not Grandmaster Zwida. It's not Grandmaster Zwida." Aio's face sank. He glanced at Yang Kai coldly and immediately shouted at Shuiyu, "If it's not Grandmaster Zwida, why did you bring him here? Where do you think this place is?" After being scolded by Aio, Shuiyu didn't dare to refute. She could only lower her head and apologize. "I'm sorry, father, but my friend is also an alchemist, so—" "Alchemist?" Aio's face relaxed a little. Only then did he look at Yang Kai again. When he noticed Yang Kai's cultivation, he was shocked. Second-order origin king. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his. He looked again in disbelief. After confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he asked suspiciously, when did you have such a friend?" He was unfamiliar with Yang Kai's appearance. Although Shuiyu's aptitude was good, she was still just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. It was impossible for her to make friends with a second-order origin king, so he was very curious. "He is the one I told you about. Yang Kai." Shuiyu replied in a low voice, quietly observing the changes in Aio's expression as she answered. "Junior Yang Kai greets President Aio." Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted with a lukewarm greeting. Although he was a little unhappy that Shuiyu was reprimanded for no reason just now, the one standing in front of him was Shuiyu and Shintu's father after all, so he couldn't be rude. "Yang Kai." Aio frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and whispered, "Are you that Yang Kai? It seems that President Aio knows something about me." Yang Kai frowned slightly. The change in Aio's expression made him feel that something was wrong. I know you very well." Aio responded in a deep voice. Suddenly, his Saint Chi burst out as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to capture Yang Kai alive. "Father!" Shuiyu's face changed drastically. She didn't know why her father would attack Yang Kai as soon as he arrived. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He stretched out his hand and pushed Shuiyu aside while at the same time sending out a palm strike. Saint Chi surged from his palm and rotated like a nebula, containing an irresistible force. Hong. A loud noise rang out in the hall as the power of 2 origin kings collided in the void, stirring up a violent wind that swept out in all directions. After a short while, the dust settled and Yang Kai retreated 3 steps while Aio retreated 2 steps. In this confrontation, Aio had gained the upper hand. Chapter 1899. Inside the hall, a gust of wind suddenly rose. Except for Shuiyu, who was protected by Yang Kai, everyone else staggered and groaned. "President Aio, what is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai squinted at the bare-waisted man in front of him and asked indifferently. Aio, on the other hand, was bewildered. His eyes widened like a ferocious tiger or a blazing sun, instilling fear in those who looked at him. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. "Sure enough, heroes come from the youth since ancient times. Kid, you're really amazing. When Ni Guang told me about you, I didn't believe it, but now it seems that Ni Guang has underestimated you. Your aptitude is much higher than yours. Senior is overpraising me. Junior just obtained some opportunities," Yang Kai replied, looking neither servile nor overbearing. Aio suddenly stretched out his hand. "Give it to me." Shuiyu stood to the side, her face pale. She didn't understand why her father attacked Yang Kai as soon as he arrived, but when she heard this sentence, she suddenly understood. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment. Suddenly understanding, he smiled and asked, "What does Senior want from me?" "You know it in your heart." Ao looked a little impatient. Yang Kai said, "If Senior wants that drop of my thing, I can tell Senior that it is useless even if I give it to you. Mrs. Gu's soul is damaged now, and that thing can only repair physical injuries. Senior should be clear about this." "Naturally, I know," Ao quickly said. "Then Senior wants that thing?" Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. "Junior can't agree to this." In the hall, a group of origin-grade alchemists were confused and looked over curiously. They didn't know what Yang Kai was referring to. But whether it was Yang Kai, Ao, or Shuiyu, they all clearly understood what it was. The immortal source liquid and the immortal tree. The reason why Ao attacked Yang Kai as soon as he arrived was to snatch his immortal tree. To heal Gu Baihu. Although the immortal source liquid could not restore Gu Baihu's damaged divine soul, the immortal tree was different. With the immortal tree, one would be immortal and indestructible. Repairing one's divine soul was a piece of cake. "Don't tell me you've already fused with it." Ao's eyes glowed with a terrifying light as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled but said nothing. Ao's heart sank. After thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a possibility. After all, according to Ni Guang, when they first entered the severed world, they had no idea what was going on. Yang Kai was the same as Shuiyu, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but how many years had it been since then? This brat has actually broken through to the second-order origin king realm. There was only one explanation, and that was a huge opportunity. Fusing with the immortal tree was clearly such an opportunity. Ao circulated his divine sense in disbelief and scanned Yang Kai's body. To his shock, he found that Yang Kai's blood vitality was extremely vigorous. The surging blood vitality fluctuations hidden inside Yang Kai's body made even a master like him tremble in fear. "You've really fused with it," Ao exclaimed, his face ashen as the last glimmer of hope in his eyes suddenly disappeared. He was not depressed because he had no fate with a supreme treasure like the immortal tree. It was because he could not use the immortal tree to save Gu Baihu. Yang Kai did not explain and simply let him misunderstand. After a moment of silence, Ao suddenly shouted, "Even if you've fused with it, it doesn't matter. Your blood must contain the energy of that treasure. As long as I release some of your blood, the madam will be saved." He was now desperately trying to find a doctor for any situation he could think of. Hearing what he said, Shuiyu's face changed drastically. She hurriedly rushed out and stood in front of Yang Kai, whispering, "Father, you can't. Go away. You have no right to speak here." Ao roared. "The dignified president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, the overlord of Star Territory. It turns out that your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Boy, what are you saying? Pay attention to your words." Ao narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai sneered. "If it weren't for Shuiyu's face, would I be standing here talking to you? Just based on the fact that you attacked me just now, I can turn your water sky city upside down. If it weren't for your unstable state of mind while trying to save your woman, your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would be gone today." Shuiyu's face suddenly turned pale. She quickly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, "Speak properly." Yang Kai smiled. "I can speak properly, but your father had better calm down." Ao also came back to his senses abruptly, realizing that the person standing in front of him was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will, but a second-order origin king who was on an equal footing with him, whose strength was almost on par with his. If he really angered a master of this level, he was afraid that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Without mentioning anything else, the destruction of Water Sky City was already set in stone. "Boy, you're quite arrogant." Although he had calmed down a lot, he still could not lose face. "I just came from Purple Star." Yang Kai smiled slightly. His words were a little inexplicable, but Yang Kai believed that Ao should understand what he meant. Ao was startled and looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Sure enough, he seemed to understand something and whispered, "So it was you." Although Shuiyu did not receive news of the incident in Purple Star, as the president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, how could Ao not know about such a big event? After Yang Kai said this, he immediately understood that the culprit behind the incident in Purple Star half a year ago was standing in front of him. That was a hero who Kuang Shizong had personally pursued and failed to capture. Even if he personally went to fight, he could not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. After understanding this, Aio took a deep breath and nodded. This king was rude just now. Please don't blame him, friend. Friend? Shueyu's mouth twitched, wondering why her father was calling Yang Kai a brother. Wasn't this messing up the seniority? She hurriedly shot a resentful look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. Senior is too serious. Senior is thinking of his wife, so it is natural for him to be impulsive. This junior can understand. That's good. Friend is really a magnanimous person. I have heard a lot about you. Ni Guang admires you very much. Since you have come to my Water Sky City today, stay here for a few days. After I finish dealing with the matter at hand, I will come and talk to you in detail. Yang Kai listened to his tone and immediately understood that Ni Guang should not have told Aio about him and Shueyu. Otherwise, Aio would not speak to him like this. Father, Yang Kai is an alchemist. Shueyu heard her father call Yang Kai a friend and felt uncomfortable, so she quickly changed the topic. Oh. Aio looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. Friend's cultivation is so high, but you are also proficient in the alchemic Tao. I've dabbled in it. Yang Kai said modestly. Is that not all? Boy, don't be too modest, suddenly, a voice came from the side. Aio frowned, showing a trace of displeasure on his face. There weren't many people in the world who dared to interrupt him when he was speaking, but when he saw who the speaker was, his expression couldn't help but soften. It seemed that the speaker had some weight in his heart, and it wasn't appropriate to blame him. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over, and after a moment, his expression became extremely stunned. Over there, where many origin-grade alchemists had gathered, a familiar face was standing there, looking at him with a smile. Grandmaster Zhong Ao. Yang Kai smiled happily and quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists. The person who spoke was origin-grade high-rank alchemist Zhong Ao. When he went to Rainfall Star with Shueyu, he had lived with Zhong Ao for a while. At that time, Yang Kai's strength was low, and his alchemic Tao was not very good. But Zhong Ao was already an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. Yang Kai and Zhong Ao had exchanged alchemy techniques, and Zhong Ao had benefited greatly while Yang Kai had also gained many benefits from him. The spirit pill used to treat Shueyu was suggested by Zhong Ao and refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not expect to meet Zhong Ao here. But after thinking about it carefully, it was only natural because although Zhong Ao had not officially joined Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, he had been living on Rainfall Star, so he could be considered half a member of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Now that President Aio's wife was in trouble, Zhong Ao would naturally be invited over. Boy, don't mock me, Zhong Ao pouted. After not seeing you for a few dozen years, you've already reached the second-order Origin King realm, while this old master is still stuck in the Origin grade high rank. This old master is really a tragedy. Grandmaster is too humble. Back then, your attainments in the alchemic Tao were already quite profound, and now, I'm afraid you have only made further progress and are not far from the Origin King grade. Zhong Ao smiled lightly, a smug look in his eyes. Do you know each other? Aio asked in surprise. Zhong Ao grinned. Yes, I discussed the alchemic Tao with him a few dozen years ago. And that little brat also stole many of my alchemy furnaces. Yang Kai laughed and said, Those alchemy furnaces are useless to me now. If Grandmaster wants to take them back, I can return them to you. No need, they are useless to me. Zhong Ao waved his hand. You can keep them as a souvenir. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he said thoughtfully, It seems that Grandmaster is really about to break through to the Origin King grade. That soul source restoration pill recipe should have been provided by you, right? Zhong Ao's expression suddenly became dignified. Mrs. Gu's situation is obvious, but there are few ways to cure her. Refining the soul source restoration pill is just one of them, and it is also the easiest way. Then, have the materials been gathered? The other materials are easy to find. Although they are precious and difficult to find, with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's financial resources, it is easy to collect them. Only the 7-colored elk's monster core is difficult to find. The monster core has been found. It was delivered to this king 10 days ago. Aio interjected. Chapter 1900. The 7-colored elk was an ancient variant species that had long gone extinct. Its monster core was one of the main materials for refining the soul source restoration pill, while its sachet was one of the main materials for refining the 10,000-year incense. The 10,000-year incense could calm one's qi and mind. A single stick of incense could burn for 10,000 years. If a cultivator could light a stick of 10,000-year incense while cultivating, they could prevent heart demons from corroding their mind. It was extremely useful for the cultivator's cultivation. High Heaven Sect's ascending dragon temple still had a stick of 10,000-year incense that was still wafting with its fragrance. Yang Kai had brought it out from the 6th layer of Lu Yen sand field. If the disciples of High Heaven Sect needed to enter seclusion to break through, they could go to the ascending dragon temple to cultivate. Not only was there 10,000-year incense, but there was also the 9-branched jade crystal tree, a supreme treasure of the martial Tao. It could help the disciples comprehend the true essence of the martial Tao and heavenly way. It could be said that the 10,000-year incense and the 9-branched jade crystal tree played an important role in the rapid cultivation progress of High Heaven Sect's disciples over the years. Without these two things, the overall strength of High Heaven Sect would definitely be reduced by a level. The 7-colored elk was full of treasures. Whether it was its monster core or its sachet, they were both difficult to find. But unexpectedly, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had actually collected a 7-colored elk's monster core. Even a character like Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. As AIO spoke, he took out a round monster core from his space ring. It was glowing with 7 colors. For any alchemist, this kind of material was enough to arouse their interest. There was no alchemist who didn't want to use rare materials to refine pills. They wanted to watch various materials condense and fuse in their hands. In the end, the pill was formed. This was something that every alchemist would feel gratified and happy about. Unfortunately, this monster core should have been stored for too long. A lot of its medicinal efficacies have been lost. Zhong Ao sighed again. Many alchemists nodded in agreement. Although the monster core had a 7-colored glow, it wasn't bright. On the contrary, it gave off a dim feeling, like a candle flame swaying in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Yes. And we only found a single monster core. We couldn't find the 7-colored elk sachet. The effect would have been better if I had used the sachet as an auxiliary ingredient. AIO also sighed. But in any case, now that all the materials had been gathered, only the Origin King Grade Grandmaster Zhude could come. Then he could start concocting pills. Gubaihu was saved. Senior, did Grandmaster Zhude say when he will come? Yang Kai looked at AIO and asked. AIO smiled bitterly. According to the news, they will arrive at Water Sky City in the next few days. As for when exactly, I'm not sure, but since it's been so long, there's no need to rush. He was a dignified second-order Origin King and the president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, but it had always been others waiting for him. When had he ever tried waiting for others? Only an existence like an Origin King Great Alchemist could make AIO bow his head. No matter how anxious and depressed he was, he could only restrain himself and wait quietly. This master's arrogance is quite big. Yang Kai chuckled. As soon as he said this, AIO couldn't help but glance at Yang Kai with a knowing look. An untimely voice suddenly became noisy. What do you mean by that? Are you criticizing Grandmaster Zhude? I'm not. Yang Kai turned his head innocently and looked in the direction of the source of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, dressed in an Origin-grade alchemist uniform. Looking at Yang Kai with dissatisfaction and coldly snorted, as an Origin King-grade alchemist, Grandmaster Zhude is naturally busy. It's natural for him to be delayed. Aren't you being too disrespectful to Grandmaster by saying this? Yang Kai frowned. He knew that this alchemist should respect that guy named Zhude very much, so he couldn't bear to hear anyone speak ill of him. Taking a closer look at the insignia on this man's robes, Yang Kai confirmed that the other party was an Origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Not bothering to argue with him, Yang Kai simply chuckled and said, "It seems this one misspoke." Just like how a cultivator respected a more powerful master, this was especially obvious in the field of alchemists. An Origin-grade alchemist was already a highly respected existence, but an Origin King-grade alchemist was even more so. There were only a few of them in the entire Star Territory. Grandmaster Zhude had countless admirers, and this hook-nosed middle-aged man was one of them. He wouldn't let this go so easily. Your Excellency may be an Origin King Realm Master, but slandering Grandmaster Zhude is also a big mistake. This matter can't be let go. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to Grandmaster's reputation. If that really happens, can you bear the consequences? Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened after being accused like this. Then what do you want? Apologize. After Grandmaster Zwida comes here, you will personally apologize to him. Hee. Yang Kai grinned. What's wrong? Grandmaster Zwida's reputation is just reputation. But this king's reputation isn't? Yang Kai boasted that he was a second-order origin king with status, and strength. But just because of an unintentional mistake, he had to apologize to an alchemist he had never met. How could he do such a thing? He suddenly felt that this hook-nosed middle-aged man was a little too ridiculous. You are just a trivial cultivator. How can you be compared to Grandmaster? The hook-nosed middle-aged man was not afraid of Yang Kai's origin king realm identity at all. He looked at him with contempt. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, I am just a trivial cultivator. I can easily take your life. The hook-nosed middle-aged man's face changed. He quickly looked at AIO and said in horror, Master, this person is so arrogant and despotic. Not only did he not put Grandmaster Zwida in his eyes, he even dared to threaten me. I ask President Master to uphold justice. Yang Kai said, President AIO is also a trivial cultivator. The hook-nosed middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth wide. AIO grinned and looked up at the sky. The hook-nosed middle-aged man's words made him very unhappy. He was already upset because of Gu Baihu's injury. So how could he pay attention to the request of an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist? What's more, Yang Kai's words resonated with him. That old man Zwida was very arrogant. Over the years, whenever he was asked to refine pills, the Chamber of Commerce would bleed a lot. Sensing AIO's thoughts, the hook-nosed middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He knew that he had spoken without thinking. Not only did he curse Yang Kai, he also offended AIO. He immediately regretted it, but he still said stubbornly, So what if you can take my life? I have no grudges with you in the past. If you dare to kill me, you will be despised by the world. Don't forget, I am an alchemist. If you dare to kill me, let's see who will refine pills for you in the future. Sorry, I am also an alchemist. Yang Kai smiled faintly. With just you. The hook-nosed middle-aged man sneered. I don't deny that you are talented in martial Dao. At such a young age, you can exchange a blow with President AIO and only fall into a disadvantageous position. But so what? You spend all your time and energy on the martial Dao. How much attainment do you have in the alchemic Dao? With my ability alone, I can leave you in the dust. Although these words were unpleasant to hear, they were also what everyone present was thinking. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, no one thought that he had high attainments in the alchemic Dao. Even Zhong Ao didn't think that Yang Kai's alchemist level was high. After all, a person's energy was limited. Being able to have such high attainments in the martial Dao was already something to be proud of. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. Just take it as it is. He really wasn't in the mood to get entangled with this kind of person. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Seeing that Yang Kai had backed down, the hook-nosed man didn't restrain his arrogance. Instead, he became even more arrogant. He thought that the other party was really afraid of his identity as an alchemist and didn't dare to make a move. Therefore, he became even more fearless and said, Let's drop the matter between you and me. But you must give an explanation for slandering Grandmaster Zwida. Are you done yet? Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned cold. What explanation do you need? Is Zwida your father or your grandfather? I only said that he was a little arrogant and you kept on blabbering. Did I say something wrong? As far as I know, President AIO had sent someone to invite him more than half a year ago. But he still hasn't shown up until today. If this isn't arrogance, then what is? These words struck a chord in AIO's heart. Although he was secretly angry that Zwida hadn't shown up yet, he was the one asking for help after all. So, he could only think about it in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. But for so many days, AIO had cursed Zwida countless times in his heart. He had almost cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. Now that he heard Yang Kai say it out loud, he felt that the knot in his heart had dispersed a lot. Looking at Yang Kai, he found him pleasing to the eye. How dare you call Grandmaster by his name? The hook-nosed man shouted. Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. He didn't show any respect to an Origin King-grade alchemist at all. He sneered and said, Isn't he just an Origin King-grade alchemist? So what if I call his name? You. The hook-nosed man was furious. One of his hands kept trembling as he pointed at Yang Kai. He then turned to AIO and said, President Master, He is so blatantly disrespectful to Grandmaster. Don't you care? If Grandmaster Zwida knows about this, he will definitely be angry. Oh. Aio's expression turned solemn. He looked at Yang Kai and said in a pleading tone, "Friend, let's turn this into a small matter." Shui was also looking at Yang Kai pleadingly from the side. They were all afraid that if Zwida heard about what happened here, with his temper, he would definitely use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Although he wouldn't turn around and leave, he would definitely rip Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce off. Yang Kai nodded. Since Senior has spoken, Junior will naturally respect. But if anyone still dares to blabber, don't blame Junior for teaching them a lesson. Of course. Aio nodded lightly and cast a grateful look at Yang Kai. The hook-nosed man's face was gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai hatefully. He seemed to want to say something, but when he saw the fierce light in Yang Kai's eyes, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He could only say, "Just you wait. When Grandmaster Zwida gets here, he will teach you a lesson." And I'll wait. Yang Kai nodded. The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly became a lot stiffer after the hook-nosed man's interruption. It seemed a little awkward. Chapter 1901. Those origin-grade alchemists didn't dare to talk to Yang Kai because of Grandmaster Zwida's identity. Only Zhong Ao didn't care at all. He walked to Yang Kai's side and whispered to him. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to ask about Gu Baihu's situation. Zhong Ao had been staying in this palace these days, always paying attention to Gu Baihu's injuries, so he knew her situation like the back of his hand. Yang Kai also got a lot of useful information. By the way, who is that guy? Why did he jump out and bite me before I even said anything? Yang Kai gestured to the hook-nosed man and asked. Zhong Ao replied in a low voice. His name is Zhan Yuan. Although his aptitude in alchemy is good, he didn't have a good teacher to teach him, so he didn't have many achievements. He was originally unknown, but by chance he got some pointers from Grandmaster Zwida and suddenly became enlightened. He quickly became an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Because of this, he has always considered himself a student of Grandmaster Zwida. With this relationship, he naturally can't listen to what you said. So that's how it is, Yang Kai understood. It seemed that this Zhan Yuan didn't just respect Zwida, but also regarded him as a teacher who solved his doubts. Zwida naturally weighed a lot in his heart. Yang Kai didn't say anything bad about Zwida, but he did say that Grandmaster Zwida was a bit arrogant, which was hard for him to accept. But Grandmaster Zwida... Sigh, it's hard to say. Zhong Ao's words had a hidden meaning, but he didn't finish them. Yang Kai knew what he was trying to say. They were both alchemists, but Zwida was superior. Zhong Ao couldn't be disrespectful to him no matter what. Being disrespectful to Zwida was disrespectful to the alchemic Tao. So, there were some words that Zhong Ao couldn't say. In short, you should be careful. Although you are now a second-order Origin King Master, you should never underestimate the power of an Origin King grade alchemist. To put it bluntly, if President Aio had to choose between you and Grandmaster Zwida, I reckon he would have an 80% chance of choosing the latter. I understand. Yang Kai smiled. While the two were chatting in a low voice, a cultivator in golden armor suddenly rushed in from outside the door. He cupped his fists and said to Aio with a solemn expression, "President, Grandmaster Zwida has arrived." "We're here." Aio's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Invite him in." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly added, "No, I'll personally welcome them." He waited bitterly for half a year. He was on tenterhooks all the time. He was afraid that Gu Baihu would not be able to hold on until the master arrived. Now that the Grandmaster had finally arrived at Water Sky City, Aio felt half of the burden in his heart had been lifted. Gu Baihu had to wait until the Grandmaster refined the Soul Source Restoration pill. Then she would be able to wake up from her coma. While speaking, he straightened his clothes and quickly walked out. The others in the hall naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Almost all of them were alchemists. When they heard that Zwida had arrived, how could they hold back? They all rushed out after Aio, wanting to see the Grandmaster's face. When the hook-nosed man named Zhan Yuan passed by Yang Kai, he glared at him fiercely with a ferocious smile on his face. It was as if he was saying that the Grandmaster had arrived and that Yang Kai was dead meat. Yang Kai curled his lips and ignored him. "Let's go and welcome them." If the Grandmaster sees these big shots standing still here, I'm afraid he will be displeased again. Zhong Ao shook his head with a wry smile and walked out unhurriedly. Yang Kai thought for a moment and followed him out. Outside the hall, a dozen or so origin-grade alchemists stood behind AIO in a row, all of them looking up at the sky. Somewhere in the sky, a rainbow light was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, it was using some kind of flight-type artifact. There weren't many people who dared to use flight-type artifacts in a place like Water Sky City, and even fewer people who dared to swagger through the streets like this. However, Grandmaster Zhuoda was definitely qualified to do so, and no one dared to say anything about it. Yang Kai thought that the other party had arrived on a star shuttle. But after taking a closer look, he found that it wasn't the case. Although the rainbow light was far away from the hall, Yang Kai could still see it clearly with his cultivation and eyesight. It was a strangely shaped palanquin, carried by 4 people at the front and back of the palanquin. There were a total of 8 people. Wind blew under their feet as they carried the palanquin towards them, leaving behind a trail of light. The 8 people carrying the palanquin were all young women with graceful figures and pretty faces. The palanquin itself was also very luxuriously decorated. The seats were spacious, and there were 2 figures, one old and one young, sitting on the seats. The old man had white hair and beard and seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, looking relaxed and carefree. The young woman was standing on the palanquin, looking around curiously. This Flying Star Moon Chaser palanquin was specially built by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for Grandmaster. It is 10% faster than the best star shuttle. Those women were also offered to Grandmaster by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. This thing has almost become Grandmaster's symbol, Zhong Ao explained to Yang Kai in a soft voice. Yang Kai chuckled. Grandmaster Zhong Ao will become an Origin King grade alchemist if he goes one step further. He will definitely enjoy such treatment in the future. Zhong Ao shook his head disdainfully. This old master only wants to pursue the peak of the alchemic Tao. I don't care about these external things. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said nothing more. After a short while, the Flying Star Moonchaser palanquin arrived in front of the hall and landed steadily. Aio straightened his clothes, but before he could speak, a figure shot out from the palanquin. Accompanied by a giggle that sounded like a silver bell, that graceful and alluring figure rushed to Kai Yang's side and hugged the person beside Kai Yang. Burying her head into that person's chest, she greedily and exaggeratedly took a few deep breaths. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know who was so rude as to do such a shameless thing in public. Everyone turned to look at the graceful figure. After seeing the scene in front of them clearly, many people showed understanding smiles, but Yang Kai was stunned. Because he found that the graceful figure who shot out of the palanquin was hugging none other than Xueyu, who was standing next to him. Xueyu looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. Obviously, she didn't expect such a thing to happen in public. She didn't want to push the palanquin away, so for a moment, she was at a loss and froze in place. Yang Kai was furious. Instinctively, he wanted to go up and beat the other party to let them know that his woman was not to be violated. But thinking about it, the other party was also a woman, so he let it go. The woman rubbed her head against Xueyu like a kitten before raising her head, revealing a beautiful face that shamed the moon and flowers as she said in a tender voice, "Big brother Xueyu, we haven't seen each other for several years. Did you miss me?" The corners of Xueyu's mouth twitched a few times before she let out a dry laugh and said, "So it's little sisters Willing. I was wondering who was so bold, and little sisters Willing, let go of me first." He. The woman named Zhuoling obediently released Xueyu and stood 3 meters in front of her, narrowing her eyes as she looked her up and down, nodding. "After not seeing you for a few years, big brother Xueyu has become more and more handsome. No wonder those women in the Star Territory can't forget you and are obsessed with you." There was a trace of jealousy in her words, but she also praised Xueyu bluntly, so anyone with half a brain would understand what was going on. This girl named Zhuoling had probably fallen in love with Xueyu a long time ago. It wasn't strange when one thought about it. Xueyu was the dream lover of all the girls in the Star Territory. It was natural for a young woman to charm a little girl when she killed someone. Moreover, from Zhuoling's words, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time. "Little sister Zhuoling, you flatter me." Xueyu let out a dry laugh. It would have been fine if Yang Kai wasn't here, but Yang Kai was standing next to her, watching this good show. Feeling his gaze, Xueyu felt as if a cat was scratching her all over. She felt very uncomfortable. Ling don't be rude. A majestic voice came from behind. Zhuda slowly got up from the palanquin and shouted in a deep voice. Ling stuck out her tongue at Shuiyu and whispered, I'll come talk to big brother Shuiyu later. Grandpa is calling me. While speaking, her figure flashed and came to the side of the palanquin like a nimble cat. She respectfully helped Zhuda down. Yang Kai looked at Shuiyu and smiled, but his smile was very strange. Shuiyu was annoyed. She glared at him coldly. Welcome, Grandmaster. You have worked hard. Only now did President Ai find an opportunity to speak. He cupped his fists and greeted Zhuda. Greetings, Grandmaster. Grandmaster has worked hard. Many origin-grade alchemists saluted respectfully. Haha, I'm an old man. The journey was a little bumpy. Sorry for making you wait. Zhuda cupped his fists slightly in response. Yang Kai looked at the Grandmaster not far away and found that the other party looked very ordinary, like an ordinary old man. His cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm, but his every movement carried a faint medicinal fragrance. Obviously, it was because he dealt with pills all year round. Judging from his appearance, this Grandmaster Zhuda was quite approachable. Maybe he really had something to do and couldn't come here for more than half a year. Yang Kai secretly thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delayed until now when President Ai invited him. Grandmaster must be tired from the long journey. Do you need this king to arrange a place for you to rest? Ai asked with concern. That's good. This old master is indeed a little tired. Zhuda nodded slightly. He actually agreed. Ai was stunned. He stared at Zhuda in a daze. I was just being polite. Why did you take it seriously? Isn't the anxiety on my face obvious enough? Or is it because you are old and dim-sighted that you didn't notice? The other origin-grade alchemists also furrowed their brows slightly. Everyone felt that Grandmaster Zhuda's actions were a little inappropriate. It's fine to make others wait for more than half a year. You are an origin king-grade alchemist. You have the qualifications to do so. Now that you have arrived, you should naturally start refining pills as soon as possible. Saving people is more important. Moreover, although the journey is long, you have a starship to pick you up and a moon chaser flying star. You don't even need to use your own strength. How can you be tired? Aio's face turned a little ugly. Chapter 1902. Haha, this old master was just joking. President Ai doesn't need to take it seriously. Zhuda suddenly laughed and said. No one knew if he was really joking or if he was planning to take a rest, but he changed his words after seeing Aio's displeased look. Although Zhuda's identity was noble, Aio's status wasn't low either. Naturally, he had to consider Aio's feelings. If Grandmaster feels tired, it doesn't matter if you rest for a few days. Anyway, we have waited for so long. There's no need to rush. Aio's reaction wasn't slow. He wouldn't refuse to give Zhuda a way out. Moreover, his words revealed a very obvious message. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Saving people is more important. Zhuda waved his hand and said resolutely. Then many thanks, Grandmaster. Aio was obviously relieved. The expression on his face relaxed. Zhan Yuan greets honored teacher. Honored teacher is indeed kind-hearted. You have worked hard all the way, but you put saving people first. You are our role model. Zhan Yuan admires honored teacher. The hook-nosed man stepped out of the crowd and came not far from Zhuda. He started to flatter Zhuda. Zhuda glanced at him, seemingly at a loss. But soon he smiled and said, So it's you. You are already an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Good progress. Work hard. Zhan Yuan was overjoyed after being praised. It was as if he had eaten a whole jar of honey. He said, if it weren't for honored teacher's guidance, Zhan Yuan wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Honored teacher, please accept Zhan Yuan's bow. While speaking, he bowed to the ground with a solemn expression. He was extremely pious. Zhuda nodded and said, You are very good. Back then, this old master just casually gave you a few pointers when he saw that you were depressed. I didn't expect you to remember it until today. If you are willing, you can follow this old master in the future. This old master needs an assistant. I'm willing. Many thanks, honored teacher. This disciple will follow honored teacher closely in the future. Zhan Yuan was overjoyed. Although he was an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist, It was definitely not shameful to be Zwida's assistant. This kind of work was something others begged for. He didn't expect that he would get such a good job just because he stood up and said a few words. Moreover, Zwida's words meant that he recognized him as a disciple. This was more practical than any other benefit. Among the origin-grade alchemists, he could only be regarded as an average one. But in the future, with the identity of Zwida's junior brother, his status would be completely different. Anyone below the origin king grade would have to be polite to him. All of a sudden, Zhang Yuan was so happy that he almost jumped up. Some origin-grade alchemists also cast envious glances at Zhang Yuan. Being able to stay by Zwida's side, even if it was only as an assistant, he felt that he could learn a lot of good things. Perhaps if he was lucky enough and had enough comprehension, he could become the next Zwida. Who wouldn't be envious of such a good thing? After being happy for a while, Zhang Yuan suddenly walked forward mysteriously and whispered something to Zwida. His voice was so low that it was almost undetectable. No one dared to use their divine sense to eavesdrop in front of Grandmaster Zwida, so no one knew what he was talking about. But a moment later, Zwida intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yang Kai's location. Everyone immediately understood that Zhang Yuan was a petty person who was intoxicated with success and was bad-mouthing Yang Kai. All of a sudden, everyone cast sympathetic glances at Yang Kai. Everyone knew that Yang Kai was going to be miserable in the future. He had offended an origin king-grade alchemist. Absolutely no one in the world would refine pills for him. It was extremely difficult for an origin king realm master to cultivate. Without the help of pills, his strength would improve very little. Perhaps he would be stuck at the second-order origin king realm for the rest of his life. What a pity. An outstanding talent who had the opportunity to break through to the third-order origin king realm and stand at the peak of star territory would have to stop ahead of time. Many alchemists showed a look of regret. On the other side, Zwida narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yang Kai a few times before retracting his gaze. It seemed that he didn't care about him at all. Zhang Yuan was rambling, as if he was going to talk endlessly. Aio looked unhappy, but he couldn't urge him, so he could only wait patiently. As he had said before, there was no need to be anxious after waiting for such a long time. What's more, Zhang Yuan was now barely half a disciple of Grandmaster Zwida. He had suddenly become a phoenix, so Aio had to give him some face. After a long while, Zhang Yuan stopped talking with a flattering smile on his face. Zwida nodded slightly with a kind look. Aio said in a timely manner, "Grandmaster, please come in." Zwida responded. With the help of Zwiling, he walked into the hall step by step. When he came to Aio, he gestured with his hand. Aio understood and immediately walked side by side with Zwida. The others followed behind in a scattered manner. President Aio, this old man came to Water Sky City this time. Firstly, it is to refine the soul source restoration pill for Mrs. Gu. Secondly, there is another thing I need your consent on, Zwida said while walking. If Grandmaster needs anything, just say it. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce will never refuse, Aio said solemnly. Haha, don't be so full of yourself. I'm afraid you won't be willing, Zwida smiled faintly. Aio said proudly, my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce has business all over the world. Although I dare not say how rich we are, if we can't meet Grandmaster's requirements, how can we be qualified to worship you? Since President Aio said so, this old master won't beat around the bush. Zwida paused and pondered for a while before saying, this old master came here to propose marriage for my granddaughter. He pointed to Zwiling, who was supporting him. Propose marriage? Aio's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He glanced at Shui Yu and said with a hollow laugh, Miss Zwiling is Grandmaster's granddaughter. Her status is high and she is so beautiful. I wonder which little brat in my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is so lucky to have caught Miss Zwiling's fancy? President Aio, you are just pretending to be confused. Zwida smiled faintly and said proudly, in this world, there are only a few people who are worthy of Ling, but there is one in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Ling has known him since childhood and is deeply in love with him. When she heard that this old master was coming to Water Sky City this time, she shamelessly followed me and forced this old master to propose marriage. If I don't agree, she will burn this old master's beard. Sigh, this girl, I really spoiled her. Zwida looked distressed. Grandpa. Zwiling blushed as she shook Zwida's arm bashfully. Her beautiful eyes quietly observed Shui Yu's reaction. She believed that even a fool would understand what she meant. She really wanted to know what Shuiyu's reaction would be. But at first glance, Zuoling's heart sank because she found that Shuiyu was pale and bewildered. "Does Brother Shuiyu not like me?" Zuoling was suspicious. "Grandmaster, are you talking about Shuiyu?" Aio couldn't pretend that he didn't understand and could only continue. "Yes." Zuida smiled slightly, glanced at Shuiyu with satisfaction, and said, "Third young master's talent is outstanding. He is a dragon among men. He is also handsome, and is the future successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. He is worthy of my Ling. If President Aio can agree to this marriage, this old master will have someone to take care of him in his old age. I am afraid that I will have to live in Water Sky City in the future." These words revealed a very important message. If Shuiyu and Zuoling could become husband and wife, then Zuida would really be a member of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in the future. He would live in Water Sky City and refine pills for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. If there was an emergency, there would be no need to invite him over from afar. This was a huge temptation for any force and any cultivator. If Shuiyu was really a man, Aio would probably agree without any hesitation. Compared to his son's future happiness, an Origin King grade alchemist was undoubtedly more important. But Shuiyu was a woman. No matter what, it was impossible to achieve this. Even if Aio agreed now, Zuida would be thoroughly offended if their marriage was exposed on the day of consummation. So he was in a dilemma. For the first time, he felt powerless in his heart. What's wrong? Does President Aio have any concerns? Zuida thought that Aio would give him face since he personally proposed the marriage. Not to mention, Aio still needed his help. But after he said it, he didn't get the enthusiastic response he expected. Instead, Aio looked embarrassed. This made Zuida very unhappy and his tone turned cold. "No, that's not the case." Grandmaster misunderstood. Aio hurriedly waved his hand. He realized that if he didn't handle today's matter properly, it would really give rise to big trouble. But he couldn't think of a suitable excuse for a while, so he was stunned. Zuida coldly snorted and said, "This old master came here today to propose marriage. The soul source restoration pill is this old master's sincerity. If President Aio can agree to this old master will refine 10 bottles of Origin King grade spirit pills for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce every year." Gasps rang out as everyone looked at Zuida in shock. 10 bottles, that was 100 spirit pills. If it were ordinary spirit pills, it wouldn't be a big deal. But that was 100 Origin King grade spirit pills. Any one of them was a priceless treasure. Even an alchemist like Zuida couldn't refine them, just because he wanted to. Everyone immediately understood that this girl named Zuoling definitely occupied a very important position in Zuida's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such a generous condition. Aio's heart also beat violently. He was both excited and annoyed at the same time. In the past, every time he asked Zuida to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, not only did he have to provide a lot of materials as a reward, but it also depended on whether he was in a good mood and whether he had the time. Even so, he only got about 20 Origin King grade spirit pills from Zuida every year. At the very least, he only got 5 Origin King grade spirit pills a year. But now, this old man was asking for 100 Origin King grade spirit pills every year, and he seemed to be at ease. How could Aio not know that he had been hiding his strength before? This made him very angry. He felt that the Chamber of Commerce had fed so many offerings to him every year. You're tuning in to the Blimay's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.